Well, we're just west of that magnificent capital city here at Zwartkops International World of Motoring for Extreme Festival's final round of the regionals. A big welcome to everybody who's joining us from all around the world. It's yours truly, Greg Maloney, the voice of choice, alongside me. What's up, Buttercup? Carl Lawrence is in the house.
What's up, Buttercups? I hate you start with it and then I'm going to repeat it.
You see, that's how it goes. That's how we do it. That's how we do it. We're going into the first race today. It is SuperHatch. It's an 8-lap race for SuperHatch. First time that they're going out on a separate grid as well, which is quite nice to see. A couple of new competitors who are joining us for the 2025 final round, and of course heading into 2026, hopefully to regenerate the class into a standalone class. They've been running alongside the ACD Welkom 111 GD Sports and Saloons for a long time, but now with almost 14, I think it's 15 cars on the grid, a little bit of a bigger field to play with this weekend, which is really nice to see. Let's go and have a look. Yeah, we've got some highlights that are going to come in, of course, from our previous round of SuperHatch, and they were a slightly smaller field than what we got here today. We're at Red Raceway for that last round, or penultimate round, running in an anti-clockwise direction to see exactly how things go. And of course, in SuperHatch, the battle kind of was at the back of the pack because they, as I said, run with 111 Sports and Saloons. So at the front end, it was kind of the battle between Class X and Class GT, and Ishmael Beloy basically ran away with the first heat relatively all on his own sim. George Aldrich was involved in the battle at the back of the pack as well, and the two of them just kind of putted around to get those championship points in the bag. The championship basically also allowed Mark DeToy and his son to come and join the pack for the very first time, so it was fantastic to see the two DeToy boys fighting. But honours went initially to the younger of the two, as he took a victory over Dad in his first outing at Red Star Raceway, which was pretty impressive stuff from him. But of course, it's a bit of a learning curve that he's on, and also looking forward to, of course, seeing what he does in the very near future, because I believe the toys have entered everybody in the family into the top of the hill, which is on the 21st and 22nd of November here at Zwartkops International World of Motoring. But Red Star Raceway, as I said, was the penultimate round of the SuperHatch Championship, and it was a great little battle. All Hondas and BMW affair, but we are going with 8 laps of race action, and somebody is stalled on the grid. I think it actually might be DeToy. It was DeToy stalling there on the grid and not quite getting off the line like he wanted to. Let's wait and see how it goes here for this first lap of anger down into turn 1. We go on board here with Arthur Horn as he goes up the inside, looking for potentially Carl Stoltz there in the Pretoria Toyota. But a fantastic start nonetheless as they come through and get that first couple of corners done. Fortunately, all okay through those first couple of corners. Let's see if it stays that way for the rest of the race. We're going into, of course, the flat-out action that's been happening here so far. We've already had a big incident earlier on today as well with Michael Zafirio, and we wish him all the very best for a speedy recovery. But of course, we've got to wait and see exactly how things turn out here. On board, once again here with Arthur Horn from our iCam, and now looking at the driver going defensive as they go up the hill towards AMG Driving Academy and onto the brakes into turn 5.
Yeah, that's 77 Black Golf there, right up underneath the tailpipe. I mean, if you open the boot, you could have climbed in there. So cars running super close together here up through turn 4 and 5. But Greg, there's a story about that Black Golf number 77 there.
Yes, there is indeed. It's quite nice to see there. We've got double yellow flags down into turn 8. So something must have gone a little haywire. And of course, this is the warm-up lap here. Oh, is it the warm-up lap? I beg your pardon. I thought we'd gone to race action there. We've gone into the warm-up. Now they're coming to take up the grid positions. So
at least
that
we got
was
a
just
warm-up.
My bad. That was just a warm-up there.
We got a warm-up.
We got a warm-up too, you know. It's got to get everybody into the same thing. That was just warming these guys up, getting them ready to go. But yes, there are a couple of drivers that are sharing cars today. There's a couple of drivers that we're going to mention in, of course, the lineup here for SuperHatch. And SuperHatch have had a fantastic resurgence here. As I said, we were down to about 4 or 5 cars coming into this heat of the final round, but we're up to 15 cars on the grid, and on pole position is Arthur Thorne. Alongside him will be Carl Stoltz. We've got Jar Frickleton out there as well. That's the man who will be sharing the car with none other than Halavetni Vadonsvetni Drickus Duplessis. He'll be involved in the 111 GD Sports and Saloons, but there's a couple of cars that are being shared here today. Quintus Viljoen out there as well. Good start coming from the mid-pack. Keep an eye out on young Keith and Mikey's in the Renault. He goes side by side there with car 20 as they go through their Diane Woodley. But onto the brakes and into turn 2 for the first time, this time in anger. They're all starting to come through pretty rapidly. couple of cars that have been involved. You can see with the numbers and the names down the side of the windows, a couple of cars that were involved in the 24-hour events that have happened at Red Star Raceway, and of course the Zwartkops Annapolis that happened here as well, the big 500 lapper that happens here. 500 mile, I should say, not 500 laps. It's about 333 laps that they do around here to get that 500 miles in. But one big event in the middle of the year that you also want to have in your calendars for next year. Keith and Mike is putting pressure there onto DeToy as they come through, and it looks like a bit of a fight on there as well. We're going to watch out to see how Josh DeToy's maneuvers happen at the front end. I mentioned the fact that it's 77. In this race, it's Jar Frickleton that'll be in the car, but as I said, that car will be shared today by Dricus Duplessis later on in the 111 GD Sports and Saloons. Jar having a look on the inside, potentially for what is going to be third place, and gets through. Nicely done in the end there, pretty easily.
Oh, runs a bit wide on the exit, so the Polo going to have a look back down the inside into turn one. It's difficult to get a move done here, and he bails out of it still early on in the race. Don't want to make any issues this early on. Back out and live to fight another day, and probably down into turn two. Arthur Thorne, though, he's got himself into the lead. No car in front of him, clear space, and for once, after yesterday's rain, some nice blue skies.
Yeah, well, there's some cloud there, but there's a bit of blue there. Hopefully it stays blue and white all day long. We don't want any of that grey stuff coming through here, because it turned this place into a bit of a quagmire yesterday. They had to actually stop the racing at the end of the day because there was so much water on track. So some of the practice sessions were shortened, and a couple of guys having to do some warm-ups early on, including this class. They had a 10-minute warm-up session first thing this morning. Can't really get the cars warmed up when you've still got cold conditions on track, but needless to say, it doesn't seem to have affected them that badly. Arthur Thorne trying to get away at the front end here, and running that TSI Polo of his away from the Pretoria Toyota of Carl Stoltz. Then you've got Frickleton, who's made his way up just ahead of Quintus Viljoen, Hendrik Venter, Ishmael Beloy, Leon Breedenkamp, and Josh DeToy is the man we were chatting about on that highlights show that outgunned his dad in the first heat, but then unfortunately in the second heat at Red Star Raceway, Mark came back and just changed the standings there ever so slightly. So Mark DeToy down in 10th place at the moment, but his son Josh 2 positions up ahead the road. So 33 plays 34, but Keith and Mikey's at that point in time was the car between them, but I think he's actually got another car that's in between them now as well, and Leon Breedenkamp starting to come into play at this point in time.
That's BMW, the 1 Series there, putting himself through turn one, nice and wide on the exit and into turn two, but under pressure from the Renault. It doesn't look like he's going to get close enough to have a move up into 4 and 5. Mark doing a great job, Mark DeToy there in his... Look, he should know this track quite well, but a lot of these cars are going to be struggling, having not getting a lot of track time yesterday in the dry. I mean, we all know what it's like to drive on the road when it rains, how difficult it can be, but the biggest thing with circuit racing is the line changes considerably.
Yeah, 100%, and also you got to take into account that these front-wheel drive cars rely on the front wheels to drive them, turn them, and give them the ability to go forward as fast as possible. When it's raining, it makes it even more difficult. And what you'll find in SuperHatches, that these guys and girls that race in the SuperHatch, they'll start to play around with the gear ratios, and they don't go down into the lower gears. They'll try and stay in 3rd and 4th to avoid the cars from spinning up. A little bit of a change up here in terms of that top 3, a lot closer this time from Jar Frickleton. He's now onto the back end of Carl Stoltz as they come down into turn 8 and complete another lap in anger. It's 3 done and 5 to go.
Yeah, Freckleton putting in a proper turn of pace. He was a good 4-5 car lengths away from this battle. He's put in a 1:14.1 on the previous lap. That's over a second faster than 2 cars in front of him. So he's definitely got the pace. He's early on the inside into turn 2. I think he had to use that curb to avoid the back of the PTA Toyota there in front of him. But it's definitely going well for him in that 77 Golf 1.
Yeah, Stoltz here to go defensive there, that's for sure. When he's still going defensive around the outside, Jar trying to find a way through here and maybe get the drive. He's got it. Round the outside of turn 3, that's a bit of a trailer park girl move there, but he got it all sorted and sorts it out and moves now on the attack. So it's 77 versus 47 at the front end, and 37 just behind that battle of the 7s heading towards turn 5.
Yeah, that Golf has got some serious pace around the back of Zwartkops there through 4 and up into 5. I saw on the back there though, Greg, it does say courtesy vehicle. So if that's the courtesy vehicle they're giving, I'll definitely take my car through there.
Yeah, it's quite nice that, if you want to go and get that car as their courtesy vehicle, if you're going to go and get your car sorted out. But right now, Arthur Thorne watching. Oh, he had a look in the rearview mirror. As he had a look, there was a dive on the inside, and we're going to have a new leader into turn 8. Yes, Freckleton hits the front. So Jar Freckleton hits the front now and leads out over Arthur Thorne. Thorne down into second. And not too far off that is Carl Stoltz. So still three-way fight here, but now I'm not running in reverse numerical order. 77, 47, 37. That's how they cross the line and head towards turn 2.
Yeah, that Freckleton dancing through turn 1. We saw the back get a little bit light on the exit there. We don't want to see any issues there, though, like we saw at the warm-up. It's easy to go off, and that gravel trap does grab the cars quite quickly. But doing a great job there out in front. He's already pulled himself a 4-car gap over Arthur Thorne. Arthur Thorne was looking into turn 2, but I think his focus now needs to be on the PTA Auto car behind him of Carl Stoltz.
Well, listen, Carl Stoltz is going to have a bit of a run here, I think, in the last half of this race. We're at the halfway stage. And that Pretoria Toyota of his absolutely hauls around here usually. So it's a car that we'd normally be watching to be at the front end, but all of a sudden we've got a couple of new cars thrown in. Speaking of new cars, there's the 316 of Kobus Groenewald, just staying ahead of George Aldrich. Aldrich in the Sabre. That Nissan Sabre made its debut actually at the last round at Red Star Raceway. It's the first time we ever got to see a Nissan Sabre, other than when the Nissan factory team used to run those cars in Group N. So it was nice to see this car back on track, and you can see it's not a bad looking little machine and goes really well. Aldrich, of course, one of the championship contenders for the overall as well as for his class title. Keith and Monkeys, though, certainly in the running for an overall championship in SuperHatch.
Yeah, that Renault Sandero car that was used quite recently by Big Boss Auto, I think a couple of years ago as well.
Yeah, myself and Willie were the two drivers. I had the blue one, he had the white one. And we also ran in, of course, the Clubman's class at that stage and in SuperHatch.
Yeah, so a car that's done a few laps around here, nicely dialed in, and a great livery on the thing. Yeah, nice and easy there. A bit of a gap he's got at the moment, so not too much stress coming onto the head there of our driver in the Sandero into turn 2. So a little bit of a breathing room for him through this lap.
Yeah, that's for sure. I know that the family are going to be happy with the performance of that young man so far. As long as he maintains that little position there, he's got a good chance of wrapping up his championship aspirations here in SuperHatch, which has been a really good season for him. He had a fantastic round at Kyle Army as well. He ended up on the podium at the double event that we had there in 2025 and 26. So certainly a man who knows what to do in that car. Being chased down though rapidly by Leon Bredenkamp. Bredenkamp is not going to hold back here. If he gets a shot here in these last 3 laps or so, he might have a little go, and Keith and Monkeys will have to keep his eyes very firmly set on those rearview mirrors. The same thing can be said here with Jar Freckleton, because Arthur Thorne has also turned the wick up here in the closing stages with 2 to go.
Yeah, Freckleton previous lap was a second ahead of Arthur Thorne. They crossed the line now. We'll see their times pop up on our screen as they go up into turn 2. It's a 16-1 for Freckleton, so definitely a mistake on that lap. 15-4 for Arthur Thorne. So he's brought the gap back down. Oh, there's that mistake I think that he had.
Understeer of note there, but trying to catch it going into turn number 2, Castrol, but eventually caught it. And front wheel drive, all you got to do is of course bang it down again, put the loud pedal down, and it should pull you out. That's the theory. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I know I've tried it on some occasions where it has worked, and I've ended up on the tyre barrier where it didn't work.
Yeah, I think the theory is when in doubt, flat out.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Freckleton though hanging on for Arthur Horton, but it's only 0.6 of a second. There's a late dive up into some back markers there. I think that was Dalian Moody that were overtaking as they come into the closing stages. They might even catch Aldrich, but he may be able to hang on. I think he might just be able to hang on here and not be caught by the top 3. The top 3 have opened up pretty much, I was going to say equidistant, but now with that car in the way, no, not quite equidistant between them as they come down now onto the braking point and into turn 8. They will start their final lap. Here we go. 1 to go for the first heat of SuperHatch. Watching Freckleton from Horn.
Watching that Golf go through that final corner there at turn 8, it is dancing around on the back. So he's constantly catching onto the rear end, and that's what makes a car like that loose, get the exit and drive down the straight. So absolutely great driving there from Freckleton in the Class 77. Here we see it again. Just going to hang on to the back. Don't run wide. Don't fall off.
Better line though. Much better line, and of course a little bit easier on the brakes, so he had a little bit of breathing room coming into turn 2, so he didn't have to go as hard on the brakes and then have to catch the car coming out. Inside line from Keith and Monkeys, under attack, as I said. Bredenkamp was giving him a bit of a run, and he's certainly not going to give it up without a fight there, is Leon Bredenkamp. But we'll wait and see if that ends up with Bredenkamp or Monkeys at the front. As they cross the line, Bredenkamp had got, 0.2 of a second between them as they crossed the line there, but only had that advantage as they went into turn 1. So it's Freckleton out of turn 5. We're on board here with Arthur Thorne, watching him head towards turn 6, past the GR Academy, and now heading into turn 6 and 7, past the Zoc Club, down the hill for the last time in race 1. And Freckleton is going to win this, but let's just put that.
Absolutely great. Freckleton. Great drive from him. I think he started down in 5th or 6th, moved his way up through the field and into the front, and there was no looking back from him at all. Ahead of Arthur Thorne, and Carl Stolz will come through in 3rd place in that PTA Nord Toyota.
Good drive there from him. Arthur Thorne, I think, is going to be happy with that. Freckleton, of course, is not going to be scoring in the overall championship because he's a first-time driver here, so it doesn't really affect Arthur Thorne's ability to still take maximum points over the rest of the competitors in that SuperHatch class. I beg your pardon. I normally have to say triple one because they're normally with them. Here comes Keith and Mikey's. He's kept Red and Comfort Bay. He's got back at him, and he will hold him to the line. So that's a nice run there from Keith and Mikey's for 8th overall. Not too far behind. That should have been Josh, but it's not. I think it was actually Mark Tatoy who came through just ahead of Josh Tatoy there, or am I wrong? I think we may see a bit of a change up there on the timing monitor. And here comes, of course, the Renault just behind that of Groenewald. Kubi Groenewald coming to the line. George Aldrich won't be too far behind them. That is SuperHatch wrapped up for the first heat of today's regional final of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport, proudly brought to you by, of course, Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. Massive thanks to them for a great season that we had with them as our headline sponsors. There's the unofficial results. Freckleton from Thorne, Stoltz, Quintus Viljoen and Hendrik Venter, your top 5. Ishmael Beloy with that 6th place could potentially have wrapped up the championship. I think that's why he's giving us a little bit of a wave there. I think he may have done the deal because he's been the most consistent driver and he's literally been to every single round, where a couple of guys have missed a few of the rounds. So we'll wait and see how that goes further on in the day. But up next, we'll be heading from SuperHatch into BMW M Performance Racing Series. And of course that will be Class A, B and C up next for a 10-lapper. We'll be back shortly. M Performance Racing Series making their way out to the circuit now for classes A, B and C. And of course the previous round of this championship took place at Red Star Raceway as well. And of course there's still a big fight on for the championship, and it is between Class A and Class B competitors, and the leaders in the championship of course are Leon Loebscher in Class A and Rainier Smith in Class B, but it's only 3 points in it between those two cars. We saw the welcome return of our good friends, the Loureiro brothers, and of course they came out in what we could sort of, well, I termed it on the day. It was basically the red flash and the yellow flash out of the DC comic world, because man alive, those two BMWs are rocket fast. And to be honest with you, it was Paulo who came out last. And I beg your pardon, Rick, who came out last and started from the back of the pack out of the pit lane and still came up to finish within about 10 meters or so of his brother at the end of the race. And we watched a fantastic battle as he just ticked them off one by one. There were some little battles in between, as always, in the classes themselves, in Class A, B, and C. We've seen already how good Savi Kateri's been. He's the man who'll be trying to wrap things up in terms of Class C's honours today. But Hein van der Merwe gave him a run, so did Arnold Naidu and Varish Ganpath. Varish, of course, is moving up into Class A today. He's going to be piloting one of the combined racing BMWs from the Loureiro pack. So he'll be participating in both the classes he would normally participate in. Decided to rather go with the Class A car. But at the end of the day, some fantastic race action that the Loureiro brothers basically dominated. It was fantastic to have them back again. Renier Smith maintained enough, though, after doing some damage in the first heat and second heat of the M Performance Racing Series to try and hang on to a slender advantage in the championship. Further back, as I said, in the second heat now with slightly warmer conditions as well as a bit of sunlight to deal with at Red Star Raceway. This time we saw both of those combined racing BMW start from the front row, and it was going to be a case of which of the two flashes were going to win on the day. Loebscher hung on for second, or third place I should say, in the battle. Reinhard Miller also had a fantastic run and started to put a bit of pressure on in the mid-pack, but it was a two-way fight literally between the two boys, and Paulo and Rick were just putting on a show of note. Eventually just sharing the honours on the day. The German also had a fantastic day in the saddle and has not quite kept himself up in contention for an overall championship, but he certainly is still in the running, a little bit further behind than what he'd like to be for Class B's honours. He's been a multiple champion in the past, so let's see what he can do here as they come into this round of the championship. We look at the championship. Renier Smith is on the top with 108. Leon Loebscher on 105. We've got two cars tied for third with Bernard de Gouveia and Eddie Rodriguez. We'll only get to see them later on. Of course, they come in classes D, E, and F. Andre van Vuren is in D, and Salvi Gutteri, not really, but there's still a little mathematical chance of at least a top three for him if he has a good outing in Class C today. And Salvi's always a man to watch out for. So as they come through, you see them lining up here for the very first time. The 126 car, of course, and the 11 car. Those are the two Loureiros, but not piloted by both the Loureiro brothers. Leonard Archer will be a man to watch out for as well. The ACD Welkom BMW, also a very, very quick little machine, and in the running still for first place in Class B, and not quite in the running for the overalls though, but still a chance of a top 10 overall there for Archer from Welkom. But he's going to be fighting to see if he can just bring that 30-odd point gap down between himself and Renier Smith for Class B honours in the M Performance Racing Series. Reinhard Miller, also a man to watch out for. He's always a good man to keep an eye on. He's fifth in the championship in Class C. He's on tied points. In fact, he's tied fourth, I beg your pardon, with Varish. So Varish Gunpath and Reinhard Miller will be looking to see what they can do at the front end of their little fights in Class C. So it's classes A, B, and C that are combined, classes D, E, and F that are combined. But later on today, we're hopefully getting the boss man into the studio with both Carl and I, and he's going to bring us up to speed with some very exciting changes for the BMW M Performance Racing Series, and we'll leave that for him to give you that. If he doesn't make it, of course, after race 2, we'll bring you up to speed with those changes. But right now, we're going to concentrate our efforts on what's going to happen here for this first heat of the M Performance Racing Series and classes A, B, and C combined.
Rolling start for this class, Greg, I'm assuming.
Yep,
Not standing start. We can see them backing it up. The two brothers in the front. Quite a big gap between the field before the lights go out. That'll be Class A that heads off first. Bit of a gap to Class B. And off they go into turn 1 here at Zwartkops Raceway. And the sound is unbelievable as they come past.
It really is. It's a spectacular. It's a spectacle to see. I beg your pardon, not a spectacular thing to see. But if I said it that way, it would have been better, as opposed to trying to get my words in my mouth and my teeth right. But as they come through turn 2, also got to take into account that Class A, with only 3 cars in it, means that they're only going to be scoring the lesser amount of points. So there's only 8 points that they can score for a win here, as opposed to the 10 that Leon Loebscher would normally be able to score. So Loebscher potentially could score 2 16s here, whereas Renier Smith could potentially score 2 20s. If that's the case, it'll be 121 plays 138, which means Renier will hang on. So it's a case of Leon Loebscher doing all he can to stay at the front end of Class A, and if he can do that, then he's got to just hope and pray something goes wrong with Renier, because he's got the lead of the race so far in Class B. They're coming around to complete the first lap in anger, and it is the Loureiro cars of Rick and Paulo, who are 1 and 2 heading towards turn number 2 for the first time. Now, I was told that somebody else would be piloting Paulo's car, so it is Paulo in the car according to the timing monitor, but we'll go with that as the red and yellow flash make their way down for combined racing towards turn 2. Leon Loebscher is in third, exactly where he needs to be, but a third place means he's only going to score 6 points, so he's got to take that into account. Renier Smith leading at this stage in Class B. I'm just going to pull up the, if you don't mind me, I'm just going to change that to the classes.
There we go.
So Renier is second at the moment, so he's got an 8 point. So it's going to be a 2-point advantage he will get at this stage, which will keep them equidistant apart for race 2 if they finish up exactly where they are right now.
Oh, that was a late move into turn 4 there. It just flashed past the camera as we're looking at car 67 head through turn 4. That's Salvi Loretti in that E36. But the one thing I must mention about this class, Greg, is that all these cars are built locally. So they're taken, they're road cars taken off the road and built to a spec to race against each other. But the spec very, very wide, and that's why you can see all the different aero packages and different things that have been put on these cars to try and make them go around a circuit as fast as possible. And it's so nice to see the different iterations across the different models of cars as well.
Well, I mean, if you take into account, if you look at that mid pack there, and you've got Rob Gearing tucked in that little E30 box shape, running in German touring car livery. That the old BMWs that originally took place in German touring cars would run in before it became DTM. This is, I'm talking German touring cars, not DTM.
80s,
the 80s and 90s. That car, of course, has got an incredible turn of pace. But a lot of the guys play around with the bodywork. As you can see, they've got wings on them. Some of them run, some special engines. They don't run the necessarily what the badge says on the car.
Yes.
They might have a slightly different engine, powertrain underneath the bonnet. And that's the cool thing about it. As long as it's a BMW and has BMW products, and you can buy M Performance parts for it, you can bring it and race it. And it is the largest and the biggest grown circuit racing category in the country, because not only do they have the 60-odd cars we got here today in the 3 classes that are going to be participating at the final round of regionals of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport, but you've got a 25-strong field in Cape Town and a 15-strong field in the Eastern Cape. So, and I beg your pardon, about 10 or 12 cars in KwaZulu-Natal as well. So it's the biggest circuit racing class in the country.
Yeah, we used to have in karting, it used to be called, it wasn't a Tri-Nations, but we used to get all the regions together and race one race together. It would be amazing to see 60, 70 odd cars coming to one event to race against each other from all over the country. But on board now, Leonard Archer, we can see him working hard behind the wheel there as they head around the back end of the Zwartkops circuit. But another thing, you talk about the liveries, there we've got the EnviroCar tribute in the BMW class, and just in front of that...
It's not a tribute, actually. I'm going to correct you on that, because you are new to this one, and this is the first time doing the regionals. That is actually the EnviroCar. That is the original touring car Van der Linde that drove. It doesn't have the original engine in. Thank you very much, Voti. Appreciate it. Here's an update of the points here from Voti for us. I love when he does that. Brings me the update on Triple One Sports and Saloons. I love it. The champion bringing you the stuff as well. They're doing his job. It's the actual car that Van der Linde drove. They've taken the original engine out. He's got a 2-litre turbo in it now, because he was battling with the turbocharged cars in the naturally aspirated car that, of course, that engine used to run. So that car there is history in the making. There's no doubt about it.
Unbelievable. Some of those cars actually gone back to the UK and put in museums.
Yeah, that's what I hate
from our days.
People like that. Don't put a race car in a museum.
No, it's here to be raced.
A race car must be put on a racetrack. Yes, leave it in a museum and make it look pretty and show it to the public every now and again. But at least once a month, whip it out and put it on a racetrack and throw it around in anger. That's what I love. That's the kind of stuff I like to see out there. If we look at the top 3 there, no changes. But if you're looking at Class B, Pommerstein opening a bit of a margin. Look at that, 3 seconds over Renier Smith. But it's closed up between him and Nick Macris for second.
Yeah, Renier Smith needs to hang on to that second place. He's got to score as much points as he can to keep a hold of that overall championship. But Nick Macris, not going to let that happen, I think, easily. He's going to look for that pass, try and get himself up in the second place. But Anton Parmesan, driver came straight out of KZ. Ooh, lots of smoke.
Smoke out of that car. That's not good. I can tell you something right now. Paolo will be licking his lips going, hang on a second, is that the red flash with a bit of a problem?
It actually looked like Paolo backed off a little bit there when he saw the smoke, so maybe he worried about a bit of an oil leak or a
backlash.
It's going to maybe hurt him off there, expecting that car to break down so you can at least get the pass done. But lap 5 from 5, it says on the top of the screen there, Greg, is that correct?
100% 10 lapper here, we're halfway stage. This is a nice battle. Sav Gutteri as he comes in there from Sav Speed. Remember, Sav is still in the running there for the overall in Class C, so he's got to try and stay at the top end if he can. He's sitting second behind Hein van der Merwe. Now remember, Hein van der Merwe and him are only split by 6 points. So, by 14 points. So right now, Sav is doing everything he needs to. And if you know Sav Gutteri and the Gutteri family, their race tactics are out of shape for Andre van Buren. He got out of shape there. The curve end car comes off. Unfortunately, gets back on. But look at all that rubble being pulled on there by that what do you call those things at the back? The splitter at the back.
Yeah, the diffuser. Big move down the inside into turn 5. It's going to hang around through into turn 6. Going to try and deeper on the outside.
Grobler hangs on.
Great move.
Yeah, there's a nice little battle there. Ethan Gutsia involved as well. Great to see him joining the party here as part of the BMW M.
Big send down the inside into turn 8. It was late. Late decision to get it done. It looks like he's gotten it done.
Yeah, Nishal Singh having a look, but not quite going to make it there. I think around the outside he's going to have the advantage. The drive certainly is this line that they're on, and that's where he had to back out of it. So the Autonish car just losing out there ever so slightly. But just going back to my point there with that man, Seb Gutierrez, remember there's 14 points in it, so if he just sits behind Hein van der Merwe, that's all he needs to do. He doesn't have to beat him. Today he can sit second place behind him, and he'll still wrap up Class C for the overall for 2025.
Well, Nishal Singh, the brother of Michelle Singh, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
And owners of Tune Tech BMW?
I think they are, but I think it's also they've got Autonish is the other brand that they run under. Yeah, the Autonish is their brand that they run in the car here. But there we go. He's looking at go up the inside. Like the way you get a blue flag when you're going for an overtaking maneuver. Not quite understanding how many cars are out there. So take nothing away from that, Marshall. He's doing his job right. It was a faster car coming on a slower car, but that's for position. There's Ethan Gutsia. You'll see his livery, similar to what he runs on his Polar Cup car, just behind Varish Ganpath. And there is Gutsia in that purple and white EC colours BMW, making his way through there. And right now he sits in 8th place overall for Class B, and he's just up the road from the front end of the Class C battle as well. So another lap completed. We go into 3 to go for these M Performance Racing Series machines. Oh, and there's gearing out of shape. There you go. There's a prime example. I can give it to you now. Now you'll understand when I say German touring car livery. That Diebel's machine is absolutely beautiful. But unfortunately, that's not where he wanted to finish, and he's going to drop. He was in 10th place in Class C. He's going to drop to the back of the pack completely there for Class C. So that's a bit of a pity. That's got BMW South Africa, remember. So he, of course, loves being part and parcel, and it's one of the reasons why he's got involved, and he's got his brand involved. The M Performance Racing parts are providing the parts that these cars require. So when you've got the biggest field in the country, the OEM that's there definitely needs to be involved. So well played to Rob and his team. And I know the relationship is extending into 2026 because they are so happy with the brand leverage they're getting out of this.
Big off.
Oh, that's good.
That's Sav.
That's Sav. That's a big one. And that's not good for him. If Sav is out with that amount of damage...
Something broke on that car. It looks like the rear suspension's actually let go on that car.
Yeah, something's gone wrong there.
It's not a corner that you see people go off often. So I wonder if... unless that's full.
Salvi, that's not good. He's not happy. You can see he's going to walk away. He's okay. There's a lot of damage to that car. Potentially going to need a safety car, or we're going to go into double yellows because we've only got a lap to go. It might go double yellows with a lap to go. But Salvi out of this one. That's going to change things up. Hein van der Merwe finishes up here. He scores a full 10 points, brings him straight back into contention, and it'll bring him to within 4 points.
4 points of Sav,
into race 2. So a 4-point score here, or a 10-point score, I should say, for Hein van der Merwe heading into race 2. And with that amount of damage, I don't know, buddy, I'm looking at you going,
I don't think so.
That's going to be a hard...
Remember, Sav also not only preps his own car, he's got cars that he preps and maintains in the field as well.
That's Salvi, so it's not Sav. Red flag out. Okay, red flag. I thought that might happen. Even if it's a red flag, so red flag will take them a lap back, so he may still get classified a lap back, though.
As where he was, yeah.
He might hang on to that position, which will save him some points, fortunately.
Had the leaders done a lap after his incident? Because that'll change how far the lap back they go.
Exactly. Well, we'll look at it. They finished up on
9 laps versus 8.
Versus 8. So yeah, they might go that lap back, and it'll be the 9th lap that they take into account. We'll wait and see. We can't give you confirmation of the exact ones until we find out later on. But with the red flag coming out because of Salvi Gutierrez's crash there, unfortunately through turn 4, he was on the exit of turn 4. So I think he probably went through the kiddie litter once he'd locked the back end locked. I think there's a potential. When I've seen BMWs crash there before, they normally clip the inside curb.
Yes.
And that's where something breaks and then it shoots them across the circuit, which I think is what has happened there. I stand to be corrected, but needless to say, we picked up only on the final part of that incident. And
he was very early off the apex, so like he is very early in the corner. So it looks to me like on the brakes into 4, if that is 4, it did look like 4. Something may have gone wrong on the brakes there that sent him that far off, unless there was contact with another car. Because he was in a gaggle of cars. So we'll hopefully get a replay on that and be able to see what actually went down. But unfortunately, red flag for this race. They'll go back a lap, and that'll be the classification. But that car doesn't look healthy.
Back left and front right are completely damaged on that one, so I'm not quite sure if there's going to be some upright spare. One thing I can tell you about this class, if there are spare parts available, they'll be trying to find them, and people will give them, make them available freely.
Yes.
To give him a chance to still fight for this championship. And if they can get that car sorted, hopefully they can at Sav Speed, he'll be back in time for race 2 later on this afternoon. Of course, he has got quite a bit of time to play with, because race 2 is only scheduled for about 2 o'clock this afternoon, with the break that we had earlier on after the roll from one of our cars in the practice and qualifying sessions this morning. So we are running slightly later than what we were expecting to do right now. Our next race is supposed to start at 20 past 11, so we've made up a little bit of time, but of course now we need to clear that car. There we go. There is the timetable for today. 20 past 11, DOE Formula Vees, partnered by CIM Lubricants, and they are celebrating 60th anniversary this year of the Formula V's. We'll get into their little highlights package real soon. ACD Welkom to 1 Sports and Saloons. They're running separately along with the GT Sports and Saloons as well today, not with SuperHatch as we saw. SuperHatch on his own. Look at that. That's definitely a clip on the side, and then it's gone round, and he's just spun through the kitty litter.
I have to agree with you on that, Greg.
Fortunately, though, you can see he didn't get stuck in the kitty litter, because kitty litter, I think with the rain, may have had a slight... Yes, 8 laps. Thank you. We got confirmation there from the CRC. We're going back to 8 laps. So does he get classified? No, he doesn't. Salvi drops down to 8th.
Yeah, only 7 laps completed, so I'll go back to 8 laps. Yeah.
So what will happen there now is that means that it's a 4-point advantage that Hein van der Merwe
with one more race
to try and catch up with the race to go, with potentially him out. So this could be a race, a championship changer for Salvi.
Well, you did bring up a point about the community helping each other out within the classes, and it's not just in the BMW Performance Parts class. No. I was watching now with the V8 mobile with the Supercars, Richard Fuller getting a gearbox from another competitor when he couldn't make qualifying due to a gearbox failure. So he's been given a gearbox by another competitor. Formula V, same thing. Gearboxes being passed around to try and help people back in, and it very much is a regional community of motorsport, with every competitor trying their best to keep as many cars on circuit and have as much great racing as possible without mechanical.
There's the place you normally play at a lot more than us.
Yes, that is where I spend a lot of my time.
Alongside that, you can see is the drifters, and of course Mikey and his team are down on the skid pan today, giving people a chance to have some fun and games with their drift machines from Fast 5 Motorsport, and of course from Mike and his team of drifters.
Are we heading down there at lunch, Greg?
If we get a chance to, that'll be really cool. I don't. With these kind of incidents happening, though, I don't know if we're going to get a chance to. Let's see if they can get that car up onto Big Max and return to the pit lane. That's the most important thing we need to see, and hopefully get it back up and running, at least in race trim, to let him finish the race. To finish the race is going to be the most important factor right now. Nice to see this overhead drone as well, and it's a relatively packed Zwartkops today, which is quite nice to see. I know that we're not really fighting any other big events for the weekend. I know there's MotoGP, but of course that's only later on this afternoon. Formula One's later on this afternoon as well. But the rugby is all late at night, so it doesn't affect us as badly as what it did a couple of weekends ago. We had those big events happening all at the same time. Those BMWs that are on the grid right now are probably going to be rolled off. As I said, that on cue they go. They'll be brought back into pit lane, and 8 laps is enough to classify that as a race being completed. So let's have a look at how they finished up there. Rick and Paolo, top of the list by 0.9 of a second, with Leon Loubser in third. So with Loubser taking that third place, he wraps up Class A. Done. Champion for 2020.
Even with the reduced points haul.
With the reduced, because Bob's not here. Bob didn't make it, and Fabio Fedetto's not here either. So there's no worries at all there. Rick and Paolo could score points to move up ahead of Bob and Fabio, but they won't have enough to catch the 129 points now, or 119 points that Leon will have.
Yeah, Rick Lerero now only 1 point away from Fabio.
Correct. Yeah, so there's a chance he could get to second, and of course that will be for Rick. We'll see how we go for the next one. So as they roll back into the pit lane, that wraps up our first heat of classes A, B and C for the M Performance Racing Series. We are standing by for some single-seater action to come your way shortly. That'll come from DOE Formula V's, and then it's ACD Welkom 111 GD Sports and Saloons, D, E and F of this class, Dunlop V8 Supercars, and ATE Volkswagen Challenge They'll be up shortly. We'll be back with commentary in a few moments' time.
doing? Where's your mug? I just want to have a drink.
So highlights from the previous round of the DOE Formula Vee powered by CIM Lubricants was the fact that we'd see a champion crowned in the 60th anniversary edition of Formula V's. And it's been a spectacular season, as always is with the Formula V's. I always kind of tout them as the 600cc version of four-wheel drive machines or four-wheel driven machines, because they put on similar races to what you see at World Supersport level or in the past at South African Superbike and Supersport level. We had to have bar banging, and of course they have kind of wheel banging. They try not to bang wheels too much in these cars because those Dunlops don't like it, first of all, and secondly, they tend to end up on their roofs if they have those kind of battles. At the front end, it was Gert van der Berg who led things out initially. We had Vaughan Hills thrown in the mix there as well, but Lionel Janssen literally had to just finish both heats of the day to wrap up the championship and maintain that number one plate. Now, we're not going to mention it during the race, but it gives us a chance to mention it now, Carl, is the fact that he's now taken that number one plate, and to not come to the final round of a championship, I think needs to have some kind of a fine at their noggin at the 2-hour event that they're planning, because that takes place on the 30th of November here. They've got a 2-hour endurance championship. But when your champion is crowned and then decides he'd rather go off to somebody's wedding, I think we might need to have a little bit of a go at him about that.
I think you should do qualifying on foot.
At least something like that. Some kind of fine has to come in. With that checkered flag coming out, though, that number one plate was retained by Lionel Janssen, so congratulations to him. We only give him a little bit of a ragging because we were told to by the chairman. But the chairman, listen, he's been working hard because he's on pole position. And looks like those protein shakes are working, but in the gym, eh?
Yeah, I think the fact that his suit's so tight now is what's probably helping him with aerodynamics down the main straight.
No doubt about it.
First pole position of his career as well.
Mark also looking for a chance to take a victory, and he was at the front end fighting with his teammate. The two of them are going to be fighting, of course, today for second place in the championship overall. So Gert van der Berg has a 3-point advantage over Theo van Mark heading into today's race action. There you can see the kind of camaraderie that happens. It's a karting thing there. Think and follow me. Think and
forward.
Follow me.
Think forward. Let's go fetch.
Let's go together and let's go and fetch them. Didn't quite work out though, because Carl Watt was in the middle there. Lionel Janssen was able to get away from Peter Hills, Brandon and Vaughan, and then it was Sean van der Linde. And then a nice drive once again coming out of Stewart. And the two Stewart boys have had a fantastic season. Remember, Dane today literally just has to finish up the first heat of racing to wrap up the Association Championship for 2025 and the anniversary one. It's quite an important one, I'd say, to have. Theo was quickest, as you could see, came through eventually to take the victory. Gert van der Berg managed to keep Lendl out, but of course Lendl had really taken the championship. There you can see the advantage that he's got. And the fight there is between Gert van der Berg and Theo van Mark. And then it'll be Vaughan Hills, Peter Hills, and Brandon Hills fighting for honours as they come into this round. And it's their penultimate round of their championship because, well, it's the final round of the championship actually, because the 2-hour doesn't count towards the championship. It's just a fun event they're going to have here on the 30th of November. You're going to be away doing some kart action somewhere around the world. 7 hours. Oh, not good. That's not good. We don't want to see that so early on in the heat. I think that might be
Hilde.
Yeah, Helder de Gouvet. Helder de Gouvet, that's parked on the sideline. That's up at Universal, so that's heading up towards turn 5. It's not quite there. It's just alongside the Universal Motorsport racing stable. And as the lights go out, they're all racing. So it looks like they're going to probably have to put them under double yellows there, coming out of turn 4, just to ensure that they get everything sorted out with that car and that out of harm's way. As they head towards turn 1, is it Theo van Mark who hangs onto the whole shot from pole? It is. He's got the whole shot. Up the inside goes Brandon Hills. Around the outside goes Vaughan Hills. And then tucked in behind that, looks like it might be Gert van der Berg into 4th. So it didn't quite work out for him in terms of the start he wanted on the initial part of this one, but he's got some work to do. In fact, no, he's not. He's dropped down to about 6th place there. That is Carl Watt, I think, in the mix. And then behind that comes the hard-charging Stewart. So what a start there from Lele and Dane Stewart. They're both in the mix and working hard to try and get the front end and stay at least with that front end pack.
Oh, that front end pack. We talk about a front end pack. It looks like they're all in a pack. I see a nose cone going off onto the side there, up into turn 4. It looks like Van der Berg has lost his nose cone going up into turn 4. It won't affect the car too badly. It will just definitely cool his feet as he heads through turn 6 down the inside. Amazing to see these cars fan out 5 abreast into corners on the first lap. But all of this fighting between the hills and those behind them has allowed Theo van Mark to stretch his legs a bit and open up an early lead. So if this fighting continues, you should be heading out into the front quite easily.
I'm going to throw something at you there because a similar thing happened with Casey Ensor Smith heading up that hill and misjudging the nose cone on the car ahead of him. So not only does it happen in MSA4, it happens in Formula V as well. And that's kind of what happens in single seaters. If you just misjudge the maneuver to avoid the car in front of you, and you clip that gearbox, the nose cone's gone.
Yeah, only held on by I think 2 M6 bolts on these cars, and I think a 4 on the MSA4s. But this historically over the last 50, 60 years has always been the first step out of karting into a single seater, and from there you moved on to whatever the next step up in single seaters, being Formula Ford and then now MSA4.
Well, if you're in women in motorsport, the Formula V Championship are on a big move at the moment with that assistance.
Oh, upside down, 86.
That's not good. That's
Miley Stewart.
Miley Stewart on the roof at turn 4. That is going to seriously probably need a safety car or potentially a red flag. And that's not what we want. There you can see
still
he's
in
stuck,
the car.
Well, he's moving. That's a good thing. But he's stuck now playing sandcastles there by the looks of things. So that's not what you want to be doing in a race car. I said if you touch wheels in these cars, it normally ends up with something happening in the car flipping over. Have they decided to look at an opportunity to
there we go, red flag. Had to be. Hands up. Everybody's going to slow it down now.
Yeah, they'll bring them all around and back to the line. They'll do a full restart. How many laps did we finish? I think we only completed 1 or 2. That would have been the second lap completed.
Yeah, so it'll definitely be a full restart. Back a lap and restart. A lot of these cars, though, all locally produced, but produced to a level to make sure that your driver is safe. Roll hoops above all of them, give you enough space in the cockpit so the car go over. We saw, I think, at the previous regional here with the Formula V, a big incident at turn 2, and everybody able to get up and walk away, no issues. I think it was James Carter that had an incident into turn 2, but he was fine. He got out the car and walked away. So we're just waiting to see as they get that driver out of that. The other thing
that you want to mention there as well, Carl, is you're looking at the types of chassis and the types of bodywork that's on there. There are 2 new cars out there as well, and running with a halo type a device on them as well. Very similar to what we see with the MSA4 cars. One of them is on the grid there at the back. You can see with the yellow flag, and I think it's parked just on the exit of turn 8. They've got the car back onto its wheels. A lot easier to flip one of those cars than it is maybe a saloon car. And if it's back on its wheels, then it's okay. I can tell you right now, he might just attempt it.
Yeah, he might just attempt it. Look,
I think he might, eh?
It is a Beetle beam in the front, so that definitely can. It does look square though, so
he looks okay. I mean, he's getting out of the car. I think he might just want to have a little, maybe just take some of the sand out of his helmet, because I think he's eaten a bit of dirt there myself. But Milo is all right. That's the most important thing. And I'm sure we're going to get our medical team just to have a double check on him to see that he is actually 100% okay.
Look, also these 1400 VW engines, also, you got the sump underneath the car. The car's run upside down. All the oils run into the head. So not a great idea to start the car and try again, to be fair.
Maybe not. Oh, there we go. There's Huntley, just making sure that Milo's okay. A little hug for him. Yeah, he's all good. As I said, we saw him move his hands under there, so I don't know what he was trying to do, to make some sand castles, or maybe he had some sand art he wanted to play with.
I think he was just letting the marshals know that he's still in there.
I'm good. I'm here. Yeah, just bring a bucket, please, because I can't get this castle to work with the car on top of me. Can we just get the car off me?
The sand's a bit wet.
And it would be because of the rain we had yesterday, so I think one of our marshals actually might have got injured there. The guy on the left-hand side, as he was running through, he may have sort of just rolled his ankle, because it looked like he was taking a little bit of strain as he walked away. There is the front row, and of course it'll be a full restart, so they'll retake their positions as they started. Theo got a good start, so he'll be looking for another one and hopefully stay at the front end, because if he does stay at the front end and Gert was so far back, he would have made up those, 3 points I think is in there between him. No, there's a couple more than 3. My bad. I'm looking at the positions there. So
212 to 184.
212 to 184. He's got to try and stay ahead. There he is.
Visor cam on as well. Self-painted helmets as well, then.
Self-painted helmet. He spent a bit of time in the gym lately as well. There is
with the mustache.
The heels. Rocking the Movember there. These boys always got our full steam for Movember, which is great. 84 is MD Bester. I beg your pardon, I said Carl Watt earlier on, but of course they run in similar colours, so apologies there, MD. There is the lesser known kart or car that Gert van den Berg runs. He decided that maybe a nose cone is not that important, although it is quite important because it does give you a little bit of aerodynamic manoeuvrability. Peter, multiple SA champion, not only in Formula Ford, by the way. I'm not quite sure if you're aware of it, but a former multiple SA motocross champion.
Yes.
In his day too. So certainly knows. If he was in the dirt, he'd be pretty good in the dirt. Probably a bit better than Mile was. Here's Dane. Dane's got to finish this heat. He takes the association championship, so there'll be no mistakes from Dane Stewart. And in fact, I don't know if you picked up on some of the action we picked up with these guys down in East London. He ran first place for 3 laps, Dane Stewart, as an association championship contender.
It was an
amazing drive to see from that young man. He really did an awesome job.
Driver I have been following on his socials and checking what he's been doing. He did come out of karting as well, so it was nice to see when the karters move up what they're doing. So a great job from him there in East London.
Marcel Bluchnote, also a man. Of course, he's one of our associate sponsors there from CIM Lubricants and the lubricant suppliers here to us. There's the host. Josie's little Forza there with the Halo type device. And he looks like he's happy. I mean, looking inside the cockpit there.
He's always very happy just to be on the grid.
He loves,
always very happy just to be on the grid.
He loves being in a race car. But Sean van der Linde as well, look at that, giving us a little bit of love. Oh, no, he's holding on to his roll cage. I thought he was giving us
stretching.
One of those big love things there from Sean van der Linde. His youngster further back in the pack as well, so it's good to see the family affair being done all the way through the pack. A great guy to chat to. The one thing I love about his cars, it's very Eddie Irvine-esque in terms of Eddie Irvine's helmet colours.
Yeah.
Remember the pink and green that he used to run when he was racing in Formula 1 with Michael Schumacher. So you will never, ever not miss Sean van der Linde on the track. One of the brightest cars. Bright star of the future there is young James Carter, the man you mentioned earlier on. He's the guy who had the big incident the last time we were here. Had quite a good outing, though, at Red Star Raceway. So he'll be looking forward to going at it again. The 13 car, further back in that pack as well. It's always good to see. And
David Austin.
David Austin's what I wanted to go with. Running Lotus colours.
Yes.
So that's quite cool.
And the original, not the later on where they added metallic and a bit of gold. That's the original yellow and British Racing Green Lotus color coordination.
Oh, I love it. It's really cool.
And then a bit of a Gulf there from Anton van der Merwe, a bit of a Gulf-esque type design on these cars. You can see the differences between all the chassis as you go through the grid as well.
You can also see that it's kind of time for a new spray job because the orange has faded a little bit now.
Basically branding.
Yeah, there's a call.
Barry Stewart.
Guys, Barry Stewart, best you get some respray done on the orange parts of that car.
I think he's been spending too much time in his own car getting some laps in. He had Chloe Stewart moving up from Formula Vee. She's moved up into the BMW Performance Club and
she's joined the Pablo Clark. Yeah, Pablo Clark development class there. She'll be one of the hot contenders there this weekend with her teammate. Unfortunately, after that crash, eyes on the prize there. As that was all about. Coming up on Reinhard van der Linde. And just chatting about that, here's Yannick Geyser. He has a seasoned campaigner in this class. Geyser always a top man to watch out for and a very, very hot contender in the mid-pack. Sometimes gets to the front and plays around a little bit, but he's quite content to have some fun at the back and usually runs around there with Clinton Kane and the likes of Reinhard van der Linde, so having some fun. Speaking of Clinton, there he is. As we make our way down the grid here, just picking up on each of these drivers. Gives us a chance to get up close and personal. Don't usually get to do this with the drivers, so it's quite nice to sort of get them a little bit of day in the sunshine. And Clinton Kane, always a man to watch out for. He's a top contender in this class too. Has absolute jaw when he's out on circuit, which is great to see.
There's the other Host Motorsport car, the second one to be built. That's driven by Blaine DeMillion. First time he's actually gotten himself a new car in a few years in the V's. I've driven cars like a Formula V, based off of Formula V recently. Last year, I spent some time in them. Great cars to actually to drive around a circuit. We were talking about the nose cone. The only thing you can see when you're in this car is the two front wheels. So it is quite easy to misjudge the distance between yourself and another car and just take that nose cone off. But great little cars to drive and awesome to get some close racing in. We can get 3, 4, 5 abreast around a circuit like this, but it looks like we're getting ready to go back to a restart.
Yeah, I think what they're going to do is they're probably going to give us a warm-up lap here, just to get a bit of heat into the Dunlops and then bring them back to the grid to get them to form up exactly where they need to be. And if that's the case, it's a great job once again by the Orange Army to get that car out of harm's way. We saw the medical team and the marshals get to the overturned machine of Millet. Unfortunately, Millet Stewart is okay. He walked away pretty much unscathed, I would say, if we look at that. But we can't say that because we said that about Karabo Malamela, and then next thing he was in hospital with broken collarbones and stuff. So that was the big crash we saw.
But at 160 k's now, it'll walk away with a broken collarbone. Yeah. With an impact like that.
And just shows you as well how well built those cars are. I mean, these cars have stood the test of time when it comes to Formula V's, and they kind of set the precedent for single-seaters in terms of the safety cells around the drivers. and everybody else kind of followed suit from there because everybody went bigger and quicker and faster and slicker.
Carbon monocoque, etc.
etc. But this is where it all started, and of course with those kind of manoeuvres that were happening in terms of the safety structures put in place for these cars, that got forced into the higher echelons of the motorsport world, and some of them have come back, and they're now sort of coming back with those halo type devices as you saw on the two host cars, which is really good to see. So safety is always a big factor in motorsport. We love it, and we love the fact that these guys do not hold back on the safety features, which is why you can walk away from situations that we saw Mila in only a couple of laps ago.
Yeah, there were some queries to the decision to move away from carbon fiber monocoque for those cars and go to a chromoly alloy tubular frame, but it was proved with, unfortunately it had to be proved, but it was proved with Gravel's incident. He got out the car with the damage to the collarbone only, which is testament to how much work and development has gone into producing cars locally as opposed to importing them and racing them.
Yeah, and I'll give you a big shout out as well, because you said, oh no, he's all okay, and he walked away, and then we only found out later that of course he had broken that collarbone. But that's kind of testament of how well adrenaline works, because you come out of the car and you're like, no, I'm fine. Oh,
I'm not fine.
Hold on a second. Why is my elbow by my knee? That's because you got no collarbone, bro. But anyway, we wish Karaba all the very best for a speedy recovery. I know that he would have loved to be in his BMW today. Unfortunately, not going to be there today, and we'll probably only see him in 2026 as the M Performance Racing Series kicks off. And then hopefully he'll be also piloting an MSA4 and potentially also in with a shot still of a drive in South African touring cars as well. So a big season next year for Karaba Malamela that is planned. So maybe that little bit of time off, a little bit of a break from the proceedings wouldn't be a bad thing. But right now, we are standing by for everybody to come and take up their positions for the restart of Race 1 of the DOE Formula Vee partnered by CIM Lubricants.
Theodore cannot be a happy man right now. He had a decent gap after that second lap.
Exactly.
He was really starting to stretch his legs, and all of a sudden that's all negated. He's got to do it all over again. But this can really mess with the driver's head. You've done one start. You've now got to do a second one. Thought process is, I was already in the lead. Now I've got to do it again. So hopefully he can get away decently and not have that affect him. Finger up from our grid marshal there, waiting for the lights. 5 second board, the fastest 5 seconds of your life, Greg.
100%. Lights will go on as soon as they go off. We go racing. Hopefully they don't do a Berlin Robinson and head down towards turn 1. Had to have a go there on her. Sorry, Burs. I hope you're listening on that one. But yeah, we definitely had some fun with her. She got her first front row start in the Rookie Cup class, and unfortunately went when the lights went on.
Looked like Hill looking at the inside of Theodore. Sorry, I
he was,
that.
But
it did look
Theo,
like it.
Yeah, Theo got the drop. So around the outside comes Josie. He's side by side there with the noseless machine of Gert van der Berg as they come onto the back straight away. Gets one position up there on Van der Berg. So Van der Berg might be affected slightly. No, it actually wasn't Van der Berg. I beg your pardon. It's further back in the pack there. That was, I think that may have been Jaco Smit. It's Jaco Smit in the second orange car that he went around the outside of. So apologies on that one. The two orange cars just going to be caught out there slightly. But here comes Van der Berg looking for a way through there on hills, onto the brakes at the top of the hill, and potentially up into 4th place. Has he got what it takes on the brakes? He does, but he's got to go into the
Hill's
curve.
going to run wide.
And Hills runs wide big time. Vaughan losing out there.
There seems to be something wrong with
it's Brandon. It's Brandon. Wide.
So Brandon Hills, it looked like out of 3-2-4, he just doesn't seem to have the legs in that car. He's been passed twice now through all the top end stuff. He's good on the brakes, but through that back end of the circuit, he just doesn't seem to have the legs. A much better start from ND Bester. He's up into 3rd there, all over the back of Vaughan Hill. And Theodore Vermaak, he's got a small gap, but it's only a small gap. Theodore and Vaughan not separated by less than 1/10 of a second in qualifying, so those two are going to be running very close together for the remainder of the race if MD Bester doesn't start getting involved and slowing Vaughan Hills down there.
Top 6 are split by a second and a half, so there's nothing in it between those first 6 cars. Theo hangs on for now, 0.4 ahead of Vaughan Hills, 0.3 ahead of MD Bester. So the first 3 split by 0.7 of a second. That's just how tight it is. So the man who's been spending a lot of time in the gym, a lot of time working on his ability to get this car to go faster and faster, and potentially could be a front-end runner and championship contender for 2026's championship as they go into the 61st anniversary edition of Formula Vee.
Big move there from Andy Wester down the inside of Hill. It's going to bring Gert van der Berg with him. So it looks like Hills might go 2 spots down unless he's brave around the outside of MD Bester. Yes, he is. It's going to go left-hander now. So it looks like Vaughan Hills is going to hang on to that second spot. It's bringing Brandon Hills back into the fight as well for second place. But while all of this is happening, Theodore Vermaak is starting to see them get smaller and smaller in his rearview mirrors.
Yeah, and as you say that, going into turn 8, there was a big dive there from Peter Hills. trying to get up the inside of Dane Stewart. Dane Stewart just kept him out, only just shut the door on Uncle Peter as they came through, and it's not going to make it easy there for the man who's had multiple championships. A little bit of smoke out of the back of Peter's car as they came under braking for turn number 2, and he's dived on the inside. This time he gets through. He sneaks up ahead, and no, he doesn't. Once again, it's the door shut there. Then Ghost comes in behind looking for an opportunity to pounce if something goes wrong there between Stewart and Hills. Look at this, 6-way train onto the back straightaway. MD Bester is the engine, but here comes a change up and potentially up in a second place. No,
it was tight going through. Tight going through. It looked like he had to get out of it. So Gert van den Berg, he looked for the move. He wasn't quite in there. He had to get out of it, and now he's getting absolutely swarmed by all the other cars behind him. It's 4 cars looking for a way past him up into turn 5. It's going to be tricky. 3 abreast. 3 into 1 doesn't normally go around the outside. I think that's Brandon Hill looking for a way around the... No, the 11 is Vaughan. Vaughan Hill looking to go around the outside again like he did on MD Bester, down through the left-hander. It looks like Gert's got the move done. He's left enough space for him to have a go into turn 8.
Yeah, it's very close though. That is exceptionally tight racing. One thing to pick up on, I mean, the 2 yellow cars, as you know, are very evenly matched, and they also look exactly the same. Remember, Brandon's got the yellow helmet and Vaughan's got the white one. That'll help you out a little bit in terms of trying to spot them, because they're not always easy to spot. Fortunately, they've given us the 2 different helmets, which is helping us a little bit. Oh! That is Marcel Bluchnoot out of shape, and I think it was
Great
Jaco.
recovery.
Jaco went off on the right-hand side. Yeah, Jaco got out of shape, and Marcel just had to take evasive action. So that car's not going anywhere. I can tell you that right now.
That's going to be a safety car.
It's going to be definitely a safety car situation that we're going to need to maneuver Jaco Smits out of the kitty litter. But Marcel Bluchnoot avoided, went sliding into the inside of turn 1. Fortunately, didn't hit any of the barriers. So you might be able to get that car going again, as you see Brandon and Peter side by side through turn 4. Brandon holds on to the inside line. Peter's on the outside. He gets better drive up the hill. There you go, slotted around the outside. What a move there from Peter Hills.
Up the hills, go the hills, up into turn 5.
Yeah.
And Vaughan looking for a way past again on Gert van den Berg. It looks like MD Bester, though, seems to be getting a decent turn of pace while these two are fighting. We're going to have first and second out on their own with a bit of a lonely race. And I think the battle's going to end up for third as we move through this race. But we're still waiting to see that SC board come out. They're heading. There it is.
Yeah. Well, we got yellow flags, and you can see hands gesticulating above the helmets there to say, guys, watch out. Yellow flag, safety car. There we go. That's the reason why we didn't see the yellow flag. We didn't see the safety car board. All I saw was the yellow flags. Now the safety car board is out, which is exactly what they needed to do here. Bring that safety car board out and bring the safety car. The Pretoria Toyota Corolla GR will be out on circuit. That's the reason why. Jaco's just sitting in the car going, I can't believe this happened to me. Not on the last lap. Not on this last race of the season. Jaco's still in contention for a 3rd place in the Association Championship, but that's been thrown into the kitty litter there, literally, unfortunately for him. So it's all gone pear-shaped there. Reynard van der Linden might move up ahead of him because of him not going to finish this one up, because they'll stay under safety car now. We've completed 4, and it was a 6-lapper, so it's going to be 2 laps under safety car, which means we'll probably end up with this race finishing under safety car, which is not ideal. Not after the action we've just seen. I mean, that first 4 laps was pretty spectacular stuff, as always.
Absolutely. I mean,
in Formula
6
V's.
cars
Other than
fighting
Theo.
for the top
Theo,
2.
Theo was gone, but the 6 cars behind, Mull, absolutely mental.
Yeah, look, Theo already waving to the crowd. MD Bester not even warming his tyres, but those behind him feel like they may get a restart here. It is a lap 4, so they'll do lap 5 now under safety, and more than likely, I don't think we're going to end up with 1 lap racing.
No, I don't think so.
How quick they get that car out of the kitty.
This is going to be 5, and they're not only going to get Big Max across there now and try and dig him out. They're trying to dig the car out as quickly as much as possible before they move it, so they don't bring too much sand onto the track when they do move that car.
Also, so it doesn't damage the under tray of that car as well. That's something that the Zwartkops Marshal is very attentive of. They don't want to cause any damage to the car while trying to save it, especially in a situation where you've got another heat for the day. Yep. You don't want to damage that car any further and then have more repairs to do before you head out for the second race. There is that GR Toyota from PTA Noord Toyota, our safety car for the day. Theodore finished waving to the crowd. He's now actually warming his tyres. So
let's have a look at this on a replay, Carl, as they come in here. You can see, definitely.
Ooh.
Great evasive manoeuvring there from Marcel Bluchnoot. If he'd carried on the loud pedal, he probably would have gone straight through the cockpit of Jaco Smits. So hats off there to the CIM Lubricants machine. But unfortunately, Jaco was the protagonist there, unfortunately. He caused the incident, spinning out all on his own sim into turn 1, losing traction on the back end, and it just stepped out on him, and he ended up in the kitty litter. But right on his tail at that stage was Marcel Bluchnoot, and some fantastic driving there to avoid the spinning car ahead of him. So well done to Marcel for avoiding what could potentially be a lot worse had he stayed on the loud pedal there. Because if he stayed on the loud pedal, he probably would, as I said, he would have driven straight through that cockpit of Jaco's.
And that's never something you want to see in any vehicle. But when you're sitting in a single-seater, it's really not something you want to have happen to you. Radiators and everything also in the side of that car, so that could have been a day-ending crash. But great recovery, full 360, and kept it going. So wonderful driving there. But turn one, a very tricky corner here at Zwartkops. It's got a little bit of a bump as you turn in, and this is almost flat in the Formula. As far as I understand, it actually is flat in the Formula V.
Yeah,
and you turn it in on faith. You can't see the apex. The concrete walls are in the way as you turn in,
and it just dips away from you as well. I remember as you go through it. So
off cambered.
You've got to just try and remember that the spot that you've got that you would use as your turn-in point, you try and hit that every single time so that you know that you're going to get the right maneuver through turn one. And as you said earlier on in the commentary, you were saying, just how difficult it is to try and decipher where the front of the car is, because you're so low in the cockpit. Sometimes your visibility doesn't allow you to decipher where that front of the car is and where the wheels are. So you've got to have a bit of a guessing game, which is exactly what happened with the man there in third place earlier on in the first start when Gert van den Berg lost his nose cone.
I'm sure the Zwartkops marshals are already running back to the pit to hand that in so you can put it back on and make sure it's on there for the second heat. But right now they are completing their last lap of the race. They'll halfway through. Sorry, we're misreading the top of the screen here.
They've changed that because it was 4 of 5. No.
Yes, now it's
5 of 5.
Yeah.
So they weren't giving us the correct. Okay, well he's back in riding. That's a good thing. So
lap down though.
Lap down and a bit of debris on the track. Fortunately, not on the race line. He's trying to stay off the race line, which is a good thing. While that debris makes its way out of all the nooks and crannies inside that car, Jaco Smit trying and catch onto the back end. If he does, he can take up his position at the tail end of the field because the car is raceable again. So we'll wait and see. But it's not going to be an easy day's racing, that's for sure now for him, because that is definitely going to be costing him an opportunity for at least third place in the championship here for Formula V's. So as they come round to complete this one, we're at the halfway stage. So it looks like we're going to have 5 more laps of race action coming away as the safety car peels into pit lane. So as we were just watching for the adjustment on the timing board on our screen in front of us, it's now 5 of 5 completed, make that 6 of 5. So 4 more laps to go as they cross the line, and here we go. Down towards turn 1, Theo trying to get the drop. Remember, they stay line astern until they cross the line. You can't overtake until you've crossed the line. And then from there, you've got an opportunity there to have a go and go at it full tilt like we saw in the first 2 starts.
Theodore cleverly cautious there. Theodore cleverly cautious there into turn 2. He saw the rubble, he saw the dirt, so you saw him going nice and in the middle of the circuit, nice and narrow to stop any attack. But he was early on the brakes, and it's kept MD Bester right there with him. He's trying to stay in the slipstream. Nobody's fighting yet, so Theodore not having it his own way like he did in the first 2 starts of this race. And MD Bester getting a strong drive out of 4. Great line for him, nice and net on the apex. So he's going to have a run up into turn 5. He's going to go for the outside, but he can't forget about Gert van den Berg and Vaughan Hills behind him.
No, Van den Berg is going to come through there. Remember, the two of them are fighting for second in the championship. So Gert van den Berg definitely has to get through there on MD, and he's having a look into turn 6. Almost clipping wheels into turn 6, but MD just kept him out only just to stay in that second place. But MD under big pressure. Vaughan Hills is applying just as much pressure onto the tail end there of Gert, and then Peter's just been able to sneak through there and stay ahead of Brandon Hills for 5 and 6 on the circuit. That is another lap completed. We got 3 to go. And joining the party, not too far behind. Have a look at that. Gous and Dane Stewart are also into the mixture. So we've got the top 8 split by just under 2 seconds.
Oh, Dane Stewart, big mistake out of 1. That's going to drop him off. But with the fighting with everybody in front of him, he should be able to stay onto the back of this train. It is definitely racing on faith with cars like this, though. Tiny little mirrors on the left and right hand side of the car. You can't see as much as you want to behind. Oh, another spinner there.
Oh, it's Marcel Blichnout again. Blichnout again. And this time I think he might have been helped out slightly there. I'm not quite sure who else was involved. But he's going to try and get it. Now he's on the slippery grass. It's still a bit wet from yesterday's rain. So just take it easy before you climb on the loud pedal too much. If you get onto that loud pedal too hard on the grass, it's going to spin you right round. But fortunately, he hang on. He's jumped to the back of the pack. So Blichnout jumping to the back of the pack, just having a look to see if that would affect him in terms of his championship. He's not really involved in the championship battle, but there's a potential of him not finishing in that top 15 now, having to drop out of the contention he was in earlier on. 2 incidents in 1 race there for a driver. Kind of shakes your confidence a little bit as well. It might be also potentially a little bit of damage on the car after that spin, which he didn't realize was on the car. And when he climbed on the brakes down into turn 2 that might have just locked up on him where he didn't expect it to lock up and spun him round.
Well, I think it was Nicky Lauder that said you learn more from the mistakes than you do from doing it the right way. So
100%.
a bit of learning being happening there, which is nothing wrong with that. Got to encourage drivers to push the limits and finding where they are. Otherwise, you never know where they are. But the 8 drivers in front of us, though, definitely pushing limits at the moment. It's going to be a tight race all the way through. But Theodore Vermaak, he seems to have done what he's done in the last 2 restarts as well. He's starting to stretch his legs out there in front.
I'll just open up a little bit of a margin. We got a spinner. We got a big spinner in turn 2 again. That's Reynard van der Linde. Reynard van der Linde spinning out on his own some there, and as he did that, he also had to take a bit of cars taking evasive action to get past him. And I think one of them actually might have been Marcel as well. Again, so having to avoid cars has been it's been a bit of a traffic jam avoidance technology or a tactic, I should say, coming from Marcel Blucknote all race long. Up to second now. Down towards the final turn is Gert van der Berg, so he's going to keep himself ahead of his championship rival, Theo Vermaak. Theo's going to get the win, potentially, if he stays at the front end for this next lap. But into second place means Gert van der Berg has done everything right. All he has to do is stay behind Theo all day long, and second place in the championship will be his. And Theo will have to settle for third. But Theo won't be worried about settling for third if he can pull off 2 victories in the final race of the season.
All 3 hills behind there in a row behind MD Best at the moment, and Goos still looking for a way past as well. But Gert van der Berg, he's been trying for 3 laps to get that move done. Peter
slowing up on the side there. So it's Vaughan Hills, Brandon Hills, now Goos around the outside comes Blaine. And there was a bit of smoke coming out of Peter's car earlier on. I did pick up on it and said keep an eye on it, but I think it's possibly something that's gone wrong there. Maybe was he one of the cars that had a gearbox issue? I can't remember what Theo said. If it was
yes, it was. It was him. He had a gearbox issue. And it didn't look like it was coming out of the exhaust, so it might have just been a bit of oil leaking out of that gearbox onto the hot engine and causing that smoke. So running out of oil in that gearbox isn't going to help that gearbox last the race. Looks like Gert van der Berg's got a proper turn of pace. He's onto the back of Theodore Vermaak, but he's only got one more corner to catch him. It's going to be Theodore Vermaak that's going to take the win here in Heat 1.
Yeah, great drive there from Theo. It's 3 out of 3. 3 starts and 3 whole shots and 3 wins. That's how we do it. Coming across the line, Theo Vermaak taking the victory. How's that, eh? Taking the victory there. Yeah, he's changed his whole outlook. You know, those protein shakes, I said, they're working, eh? He's been spending some time in the gym. Definitely works out well. His teammate, though, in second place, probably has now secured second place overall in the championship. And Theo will probably just worry about that final victory now, not worry about the championship hunt, because I think he's too far back now. Good effort there from Vaughan Hills. He stays now ahead of Peter Hills in the fight for 4th place. Brandon might have moved up slightly to catch Dad, so there may be a little bit of playing around there in terms of the Hills have eyes in that final heat. But heading into this final heat, it's Vermaak from Van der Berg and MD Best to your top 3. Vaughan beat out Brandon, Johan Goos in 6th, Sean van der Linde, Anton van der Merwe and James Carter, with Dave Austin up into 10th place. Great drive there from him. Also looking further down the pack there, Reynard van der Linde, who was the spinner, secured 16th, having come back onto the circuit. He unfortunately did not retire like we saw Peter Hills, Dane Stewart and Jaco Smit have to do. Jaco ended up in the kitty litter with the first incident, and Miele ended up playing in the sand in the second incident. But that wraps up our first heat of DOE Formula V's. Up next, ACD Welkom's 111 GD Sports and Saloons. let me know. Formula V's are done. We're now going into the highlights of our previous round at Red Star Raceway for the 111 GD Sports and Saloons, and we saw a little bit of it earlier on. The championship is wrapped up in terms of Class A, Class GT. Zwartkops has wrapped that one up, and of course he was in a fantastic battle with Jared Rousseau in that Super Cup Polo. He also had a little bit of pressure coming from Jonathan Visser initially, who was looking to try and at least give him a run for his money for this championship in the Auto Express Polo. But all Voti had to do was literally finish up the 2 heats and he would wrap it up. The overall championship is still very much up for grabs though. Wayne Robb in the Ford ST Focus has got the lead in the championship coming to this round. Had a fantastic run at Red Star Raceway as well, doing a great job to finish up both of the heats with the top points in scoring 8 and 8 for Wayne Robb. Pete Potgieter came through for second place on that day. But in terms of the overall championship as well, we also have to keep an eye out on those two. Chris Tate and Keegan Nathan, the 2 Class C competitors, had epic battle for Class C honours. SuperHatch, as we saw earlier on, was taken by Ishmael Beloy and by Josh DeToy. They were having their own little fights in the SuperHatch category. But when they combined, and of course they're running separately today, no one could catch Jared Rousseau though. He was out in front getting his final preparations done on that Axon machine of his, because he would then come to the final round, as you know, Carl, to participate in Super Cup for the very first time. So he had his baptism of fire at the final round to see if his work in the 111 GD Sports and Saloons had worked out. I think he got a rude awakening, I'd have to say. But needless to say, he's going to be there full-time next year in Super Cup. SuperHatch, we saw some fights between the DeToy boys, as we mentioned earlier on in our SuperHatch category wrap-up. But Josh DeToy doing a super job there with Leon Brunenkamp, Ishmael Beloy, and Mark DeToy in the first heat. Second heat, it was, of course, the championship wrapped up by the Origin Oil GTI of Zwartkops for Class GT. But Voti, unfortunately, is too far back to have any influence on the overall championship, and that overall championship is kind of where we were looking to see things go in the second heat at Red Star Raceway, and how things would eventually pan out coming to today's race in terms of the points. So the championship will be decided today. The GT championship is sorted. Class A championship is sorted, with Wayne Robb taking that, but we're still in with a bit of a fight, as you can see there with the Class C competitors. Chris Tate, who's come off a very high weekend 2 weekends ago here at Zwartkops, and taking the overall championship in the Volkswagen Rookie Cup. He's already got a Class C championship in Volkswagen Challenge, and he would love to be in the running for potentially an overall sports and saloon car championship as well. He's got a chance, but he's got to beat Keegan Nathan, who is 10 points ahead of him, and he's got to catch Wayne Robb, who's a long way up the road. Those points there, of course, are they finished up overall, but with the overall results being given to me earlier on by Voti himself, slightly changed up overalls there. That's the GT class, of course. Zwartkops has taken that one. Class A, Wayne Robb, Keegan Nathan, and Christopher Tate. That's the overall championship. That's the battle we're going to watch out for today. And you can see just how close it is, because Potgieter also in with a shout. Mike O'Sullivan and Sebastian Bouliot. Unfortunately, Sebastian Bouliot won't score overall because he's only been in a couple of events. You have to be in all the events for the year to be in the overall championship. So we get ready to go now for the first heat. And I think there might have actually been a problem there on Bouliot's car in the practice and qualifying in this weekend. Mike O'Sullivan, he's a man to watch out for. And having a look at Mike O'Sullivan, and in that former Stanek Group N style car, also got a shout out from the boys at the Historic Championship, saying that there's a big launch potentially coming in the very near future for
Performance Masters car there. I saw a sticker on the back there. That's Wayne Masters' company. Yes. We just saw him, Wayne Masters, win the Masters.
In the Masters.
What a master.
What a master of the Masters in the Masters Polo Cup Championship. It's his first national championship, and also got to give a shout out to him as well, because not only did he win the championship that weekend, but his son Keegan won the Porsche Cup Championship.
Yeah,
so
Italian Championship, yeah.
For the Masters family. That
Absolutely.
is a really awesome
Brilliant.
effort there.
And then on Wednesday I beat him on the sim, so I feel
nice.
okay.
So you feel good, eh? You beat the Masters champion in Polo Cup. You need to come race Polo Cup next year, I think. Might be a plan. Here we go. 111 GD Sports and Saloons. It's the GD class out front, and they will rock down towards turn number 1. Let's see what happens just behind that, with Wayne Robb going to be fighting hard just behind them as well, looking for honours in Class A and also for the overall championship That is the one that he wants to be fighting for the most here today. It's Jared Rousseau trying to close things down as they go down into turn one. George Economides, of course, still with a chance of spoiling the weekend for these cars out front. And as I say that, I'm looking at in terms of the overall standings. George Economides in third place in the GT class could spoil Jonathan Fisser's chances of second place. So we'll keep an eye out on how that goes here in the space of the next, what are we looking at, 10 laps of race action. And of course this is the first one in anger, heading up towards the top of the hill.
Sorry, we're just trying to sort out the timing sheet here so we can see it per class. Lindsay clear ahead of Wayne Robb there in the front, but we're having a look now at that strategic Golf 1. Absolutely brilliantly put together, great livery as well. It's nice to see the amount of work again, like they do with the BMW, like I said with the BMW Car Club, the amount of work everybody's doing individually on their cars to make them go around a circuit like this as fast as they possibly can. The Origin Oil Golf 6 GTI looking up the inside there into turn 8, couldn't get the move done, came from a little bit too far back, and that's hampered his drive and he's lost a bit of gap there. But there's Wayne Robb, that's the Ford Focus ST. He hits the front car 225. The matte black and blue livery on that car looking absolutely amazing.
And that's the car that has to be in front if he wants to take the overall championship. He's got to beat Lindsay Kleur, he's got to beat Francois Henning and Pete Potgieter if he can. He's got to try and keep an eye out as well, which he'll probably be given by his pit boards, on the fact that Keegan Nathan and Christopher Tate are fighting for Class C honours, and they are 1 and 2 on the road at the moment. Right behind him though, that's Dylan Praji, all the way from Bulawayo in Zimbabwe, and flying the flag high there for the Super Cup competitors as he comes flying through up the inside as well. Rob Clark now pushing hard as they head through and onto the right-hander that takes him onto that back straightaway. So some manoeuvring happening through there. Great to see all this manoeuvring. And Rob Clark, a seasoned campaigner in this class as well, sitting third place, watching the two youngsters go to battle just up the road and keeping an eye on whether or not something falls apart with them. Is that a Ferrari-powered Volkswagen Polo that Pete Potgieter is in today? I saw the Ferrari sticker on the side. Maybe Nathan's Motorsports found a special engine there for Pete for this last round.
Thankfully, though, these classes don't do a pit stop, so having a Ferrari sticker on the side of your car isn't dangerous as it is anywhere else.
Oh, that's nice, eh? Charles Leclerc didn't mean anything there. It's okay, bud. We still like you. And that other guy with the funny outfits, we won't mention him. Anyway, let's get into this one here as it starts to unfold, and it's unfolding properly. Great to see the return there of Miles Spur. She's been out for the season, of course, taking a little bit of a sabbatical, but she's back in her Origin Polo. We're going to try and close things down and putting some pressure on there, as you can see, fighting with Sebastian Diaz behind her, but Josh Veyers is just up the road ahead of her, and then it's Nathan and Tate. So there is just an epic fight there between Class B and C. They're in the mix and are rubbing in amongst each other there big time.
I must make a mention there, car 29, Sebastian Diaz. That's a Carter KZ driver. This will be his debut on the main circuit here in One Sports Saloons. Hasn't been on the main circuit yet. He's driving the Polo of his uncle Miguel Diaz.
And then in that number 77 black Golf, by the way. Hulle weet nie wat ons weet nie, is what I was told. Drickus du Plessis in that car, doing a magnificent job by the looks of it, as they head up towards turn number 5. Around the outside is Keegan Nathan.
It looks like that Opel's got a problem. That Opel's got a problem.
To the sideline. Veyers pulls to the sideline there. Tate is 2 cars back on Nathan. And we've got the Porsche coming through there nicely as well. Keep an eye on that little battle as we go further back on that one. Praji, Rousseau and Economides running the GT class out front, but I was also trying to pick up Marius Malhaba and Henry van Vletter having a fight there. The Batman is he in the Bat Lady's car? He is. He's running in the Bat Lady's car. That's the Bat Lady's car that Batman is in. Or is that his new car? That might be his new car. He normally runs a Golf 2 as opposed to a Golf 1. That's what kind of threw me out there. And maybe it's just new livery that Batman has taken over the Bat Lady's car for today and has got Chris Cabba on his tail, Tyron Pillay not too far behind them. Heading into turn 2. This is the 5.7 machine of Henry van Vletter, the Batman. And he tries to just keep and fend off the intentions being put onto him there by Diaz, who's also not too far behind that. Good to see that. Josh Veyers behind him. Further up the pack, let's go and have a look and see what's happening here as we get into it there. Francois Henning keeping Potgieter at bay. Yes, definitely a Ferrari badge on the side of that car. I was right. So let's keep an eye on that one. This is Wayne Robb down towards turn 8, leading Class A and potentially wrapping up what could be the overall championship.
That is a question I wanted to ask you, Greg. On the overall championship, are they scoring per class? So you take your top points per class. So if you win Class C, 10 points. If you win Class A, 10 points.
100%.
Right.
So Wayne Robb will score 10 points, which will then move him into 152. Keegan Nathan, if he wins his class, will move him into a 128. So it's kind of done and dusted because you can only score 10 points in the final race. So Wayne Robb wins this one, he wins the championship basically.
Yeah, we're talking to the.
This is Praji out front now. So Dylan Praji staying ahead of Rousseau, the Styling Auto Bulawayo machine. And of course that car will be in action in about, what are we on today? The 8th, it'll be about a month's time at the Bulawayo Falls Road Circuit for the 3-hour endurance that they run up there on an annual basis. And he won, he got second place last year, I beg your pardon, in that race. And him and Travis Tripod from South Africa had a fantastic battle with his car and the Datsun that Travis brought all the way from South Africa. Back on board with Wayne Robb, down towards 8 again. Nice to see this onboard action as they come out of 8 onto the main straightaway. And another lap completed now. We're getting into what is going to be almost the halfway stage. Yeah.
So 5 laps to go for Wayne Robb. We'll be talking to their pit crew before the start of this race, and they've been absolutely amazed with this Ford Focus ST. They said they've had no reliability issues all year. It's been running really, really great, and they've actually really enjoyed this car. They said nothing wrong with it. They've really never had a race car that has run as often and as cleanly as Wayne Robb's Ford Focus ST there.
Had a look in the rearview mirror there, just double checking on the gap between himself and Lindsay. Lindsay Kleur's not his closest rival in this championship. His closest rival, of course, is a long way back from him and sitting currently first in this. Lindsay Kleur very close to the 1:11 bracket he's allowed to play in. Rob's got about 0.6 of a second play with. Kleur's got 0.4 of a second. Remember, 111 is based on a 1:11 lap around here. You may not go faster than that, otherwise you break out.
And you end up in
disqualification. Basically.
You have to go up to the GT class then if that's...
No, you don't. But you will get disqualified from your race, unfortunately. So you don't want to be breaking out. And they're on the cusp there. Even Francois Henning, 11.5 there from him. So they're pushing it.
They're half a second between breaking out of class there. I'm sure they're watching their lap time with a bit of a predictive before they get into the start-finish line and make sure they don't go under that 1:11. 1:11.4, it's 0.4 of a second.
And remember, they don't have onboard timing.
Not allowed onboard timing.
They're not allowed to run onboard timing, so it's got to go on look and feel. So you've got to know what your car can do, and you know that this is a 1:11 lap. Is it going to be quicker than a 1:11 lap? Sometimes it is. You know, when you get in the heat of the battle, you've been on it numerous occasions in your racing career. There's sometimes that you don't even know that you've gone faster. I mean, I can just call on an experience that I had during the 24-hour when I was called into the pit lane and told to slow down. I said, I'm not going faster. They said, no, you are. And you don't realize that you're going faster because you're in a little tangle here and there that just ups your pace slightly, ups your adrenaline level. And that's about to happen there with Keegan Nathan, because the adrenaline level on Keegan Nathan is about to pick up, because right on his tail is Chris Tate. And ahead of him is the hard-charging Mel Spur trying to make a welcome return here. And you can see just how hard she's pushing onto the tail end of Arthur Thorne. Oh, there's one of the BMs off there, the Moscow BMs, unfortunately, just getting out of shape there. That's the 12 car. That's just trying to pick up on who that is.
Getting himself back on the circuit using the safety exit there. But now we've got 2 Class B cars here having a fight, and that is slowing into the back of these 2 Class C cars having a fight. So Christopher Tate all over the back there looking for a way past, and he's being hampered by Mal Spur, unfortunately, in front of him.
Well, I say hampered. There could be a potential that there could be a bit of assistance there from Mal, because remember, they both run under Nathan's motorsport team. And I wonder if there's a possibility that Mel might be able to help him out there a little bit, because if that's the case, it's going to be a bit of a tight fight. And Mel's just backing them up there nicely. But actually what's happening is Mel's being held up slightly there by the car just ahead. And we saw just how well Arthur Thorne went in the SuperHatch class. He's driving in both classes. But right now he's hanging on to a slender lead over Mel Spur, who's got an even slender margin ahead of the 2 championship contenders in second and third place, but first and second in their classes, respectively.
Yeah, Tate has been right up against the bumper all the way through turn 1 and through turn 2. This is where he seems to lose a bit of time, but as they get up the hill into turn 5, he does claw it back quite a bit. So I think into turn... Christopher Tate slightly wide and off there at turn 4.
This is a nice little run here from Keegan Nathan, keeping it smooth. It's exactly what he needs to do to keep Tate out. Tate, as I said, must have come into this round on a huge high, having won the Rookie Cup Championship. He knows his way around this track. He's done lots of laps, probably more laps than Keegan's ever done around here.
In a car very similar as well.
Yeah, and in similar cars to what he's piloted in, first of all, Volkswagen Challenge Class C when he took the championship there, and then in a similar vein to what he did with the Polo in the Rookie Cup.
Malspear looking for a way down the inside there into turn 1. We're going to miss it though as we go back up through the battles here. I just missed who that was, Greg.
Lucas Poseidon coming through there in the Lexus. I didn't quite see it either. Sorry, I was just looking down to pick up on where he was sitting his 5th overall at the moment in Class A.
There we go.
Spur inside line. Keegan Nathan around the outside.
That's going to give Tate the run up into 4. He's going to get into the slipstream of Malspear and see if he can use that through. But here come the
two leaders about to catch that pack as well.
This is going to be an interesting last 2 laps here.
So if those two get into that little fight, I can tell you it's going to. This is the final lap for them as well. They're going to go inside, and there you go. Dylan Prodigy makes his way through. He takes 2 positions. He gets ahead of Keegan Nathan. Nathan would be clever to tuck in behind the wing.
He can't. He was forced out.
Oh, he's forced out, and Jared Rousseau's on the inside.
With Tate on the inside of him up into 5. This is going to be an amazing dive down the inside from Christopher Tate on the last lap. He just needs to hold the inside line there and try and make it through 6. We've seen people go around the outside of 6 before.
Nathan holds round outside and goes into turn 6 on the outside, right behind Malspear. Inside line from Jared Rousseau to squeeze through there on Arthur Horn. Horn hangs on. Nathan's going to hang on only just. Keeping that outside line through 6 and 7 has stayed ahead of Christopher Tate. Here comes the top 2 for GTs, and right behind that will be the top 2 for the Class Cs. So it's Dylan Prodigy from Jared Rousseau, tucked in the middle there. Yo, how close do you want it?
Unbelievable racing for these 4. 3 different classes over the line all together. 0.4 of a second between Keegan Nathan and Christopher Tate as they cross the line. And I'd love to see the gap there between Malspear.
Oh no, amazing stuff. This thing's got to have a little refresh, unfortunately. So we didn't quite get the lap time there, but it was less than a second between them as they crossed the line. Those 4 cars: Arthur Horn, Malspear, Keegan Nathan, and Chris Tate.
And let's not forget Prodigy just in front as well.
Yeah.
So Jared Rousseau and Prodigy weren't far away from each other either. So we had 3 winning battles go over the line together from 3 different classes.
There we go. We go on board now with your champion. He looks like he's quite a happy man. Or is that a little bit of tears coming there from Wayne Robb? He's going to have wrapped up the overall championship there with that victory, because he's going to score, of course, the 10 points in that one. Keegan Nathan would have scored 10 points, but it's not enough. Fist pump. He knows he's got it.
There's the fist pump.
Well done. And Lindsay Clear, the first man there to come alongside and congratulate him. Well done, Wayne Robb. An amazing job all season long. And 11-2 from Lindsay Clear there on that last pass, by the way. Pushing it right to the very limit to beat out Pronto, heading for the top 3 in Class A. Class B went to Wayne Labotsky. He beat out Mike O'Sullivan. So Mike O'Sullivan, I think, may hang on. No, it's So there's going to be 2 points in it between Labotsky and O'Sullivan heading into the last race of the season at race 2 later on this afternoon. Keegan Nathan and Chris Tate, well, they were 10 points adrift. Nathan taking the victory there will move him now into a 12-point advantage. So he stays just ahead, and of course with only 10 points, that's enough there. That'll be it.
Unless DNF or 2 places behind.
Yeah, so I think that might do it for Keegan Nathan. We'll stand by and be corrected on that one if that's the case. But needless to say, we're in for an epic finish to ACD Welkom's final race of their championship, remember. And it's the final time that ACD Welkom will be the headline sponsor of this class, because we've got a new sponsor coming in for 2026. And it'll be a swan song to Mr. ACD Welkom himself, Leonard Archer, for jumping in and taking on this championship in the mid part of the season, and giving us an opportunity to give these guys and girls a really nice platform to go and play. And you can see just how well that works. From here, we move back into BMWs. It's classes D, E, and F of the M Performance Racing Series. We'll be back shortly. M2 Sport rolls out of pit lane for our official safety car for the BMW M Performance Racing Series. But let's have a look and see what happened at Red Star Raceway only a couple of weekends ago. It was a Suzuki Swift that was the official safety car, of course, at Red Star, as the M Performance Racing Series classes D, E, and F made their way around. And it was the boss man, Bernard de Gavea, who would be on pole position, fighting with Van Vuren and looking for a chance to keep Troy Cochrane out as well as they went into the first bit of the battle. A battle royal of note, and Van Vuren this weekend, of course, has broken out. He's moved up into Class C. We had early incidents right at the start of the race, which unfortunately brought out the safety car again. But on the restart, it was Van Vuren that got away, and with that would break out, as you heard, and move up into Class C. Some great battles right through the pack, including the likes of some of our development drivers involved in there. A couple of the guys who've come up from Natal as well, who came to play. I mentioned earlier on that we've got a massive field of M Performance Racing Series competitors that not only participate here in Gauteng, but are in Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, and the Western Cape now. And some fantastic battles that will rage all the way through in each of those respective classes. When these cars make their way down into those regions, of course, they are then combined with those classes of cars that are down there just to give them a slightly bigger and better field. At Kyle Army, they had 60 entrants in this class, in classes A to F, and that's how big they are. That's why they have to, unfortunately, split them into the classes A, B, C, and then D, E, and F. And I know that Bernard de Gavea, with some issues in this particular outing, will not be looking to have more issues like he had in this one. And unfortunately, with red flag coming out, it was a restart, and he had to come from the reverse grid for the second heat to try and find a way through there on Duppy. And he was fighting hard with Johan Miller as well. And then our normal commentator who would be in alongside me on a regional day, Nick Hapst, was in there too, fighting hard for a top finish in the Class D battle. Class D, E, and F still up for grabs pretty much here today. If we look at the championships, we got 2 points in it between Andre Van Vuren and Bernard de Gavea. But as I said, Van Vuren has bumped up into Class C, so he takes his points up into Class C. Karabo Malamela is not here this weekend, having had that collarbone breakage in the MSA4 race at the Nationals. So Bernard de Gavea basically just has to finish the first heat and will wrap up the Class D championship. Class E still up for grabs as well between Eddie Rodriguez and Wessel Mostert. That's one of the cars we saw had issues earlier on, and Mostert, of course, has just come out of a problem that he had at the top of the hill in that 111 GD Sports and Saloon car race. There we go. These are the points before the drops, of course. So Renier Smith, Leon Loubser, and Eddie Rodriguez. But as I said, Rodriguez now with the drops leads over Wessel Mostert and Tian van Rooyen. And then in Class F, it's actually Karen Nieuwalber who leads out, and she had to do a car change this morning when her car broke, so she's been given a spare car to play in. Henry Platt is behind her by 2 points, and still in with a shot, we've got Shiav Naidu and Zaid Ismail also in with a chance there for Class F honours. But a nice field once again, as you can see, streaming around out of turn 2 and 3 onto that back straightaway, and expecting to see more of the same. In terms of overall, remember the only man who can really spoil the overall here today from these three classes, there's two of them because they're on equal points, 88 points each, de Gavea and Rodriguez. But as I said, Renier Smith has already taken a victory in his class, which will move him up into a slightly higher position over Leon Loubser, who only scores 2 points less than him because there were only 3 cars in Class A. So it makes it a bit more difficult for them to score. You've got to have a full field of at least 4 cars to get the 10-8-6-5 split in the points. But he would have only got 8 points, which means Renier Smith continues to lead this championship with 1 race to go later on this afternoon. On board here with Heinz Bezay from ATS Motorsport, and the guys that provide the tyres, of course, for this category and every category here today. Nice to see ATS, Sumitomo, and Dunlop getting together and supplying all of the race rubber that we go on the black stuff here at Zwartkops International World of Motoring.
No stranger to main circuit though, Heinz.
Is it a bit warm in there, Heinz? Oh no, that's not. I thought he was fanning himself. It's
no,
actually
it looks
one
like
of those
air freshener.
Motorsport air freshener. Is that because that OMP suit might be a little bit old? Is that what it is? I think it might be. Yeah.
It got a bit of wear recently, so maybe he just hasn't gone through the washing machine.
Yeah, I think it was a little bit of time in the saddle that him and his team had, of course, at that 24-hour event. And, of course, he also gave his team a chance to be part of the Zwartkops Annapolis. But today, it's BMW who've handed him the track taxi, and he's going to be out there in that 330 estate.
Station wagon.
It's a station wagon, yeah. Well, they call it, is it an estate?
Touring.
Or is it a tourer? Okay, we got Charles Boscher of the Citizen Motoring fame. He's going to give us the correct terminology.
And of course he would know.
He goes all around the world with all the motor manufacturers and gets to do all the launches all around the world. So he'll know. It's a tourer, yeah. As the late great, was it Nick Martin? No, it wasn't Nick Martin. What was his name? I can't remember his name. But he used to have one as well. He used to have a 5 Series station wagon, and he called it the Uber Bucky.
Chris Clark was the same. He was a massive fan of a BMW.
That's what I'm talking about.
Nick Clark. Chris Clark, sorry.
Chris Clark, and the late great Chris Clark, of course.
Yes.
We lost him during COVID, but he had a 5 Series.
Always had one.
Tourer, according to Charles Bosch.
A couple of times specially imported around the outside, though.
Yeah, I'm thinking of the front end, though. The man who wants to wrap up this championship in terms of Class D is doing it all right. He leads things out. So the boss man, Bernard de Gavert, is at the front of the field and looking for a chance to stay at the front end, at least of Class D, keeping out Eugene Kos, who's in second at the moment. Eugene Kos, the Master Mowers car, in second place, fighting now Craig Herbst in the Victron car, sneaking through ahead of Johan Miller. And then further back, they're getting in the mix there nicely. Philip Eminis side by side with Eddie Rodriguez. He's not really involved in the battle for the championship, is Philip Eminis, but Rodriguez has to try and get up as high as possible. It says Karabo Malamela, but I don't think that's Karabo Malamela in the car. I think that might be Chloe Stewart.
That was that incident we saw at Turn 1 at Red Star. That was Chloe Stewart's car, written off the shell, so it could be her in Karabo's car with the Pablo Clark stable.
I would say 100% that would be right, because Karabo is definitely not driving with a broken collarbone unless they've given him an automatic car to play and he's only using one hand.
Oh, Hans Jose looking down the inside. He's been squeezed on as we saw a car run slightly wide out of turn 1. He's been squeezed again. There's a bit of contact, but it looks like they made it through. Hans Jose, he cut his teeth in production cars, if I'm not mistaken. So he's definitely used to some tight, close action as they head down through turn 3. He hasn't given up on the move yet. He's going past the SA Auto car of 42.
Yeah, 42.
That is Shirav.
Yeah, Shirav Naidu. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, Shirav is one of the guys who's come from KwaZulu-Natal. So I stand to be corrected on that one. We'll normally get either Bernard or Nick to correct me on those ones. So we'll go with my thinking there. The Viper car coming through as well. Nice little drive there, but picking up on what we said earlier on.
Big move on the inside.
That is sideways from the 146 car machine, and that 146 lit up through there is not how you want to be driving that. That's Verolini, I think, is in that machine. Chloe Stewart's in 446, so she is out there in the 446 car. So nice to see that, but it does.
I'm definitely going to
say Karabo, but I think on your one you're not getting the updated version, although on my one it says Karabo as well, so I don't know.
So possibly a quick rundown of the pits, or someone send us a message and let us know if Karabo's decided to race with that injury. There's the Auto Trader car. That is Ken Swart, if I'm not mistaken. He's just come out of a great run in both the GR and off goes there's 3 cars going off there.
Was that the Gavert that ran off there? Because I just saw a silver car running off. I think it might have been.
Or a slow car moving off to the left. That looks like Karabo's.
It was Tian van Rooyen that ran wide there. So I just saw the silver car there. One of the cars. It was Tian van Rooyen that actually ran wide. Johan Miller now getting back into the grips. We're going to try and close things down there on Herbst, Craig Herbst. Looking to just hang on to at least the top end of the field there with a charge to close down on Neil Reynolds. Neil Reynolds has got Davy Olivier ahead of him. And that's Eddie Rodriguez on the back straight slowing down. That is your championship leader in Class C.
He's actually pulled over to the inside now.
Onto the inside of the track. That is huge for this championship. Where is Wessel Mostert? I think Wessel Mostert's there. There he is.
Yeah.
So the 2 championship contenders and Tian, that's your top 3 in Class E, all off the circuit. What a turnaround there. Look, unfortunately, Zahir Sedat is too far back to have any...
to capitalise on
it now. But if he's in the race...
But Mostert's got him going again. Eddie Rodriguez is stationary and Mostert has got him going again. So Mostert will still score points in this race. I'm just scrolling down to the Class E standings. There's 12 of them on the grid.
Sedat is not here. Where is Jardim? Just going to pick up on Jardim. Jardim is leading Class E. So Jardim, leading Class E, is now going to move himself up potentially into 3rd in the championship. So Rodriguez will stay at the front. Mostert will stay 2nd unless he moves up slightly here on where he is right now, down in 11th in Class Class D. And this is a massive turnaround here for this class. It really is. I can't believe that the top 3 in contention for the championship all had an incident down in, looked like turn 2, and all ended up on the sidelines. Eddie Rodriguez is definitely out. and I'm looking at Vessel Mostert restarting. Karabo Malamela is the other car that was at the back of the pack there as well. Had to take some evasive action. He probably just maybe felt the effects of that injury. But as we watch Bernard de Gavea in full flight, getting down to an 11 dead, fastest lap of the race so far from him. Eugene Coastal in second behind him, and Davy Olivier will be the third car in Class D as they come through to complete another lap in anger. And man alive, this has been an angry race of note. Malamela's on the side there.
Yeah, I saw that there, yeah.
Sideline.
Down the inside goes, it looked like he made 2 passes there into turn 1. Great move. I couldn't quite see the number on that car as we watch Heinz Bose go through turn 1 as well. Down into turn 2 we go, side by side. The Auto Trader car, that is 346. That's Ken Swartz looking for a way past there into turn 2. Can't get it done. And here comes a much quicker car in a straight line. Going past some diesel in front there of Heinz Bose.
Yeah, just squeezing through there on Heinz Bose. Somebody running wide there. I think at the back of the pack. Just didn't quite get the number on that car, but as they came through, this is Heinz Bose on board with him as we watch the two of them fighting just ahead for position in turn 4. And inside line, Tian van Rooyen trying to come back after, of course, that incident earlier on at turn 2. He has to try and get back into contention if he wants to still keep himself in the running for Class E honours in the championship. It's not overall honours. Tian, unfortunately, too far back in that one.
Yeah, it's Mitch Kasia defending there on that move.
Oof, that's tight.
Oh, here comes Heinz Bose. He's going to join the party.
Mitch Kasia opens up the door, and just Heinz Bose says, "Thanks very much. I'll have that every day of the week."
He's going to have to be brave on the brakes.
Can you do a couple more of those for me? That'll help me out. No, he's not going to be able to hold out. There we go. Inside line, and the Warden's car stays ahead. So the 10 car there of Kayan Budia just staying ahead of Heinz Bose. Bose must be loving this, though. This is like very, very much what he was used to in touring cars, and of course in some Group N days that he was involved in as well.
Is he going to be late to the break set? So too. He did look down the inside. He's got to the outside. So very racy stuff from ATS man there, Heinz Bose. I wonder if one of the competitors let him through. Do they get a discount on their next set of tires?
There's a good possibility. We'd have to have a chat about that one, that's for sure. So the Berryman Group Liqui Moly car parked on the sideline, and it is definitely Karabo Malamela. I saw him walking in his suit there. So Malamela must have taken the risk of that injury he picked up in the
auto take down the inside. He goes in too deep. Heinz is looking for the cutback. A little bit of hip and shoulder to get in there.
I like it. Naidu probably not realizing that he's fighting against a former production car man here.
Oh, deep and late to the brakes. He gets the 3, locks the right front wheel. Is the cutback on again for Naidu? It's not. We move away from it, but it looked like Heinz Bose got that job done.
I think Bose was able to hang on to that one only just. We'll wait and see as they come down here. This, of course, is Philip Eminis sideways out of turn 8. Here comes the pack. There is the charge from Tian van Rooyen trying to come back at Kent Swartz. This is Eminis leading at the front end of this field of cars. Because Philip Eminis at this stage, where would he be sitting? He'd probably be sitting, what are we looking at there? He's now 9th place in Class A, Class D. That was on board with Heinz Bose. You can see the smile on his face actually as he came through there. It was quite cool to see. And that onboard just showing the rear view of Heinz Bose and how hard he's working in that cockpit. Would it be nice to see that when he was in the mix there a little bit there with
how busy those hands are, yeah.
But how busy was he there for a little while? Eminis making a welcome return. Of course, Marianne, his wife, has joined him as well in her car. She's in the lime green car. But I think she had some problems, and it doesn't look like... oh, no, there we go. She has gone on track. I'm just correcting myself there as the leader comes through to complete another lap in anger. We got 3 to go by the looks of it. Yeah, 3 to go.
Craig Herbst currently purple on the circuit, 110.3. We're seeing Mitch Kasia not done. Oh, that's not sorry, not Tian van Rooyen going up the inside of Kent Swartz. Kent is going to stay left though. It's a left-hander for him. Down into turn 8 again. They're going to come down side by side. It's Kent Swartz that's going to have to be brave on the brakes, but you don't want to overdo it and make yourself have to worry about the cutback into turn 1. He was nice and smooth into it, and it looks like he's got that job done. But just behind him though, that's the number 10 of. Sorry, just scroll down.
No worries at all. 10 is Kayan Budaya. Kayan Budaya coming through there with Mitch Kutsia behind him. Then it's a little bit of a gap down to the track taxi of Bose. And Heinz Bose having some fun and games there with Naidu. Chloe Stewart not too far behind them. If she can close that gap down a little bit, she'd be well within a good position to learn from kind of a meister when it comes to the format of saloon car racing. Heinz has done it all when it comes to saloon car racing, so certainly knows what he's talking about, and of course a great man to be behind the brand of Dunlop to promote it. Tian this time looking the inside of the Auto Trader car, gets through this time and sets that one up perfectly to find a way through on that Auto Trader Expel machine. coming out of the Pablo Clark Racing Stable development class.
Oh, Ken Swart late on the brakes though, so he's going to look to try and see if he can get the move done again into turn 8. He's looking already into turn 6. He's got a great exit. He's deep down the inside. He's past the B pillar, but we move away now onto the Moscow Z3.
Yeah, that one right at the back of the pack, and having another great run is Henry Platt. That's the lead of the Class F category. Ziad Ismail behind him, Manny Ribeiro a little bit further back on them, but this of course giving a chance to see exactly what's happening in Class F. Mostert Senior is there in 4th, and Henry Halber with Marion Eminis down in 6th place in Class F, but I think she's been lapped now by the leaders. Da Costa caught and passed by Philip Eminis as they come through, and it looks like Badaya trying to put that pressure on. This is Neil Reynolds under a bit of pressure now, and Haps is all over him. Oof. And he is hounding him big time there. Nick is looking for a way through there on Reynolds.
Let's see how
CIM Ruby Fuel Machine looking for a chance to come through on the Valve Hospital car. Those two BMWs very evenly matched, coming up on the back end of Wonder Woman there. Marion Eminis in the lime green Eminis Racing BMW.
Ooh, leaving the 11s, what a grab. What a catch that was.
Nick, we're going to have a chat to you about that one if you come into the studio later on, buddy. But that was a real good catch there. Well done.
I wonder if Mikey was watching that from the outside. Maybe he's got something else for him to do.
Yeah, no doubt. So De Gavea is onto his final lap and looking to come and wrap up the Class D Championship. He's going to move himself into still a chance of staying in the hunt for the overall, depending on what happens with Rainier Smith and Leon Lopesha. But certainly Class D will be done by this man. And it's great to see the boss man, after all the amount of work he puts in and the behind-the-scenes effort that goes into running this category and promoting it in and growing it to the strength that it's got to exactly, is testament to this little championship, I think. Well done. Coming through with Mostert going wide onto the Kitty Litter for the 4th time today. I think that's about the 4th time he's gone off at turn 5, in fact. Vessel does not like turn 5. Maybe he's looking at the AMG badge next to him going, hang on a second, what am I looking at here? I should be looking at an M-Class. But he got it right. Here we go. To the checkered flag, champion. Well done. And congratulations to Bernard de Gavea. 2nd place in the yellow and white machine is the Master Mose car of Johan Goos. Behind that, Darby Olivier and Troy Cochrane not too far behind him as well. In fact, closed down rapidly there in the closing stages by Craig Herbst. And he got down to a 10.3, fastest lap on that last pass there for Herbst, coming through in the Victron car. So that wraps up how we go into Class D. Class E, Claudio Jardim has just crossed the line, and Sean Dodd is on his... in fact, they're coming on their way right now, beg your pardon. There is Jardim. Got the wrong red and white car there, unfortunately. I was looking for Rodriguez because he's no longer there. It's Jardim from Dodd, and Tian van Rooyen is going to hang on for 3rd. So with Tian van Rooyen hanging on to 3rd, he keeps himself in the hunt with Eddie Rodriguez and Vessel Mostert for this one. So this one is not done yet. Class E, very much still up for grabs. Here's Berzé as he comes out of the checkered flag that Henry the flag has given him. And I'm looking at Henry Platt taking the victory there. And I'm not quite sure where, if I go further down, where did Karen end up? She ended up in 8th. So Karen has lost the lead. Henry Platt has taken the lead of the championship heading into the last race. So it's going to be Henry Platt fighting with Karen Nienaber for Class F honours later on today. So there we have it. Unofficial results. De Gavea, Goos and Olivier, your top 3 in Class D. We go down to Claudio Jardim in 10th place, who will take the victory in Class E, ahead of Sean Dodd and Tian van Rooyen. And then a good drive coming out of Henry Platt to take the victory in Class F. And that wraps up Class D, E and F. First heat of the BMW M Performance Racing Series. Up next, we're going to the big bangers. Rolling Thunder time. It's Dunlop V8 Supercars. They'll be on track shortly.
So, may I give you my cell phone number, okay?
Yeah, sure.
And then you can ask the powers that be. And then you can ask the powers that be if after that flight footage, we can just get that clip for training.
The trip no, I didn't get the track.
Did you get it while it was upside down? Yeah, and us lifting it. Yeah, because what we did wrong was we dropped the car. Somebody should have been there to hold the driver's head.
Okay.
Yeah. So, something needs to be done. So we can use it on the
Streaming on YouTube, and you will be able to get it on YouTube. And I'll send you the link.
Okay.
Or I'll send you the link to the WhatsApp because I think I do have it. And I can send you the link, and then you can
Let me get my phone and then I'll take your number.
Sure.
Thanks, man. Were you buddies with the cameraman that pushed past the grid stop? My mate's super dating.
only glow.
So previous round action, of course, from V8 Supercars, also at Red Star Raceway. So Warren Lombard fighting hard with a brand new car brought in from the United States of America by Thomas Reeb. And he brought that in for the slightly shorter circuits to give him a little bit more of an advantage over what he had in his Chevy Lumina. So still Chevy powered, but slightly different chassis. Same one that Dwayne Spicer went and got completely wrong and spun out at turn 6. Lombard was on his way, trying to hang on to the front end in the Mustang for Pep Boys Automotive. And it was Terry Wilford who hung on for third place. Sam Dahl made a welcome return, stayed ahead of Alki Kampan. And the two of them would be fighting hard in the Falcon and Mustangs. With that spin of Spices, they couldn't get the car out of the way and get it restarted. So safety car came out for a couple of laps. On the restart, everybody got back up and trucking, and it was Lombard who went on to take the victory ahead of Thomas Reeb, which has moved him into potentially the hunt for the front end of the championship. Terry Wilford has dropped back slightly in terms of the points with that third place. The reverse grid would come into play, and going into this round there were 2 points in it, and of course coming into this round now there is 2 points to play for as well. So it's 257 plays 255 in the Dunlop V8 Supercars, and the way things are going at this stage, it could be anybody's race. Warren Lombard setting the pace initially in race number 1, but having to come through the pack made it a bit more difficult for him. He tried to close down on Terry Wilford, and along came Thomas Reeb for the ride as well. Wilford eventually hanging on to the front end to keep out Warren Lombard. Once he got to the front, he was a difficult man to try and get past, and Lombard would have to fight it right to the line. Wilford would hang on. That would keep him at least within a shot, mathematically, of the championship. But as you can see, it's Lombard on 257 playing Reeb on 255. 205 for Wilford, and Alki Kampan looking to wrap up the GT2 class today here at Zwartkops. They roll out. It's the Dunlop V8 Supercars Rolling Thunder. Wayne Spicer is in the mix. We've got a couple of other category or other cars that have joined us, increasing this field to a nice field of 9 or 10 cars out there today. Richard Fuller is one of them. Larry Wilford will also be out in his machine. Once again, we'll see Spicer at the wheel, and we're looking forward to seeing a little bit of a more of an epic fight further back in that pack with Steve Herbst and Alki Kampan as well, looking for honours in the GT2 class of this category. GT1s basically are your full spec V8 Supercars, and what happens with the GT2s is they run on the slightly older rubber, which of course drops their racing budget down slightly and gives them an opportunity to fight at a slightly slower pace than what the new rubber would be giving you the advantage of. It's Lombard though and Reeb with the 2-point advantage. Lombard on pole, getting that extra point. So that's now taken it to 3 points. So the pole position gives him 1 extra point over Thomas Reeb. So it's 2:58, playing 2:55 now, heading into race 1 of Dunlop V8 Supercars. Rolling start, that's why they nicknamed the Rolling Thunder, because of that just roar of the V8s coming along onto the main straightaway. And then it's drop the hammer as soon as those lights go out, but they don't start racing until they get out of turn 3. Double wave yellows into turn 1, into turn 2, and on the exit of turn 3's first part of that corner, they get a green flag, and that's where the race actually starts. So
you can see the frustration from Richard Fuller there. He's had to join at the back of the grid after a gearbox issue. You can see him just kind of hanging around at the back there. He wants to go, but he can't make the move until after turn 2. They pass the yellows now, and it looks like Warren Lombard just ahead of Thomas Reed, but Thomas Reed, brand new car for him, just been built all over the back of Lombard.
Yeah, no, nice purchase there from Thomas Reed. Oh, hello. Was that a rag?
It was a rag.
Nice one there, Richard Fuller. That's the way, hey? Pot around car, leaving some rags out there as well now on the circuit. From rags to riches, eh? Hopefully that's what he wants. Let's see what happens now. Lombard ahead of Reed. Sam Dahl in third as he puts the pressure onto Reed. Right behind that, they line up in the form of Larry Wolford and Terry Wolford, I think, in line astern there at this point in time, as they come onto the brakes for turn 8 to complete the first lap in anger of this 10-lapper for race 1 of Dunlop V8 Supercars.
Yeah, Warren Lombard across the line first. 107.7 was that first lap off the rolling. Sorry, 105.1 for him. So he's given himself a 3/10 gap already in the first lap. So doing everything he needs to maintain that championship lead and hopefully close it out by the second race today. We look at Richard Fuller down the inside now, goes up another spot. And that is on Steve Herbst. I think that move was done. So he's moved himself up one other spot into 8th place. Back to the front we go though. Warren Lombard pulling a car length away from Thomas Reeve. And Thomas Reeve having to keep an eye on Sam Dahl all over the back of him there as they head up now to turn 5.
No, it looks like whatever they had at Warren's 40th birthday party seems to be working well for him so far. He's hanging on to the front end of this pack and looking for a chance to wrap it up, because remember, it was his birthday at Red Star Raceway. He literally left the circuit and went to go and join his friends and family to have a little bit of a party to celebrate the victory on the day, but also the potential championship that he's looking forward to here today at Zwartkops. No partying at the moment. They've got a lot of work to do, and in this field you've got to work very hard, because things can and usually end up in a dramatic fashion in V8 Supercars, as they've done over the last couple of seasons. Remember, we had the retirement of Mackie Adlam as he went on his 6th back-to-back championship. Larry Wolford having a look on the inside of Sam Dahl as they went into Castrol. Didn't quite make it stick. Spicer hangs on at the moment, though, keeping out Alan Ryan. And then it's Fuller and Herbst at the back.
Well, Lombard and Reeve now starting to stretch their legs a bit, get a bit of clean air. These cars, they do tend to put a lot of rubber down in the circuit though. So these big tires that are on these V8s, they do wear quite quickly around any sort of circuit. So now at this stage of the race becomes tire management. How hard can I push? Do I push early or do I push late?
And also taking into account that this is not a hard wearing surface, fortunately, at Zwartkops. It's a lot easier than potentially at Red Star or any of the other racetracks that they've been to this season. The other big one, of course, was down at East London Grand Prix circuit, where these cars get into full flight. And at one point in time, I think we had a 289 k an hour through rifle for Lombard's car. So it shows you just the kind of pace that they can do. Here at Zwartkops, though, it's first and second, sometimes to third. That's where they're playing around in. This first gear ratio on these cars give them about 140 k an hour. So it's impressive stuff from these cars. They really are a spectacle to watch. And when you see them in full flight like we've seen today, and the likes of Fuller closing in there on the back end of Ryan, that's always a good thing to see.
Yeah, Ryan getting a little bit held up there by Spicy. He's looking for a way past at the moment to see if he can get it done. And he needs to get it done early. Richard Fuller doing a 105.5 versus their 106s. So he's got about a second in his pocket. So he's definitely got the pace to get past the both of them. Alan Ryan will be doing a good job to get himself ahead of Spicer and get a car between himself and Fuller.
Yeah, as they come through there, you can see Lombard just controlling things from the front, doing a superb job to keep the intentions being shown from Thomas Reed in the Cafe 9 Automotive Corvette. We used to see him in the Chevy Lumina. As we said, it's a brand new car that he's brought in from the States, and it really is working well with him behind the wheel. Still getting to grips with maybe a couple of little gremlins in that car. It's a completely different machine to the Lumina that's been his noble steed for a couple of seasons. But Wayne Spicer in this Corvette, much better run here from him this time out. Keeping it at the front end of the GD2 battle and keeping Alan Ryan at bay, and then the pot-around car of Fuller coming to join him in the background. So I'm looking at the livery on that car. Is that Poison Ivy chucked on the front end? It was, eh? See a comic man, yeah. I know. I spot those a mile away, but you can't get the whole
Ooh,
thing.
big send on the inside. It was
Larry
late into
Wolford.
turn 4.
Oh, wow, that was very late. Two Falcons nearly
He
coming together
licked
there.
that stamp and sent it for sure into turn 4. They had to get hard at the anchors there. You saw the nosedive and then a little bit of a tail wag from Sam Dahl as they left.
I do like that. Oh, both of them sideways.
Tandem drifting. How do you like it?
I like it. Listen, Jim and his team are down on the skid pan if you want to go and join them after this, boys. It's going to be quite lekker. What's happened here?
I'm seeing a Corvette, but we're missing 2 other cars. There's Potts
Fuller,
around.
and we are going to be missing Alan Ryan. Alan Ryan's gone missing. So Alan Ryan and Spicer were fighting hard, but Ryan's gone missing somewhere on track. There he
is there.
Tucked in behind Steve Haps. Maybe he made a mistake coming onto that back straightaway, or maybe down at turn 2. I'd say probably at turn 2. It was probably a little bit of late braking, which is allowing him through. There's a bit of damage on the right-hand side of that car.
And there was a bit on the left of the
He's now sideways.
lost it on the power.
7. Yo.
He's kept it running.
Keep it running. Second gear. Banging into second gear. Go. Loud pedal. No. The loud pedal saying no, it's not loud.
No.
That's a soft pedal. There we go. No, he gets it going. There we go.
I did see a bit of damage on the left-hand side of Fuller's car as well.
So maybe
a move into turn 2, and that's a big shot. That's a big knock. That's actually why I think you can see the bodywork on the ground. Maybe when he gets on the power, it just lights in the rear wheels, and that's why it's turned that car all the way around. 5 out of 5 halfway distance. Larry's gotten ahead of Sam Dahl, and it looks like he's starting to get going and get away from him, and that's dropping Sam into the clutches of Terry.
Here we go. There's the slide into turn 5. Dahl sideways. Wolford goes inside, just catches it. He wasn't quite as committed into that one, but managed to still hang on to 4th place. Terry Wolford now in 5, trying to close down on Sam Dahl with 4 to go. The pot around car trying to come back at Wayne Spicer. You said front left there was a bit of damage on that machine of Fuller's.
Yeah, you can see it there. The left-hand panel just lifting up and the light.
And now he's going for the lead. Oh, Fuller diving through and finds a way past on that Wellnetics machine. That Corvette just losing out there. And Fuller finds a way past. So looks like whatever gearbox they put into Fuller's car is working well.
Well, it was actually a loaner gearbox from, I think it was a Sam Dahl that loaned that gearbox to Fuller to get him back onto the grid. And like you say, that is the modus operandi of regional racing.
It's also the modus operandi, I think, of a lot of the Extreme Festival categories. They would prefer to have a full field of cars and not have drivers stuck on the sideline. So if there are parts available and they can get other cars fixed in time, there's usually a big camaraderie to get those cars done and dusted and sorted for race 1 or 2. Right now, these 5 don't really have to worry about anything other than potentially Terry Wolford closing down on Dahl in the closing stages here. Terry, though, just doesn't seem to have the pace, but take into account, Terry might be playing the game here for the reverse grid, because remember, it's a reverse grid for race 2, and if he stays where he is right now, he could potentially be on pole position for that reverse grid. So, is there a tactic in his thinking here? Heading into the closing stages here of race 1 of Dunlop V8 Supercars. Fuller is the leader of GT2. He leads out over Wayne Spicer. Steve Haps in 3rd, and Alan Ryan behind Haps hasn't found a way past him yet. In fact, Alan Ryan he's potting around there. He's going really, really slowly as he's now going to be overtaken by the leaders. So maybe he's just trying to survive. Get that car back in the pit lane, get the damage sorted out, and get it ready for race 2.
Circulate for points.
One of his, yeah, exactly. That might be his strategy there, just to finish the race rather than do more damage to the car than what's already been done to it. Might be a little chat, though, if there has been a touch there between him and Richard Fuller afterwards.
Larry definitely getting the rear of that car to start moving around now. So we said about the tyres. There we go, it moves around again underneath him. So I did say he was stretching his legs a bit, but it does look Sam Dahl is staying in touch. And Terry Wolford now all over the back of him as they head into turn 2 out of turn 1. So Terry definitely got a decent turn of pace here towards the end of the race. But like you say, Greg, maybe he's just hanging around there to get that pole position in the reverse grid.
Yeah, that's exactly the plan I think he's going to go for.
You say potting around. Does it look like Fuller's potting around? There's something wrong with that pot around car.
Yeah, I think there's a possibility that there's a bit of damage on both those cars that have now slowed them up, and maybe there's some internal stuff that we can't see underneath that bodywork that's just slowing them and not allowing them to go the same kind of pace. So what that could potentially do, it's going to move Spicer back up into the lead. Fuller a little bit further back down on that one. Hapst will be still in 3rd place unless he's caught in these last couple of laps, and there's a lap and a corner to go for the leaders. Lombard about to cross the line any second now to start that final lap, and he's done a superb job in that Pep Boys automotive machine. Gavin Wilkins, of course, one of the guys who helps him with the prep on that car to get it up to the pace it's at. And now Fuller into the pits by the looks of things. So it looks like Fuller might have pulled out of this one.
No, we said turn of pace there for old Terry Wolford, but he has lost the back of Sam Dahl now. Maybe just accepting his fate to be the new pole sitter for race number 2. Sam Dahl hasn't lost Larry Wolford. As we look here at Alan Price, former two-wheel competitor, if I'm not mistaken, Greg. Joined
Alan Ryan and Wayne Spicer both raced ZX10 R Masters Cup, and they raced in the Thunderbikes as well for a while. I actually got to race with Spicer as part of his team at Red Star Raceway on a couple of occasions. He used to run the Wellness Group Hondas at that stage. And I got permission from Suzuki to go and have a little run there for him because we did a bit of a charity thing on the day. So, coming from the two-wheel side of sport, they've got the racing blood in them, and they're just loving having an opportunity to be probably arguably closest thing to a superbike would be a V8 supercar. And as he comes across the line, that's Lombard. 283 is now the point differential, playing 276. So that is now 13 points with 25 up for grabs. It's not done yet. It is not done yet.
Larry Wolford coming home for third place there ahead of Sam Dahl. Terry Wolford home in fifth, just ahead of Wayne Spicer. He'll be coming around the final corner now to complete the first race. And Alan Ryan limps the car home.
He'll score points if they can fix that car. Remember, the inverted grid is going to be a big factor in the second race later on today. And, of course, it's also an extra 2 laps with that inverted grid. So from a 10 lapper it goes to 12, giving the guys that are inverted in the grid a chance to possibly still have those 2 extra laps to get through if they can.
Do the GT2s go to the front of the pack overall, or do they revert in their own classes?
It depends on how the breakdown goes in terms of the times and the times allocated for full race distance. So if they're in that race distance time, they can get allocated onto the front. So that does change things around. So potentially what we could see there is, I would say you may have Steve Herbst and Wayne Spicer on the front row. Alan Ryan and Fuller didn't complete enough laps, so they would go to the back of the pack, and then everybody else would be inverted from there. So you're going to have Wolford and Dahl second row, Wolford and Reeb the third row, and then Lombard alongside either Alan Ryan or Richard Fuller. That's what I would suggest would potentially happen, but we'll wait and see when they come out because it also depends on their race distance and everything. So that is our V8 Supercar first heat done and dusted as well. Championship now has gone down to potentially Warren Lombard having to fight off Thomas Reeb. Wolford is out of the championship contention now, having finished down in the 5th place, moves him on to 217 points. So it's now 283 playing 276, so that is 13 points. But remember, there are 25 points up for grabs for the win. So it's all going to come down to the final race of the season for Dunlop V8 Supercars. And up next, we come to the penultimate race of the season for ATE Volkswagen Challenge. As we head into ATE Volkswagen Challenge, let's have a look and see what happened at Red Star Raceway, the penultimate round. 3 classes in it, and of course the overall championship. Adrian de Beer is hanging on to that overall championship for now, but he's in close attendance from Stuart Mack with 2 points to play for. Bryce Pillay had a fantastic little dice with Adrian in race number 1, as you can see going on the inside here with Bryce heading into turn 1. And he's also a man to watch out for because he's not too far off in terms of the overall championship for Class C. So a fight on between De Beer and Pillay for Class C honours. Sideways action from Ian Walker, the stalker. I love him. I absolutely love when he gets to that lit up. Right at the start of the race, having started on the front row and then just having some fun and games, allowing not only Jaden Hussen to get through on him, but a couple of other cars coming through there as well in the form of some of his closest rivals, Tehran being one of them. The other pack, of course, to watch out for is Jaden Goosen. He, of course, leads Class A's championship coming into this one. Wayne Masters is in second and Stalker is in third. So that Melavello Cycles machine of Ian Walker will be fighting hard with Wayne Masters here today to see if they can try and beat Jaden Goosen for the overall championship in Class A. Class B, it's Stuart Mack. The AutoZone car has literally not been betted almost all season long, although there's still a mathematical chance for Francis Aldrich to try and catch him, but it has to all go wrong here today for Stuart Mack, which is highly unlikely because that Auto Trader and Nathan's Motorsport machine of his has been pretty untouchable in Class B. Lessing took a great advantage and got to the front end in the ATE Volkswagen Challenge Race 1. In Race 2, it was going to be Jaden Goosen who'd line up on pole position, almost similarly to what he'd do about a week or so later when he went to the Nationals in the Astron Energy Polo Cup and started from pole position. So him on the front row is always a difficult man to get past, and he made it known right from the word go that he was going to make it very difficult for the usual contenders in there. We watched from Jaden Goosen's rear view as we got Elna Cruiser getting into the mix there as well. The lady driver keeping out the AutoZone car of Class B's Stuart Mack. Mack was fighting hard with Aldrich, Chris Davison and John O'Koenig, and then Bryce Pillay continuing his fight a little bit further back there with Stuart Koenig, but you could see her getting in the mix there as well. And at the front end, Adrian De Beer. De Beer, remember, has to try and stay at the front of Class C the whole day today for him to try and secure maximum points for Class C's win and potentially for the number one plate overall over Stuart Mack. Mack has taken it back-to-back for a couple of seasons. He's now looking to possibly lose that overall number one plate for 2026 if Adrian De Beer can have a good day here today at Zwartkops. That's the type of race action that ATE Volkswagen Challenge brings you. By the time we got to the closing stages, though, you can see the gaps opened up ever so slightly. Chris Davison loved that car with the nice little growling grille on the front there. And, of course, the season campaigner there fighting with John O'Koenig in the closing stages of Red Star Raceway's event. That's where things nearly went a little haywire for our front man, Adrian De Beer, but fortunately he kept it on track and could still finish up at the front end of the overall championship. You can see there 2 points in it between himself and Stuart Mack. A couple of points back there is Bryce Pillay, and still in with a chance, mathematical, is Jaden Goosen in fourth place for Class A and overall as well. So they're out on track now, coming to take up their positions. It's a standing start for the ATE Volkswagen Challenge. There is a couple of grid positions between Class A and B, and the same thing between Class B and C, just to give them a little bit of time to play on their own. Andy Gossman, back on track. Great to see him. Always a great man to see in a Volkswagen Polo, and one of the longest standing championship contenders in this class is Gossman. He's been around almost since the inception of Volkswagen Challenge. In fact, I think he has been there right the way through. So certainly one of our longest standing competitors in this category. We saw George Aldrich in fighting earlier on. Francis is going to be now fighting hard for honours here as well. And remember, he's still in with a chance, although it's a slender chance of catching Stuart Mack for Class B. But I think Mack is going to wrap up Class B. He's going to concentrate his efforts on that Class B and just see what happens with Adrian De Beer. He can't do anything about Adrian De Beer, unfortunately, because they're in separate classes. But the 2-point advantage for the overall is certainly still up for grabs and very much to play for here, heading into this final round of ATE Volkswagen Challenge. You always like to see that, and I mean, I know when you get onto the kart grid, you will see likes of yourself or Wes or those kind of guys that are out there. When Volkswagen Challenge goes out there, you've got the likes of Graham Nathan, you've got the likes of Dion Holliday from Works Motorsport, you've got probably Andre Haupt out there as well, and a couple of the other guys from Universal Motorsport that help out with the preparation of these cars. But there are a couple of Volkswagen specialists that tend to put their little hand in the works to make sure that these cars go really well, and hopefully they've done enough here, as the big man there that I've just been chatting about has to go to battle for the last time. Onboard crew going to quickly go and switch those onboard cameras on. And there is Feathen Zafirio, by the way, who's making his way off the circuit. Dimitri will be the only car that will be out on track today for the Insure Risk team, because Michael did the incredible job of rolling his car in qualifying this morning. And I hope that Mike's okay. If he is watching, I'm sure he's going to enjoy all this action as they now roll around on their warm-up lap to come to battle for the first time today for ATE Volkswagen Challenge.
Yeah, it's always something nice to get to the grid and have a chat with your driver before they head out. they stop on the grid and do a little bit of a grid chat. We normally do it in the pit lane. Karting, obviously, rolling start, so you don't really get the chance to get to the grid unless you're in a KZ. But, the last words of wisdom before they head out, watch for this, watch for that. How was the track on the warm-up lap? That sort of conversation is normally being had. Check your fan, check your temperatures, and get ready for the start. And always that reminder, which I had gotten a couple of times, that you're in first gear when you get to
not in half a race.
Not in half a race. You must be in one for first place.
Please, don't put it in half a race.
And not an N for nowhere.
Yeah, that's where you want to be. A couple of drivers that have done that in the past, and there's a couple of famous drivers that have done that in the past as well, that have cost them championships because of it as well. But needless to say, these guys, I'm sure, are all going to be well aware of where they need to be, what gear they need to be in.
Are those clouds looking a little bit darker, Greg?
No, I think they're staying pretty much the same. I've been watching that as well out the window and watching over my right-hand shoulder out of our door too. That's kind of where the rain comes from, and it looks like it's all clear. So I'm hoping that we get a full, clear day's racing. There is, on the weather report, which I checked when you stepped out the room there for 2 seconds while we were between the heats, potentially late afternoon thunderstorms headed this way. So it potentially could come into race 2 for V8 Supercars and the second heat of these guys and girls. But until then, I think we're clear all the way through until about 4 o'clock this afternoon.
So the VW Challenge, historically, always a lot of these guys using the older version of the Polo Cup car.
Yeah, these are basically all the older version cars. They're at the front end of the field, for sure, in Class A. It's also one of the sort of discussions that we had in motorsport a while back, is to say, there are Polos, they're moving up, they do the change up, or they do the facelifts on those Polos, and with that they get a chance to, of course, then move the older Polos on and at least give them some more race life in them. So it definitely works well. The one thing it also does is a couple of the drivers that are involved in this class, like Jaden, are going to move on to Astron Energy Polo Cup, and a couple of the master drivers, the older guys, move into the Masters Championship, so they can have an opportunity to drive in both, if they've got the budget, of course, and available to them.
But also a great place for youngsters to come and cut their teeth and get used to things, go from triple one through to this, and then obviously on to the National Extreme Series as we wait for the final cars to grid and the fastest 5-second board ever to come out. Lights will go on and we will go racing on board now with Arjun de Beer for the start though.
That is your championship leader, overall and Class C. Arjun de Beer in the red car.
Ooh, cars.
There are a couple of jump starts there.
Class B car not knowing.
Yeah, wow. So they normally all go on the same lights, so I'm not quite sure why they went on separate lights. Chris Davison with a massive jump start there out of Class B. I'm not quite sure why they held them up for separate starts today, because they normally all go on one set of lights. And I don't think Chris Davison made driver's briefing.
I was about to say, missing driver's briefing.
He didn't know about the one set of lights that were going to be for everybody. It was one set of lights for each class, Chris Davison. But he's now moved himself up potentially into Class A honours, because that's where he is. He's on the tail end of Class A, as everybody was standing on the line waiting for the second set of lights to go out.
It'll be interesting to find out what the penalty for a jump start is. If it's 10 seconds and you get away by more than 10 seconds.
30 seconds for this class.
Right.
Yeah, 30
so
seconds.
They've redone
so
that.
30 seconds, but you know what? Because he jumped from class to class, I think it could be a little bit more than 30 seconds. He'd probably be 30 seconds on the winner of his class. There he is, the GSI man. I love the fact that he's got an Opel GSI branding, because he's a big Opel fan, but he drives a Volkswagen Polo. It's fantastic. I mean, he's got one of the original Michael Briggs Opel GSI cadets. So that's the reason why he runs that GSI logo, and it's part of his branding, of course, of his company.
Sit on the inside, yeah,
nice move.
Turn 8.
Koenig on the inside of Aldrich just hanging in there, but very close there between them. Fantastic start to this one, though, other than Chris Davison. He had the best start ever, but I think we'll have a chat to him about that later on in prize giving, because he's going to rue the day that he did that. Stuart Mack. Well, he's in second, but of course that will be first, because he's going to be, of course, gifted that 30 seconds back. It's Aldrich, I think, who's into possibly fourth place. Nicole Lombard up into third. Good start there from her. So a nice little start there from the young lady into third place behind Stuart Mack. I was trying to work out who was in that car, but it is Lombard. Yeah, Lombard into what is second place behind the AutoZone car. Then it's Aldrich, and then Mauro Deleuze. Now, Mauro Deleuze also coming out of the Rookie Cup class this year. He goes back into it, I think, next year. I think he's one of the drivers who's allowed to go back into it.
Yeah, it was his first session, yeah. So you'll be able to go in for a second season?
So he'll be a man to watch out for actually in next year, because I think he's shown some great prowess in that machine. And then behind him it's Koenig. So Jono versus Stewie, as we see our top Formula V man walking past our race door there and giving us a thumbs up. It's because he's been spending so much time in the gym, and I think he's on natural things. I think it was like egg whites and chicken breasts. He doesn't use juice. That's what I got told. But anyway, that's just me. Anyway, Volkswagen are the power plants that don't play here. That's why we can talk about Formula V's. Cruiser and Tehran.
They moved there from Cruiser to keep hanging on to that
phenomenal.
beaver headed Tehran. But out in front, though, we must say, is the Goose. Let's have a look at him there. He's making this a habit now, ahead of a returning to four wheels, Anthony Lessing. He took a break for a couple of years. Nice to see him back in a car, but he was also a two-wheel protagonist in his younger years.
He was, 600 rider. Very, very talented 600cc rider. And Lessing, of course, had a fantastic outing at Red Star Raceway, so it's good to see him back at the front end. He had to, unfortunately, leave early because he had to go and do a South African fishing championship. He left
Man of
Red
many
Star.
talents.
Seriously. And I think like he had literally just enough time to get on the boat before it went out to go and do the championship when he climbed out of the race car. So good to see him back again. Walker the Stalker is sitting in third place ahead of Mariam Fana and then Dierval Tehran on the Cruiser. This is on board with our championship leader, Adrian de Beer. And if we run up into Class C, also leading Class C. So he is perfectly placed right now. Exactly where he needs to be. Front end of Class C and ahead of his closest rival in Class C, which is Bryce Pillay. Pillay is in second place, and that's exactly where he needs to keep him. If he keeps Bryce Pillay behind him, he will wrap up Class C, but he's still got to fight hard with Mac for the overalls, I think, in the second race later on today.
It doesn't look like, though, Bryce Pillay going to make it easy for him. 118.4 purple lap the previous lap, and he's getting nice and close to the back of Arjan de Beer. He does have his own worries, though. Stuart Koenig not too far back, but Bryce Pillay putting the hammer down. Adrian de Beer has noticed his gap close, though, and on the last lap managed to match Bryce Pillay. 18.4 and 18.4 for the two of them, a couple of tenths ahead of the chasing Stuart Koenig.
Now, we mentioned the fact that we went on board with a couple of guys and we've seen them racing. We got to see Mo Kuroda, remember, last time out for the Nationals in the Fast 5 car. And we went on board there with Adrian de Beer. How cool, calm and collected does that look behind the steering wheel? Man, there's like nothing phasing in there.
It's a morning drive to work.
It doesn't look like he's even worried about anybody else on track at the moment. That's how, there's no intensity in his eyes. He's just bang the gear, turn it in, bang the gear. Just so
hands
smooth,
are soft and
so
easy.
smooth. Really nice to see, and of course that's probably why he sits where he is right now, top of both championships, overall and Class C.
Well, they always used to say there's no substitute for seat time, and that's what seat time does for you. Spending a lot of time in the car, and you can get into that point where it's just going through the motions, second nature, and driving almost subconsciously. You've done so many laps around here.
Love it.
Northern Bolt and Tool, that's the other Koenig.
Yeah, the two Koenig boys are unfortunately at the back of the Class A battle, not where they normally are. They're usually a little bit higher up in that standing, or Class B, I should say, Class B battle. But it doesn't look like they've got those cars not going as well as what they normally do. Class B, though, Chris Davison's now in trouble because Lombard's about to pass him. Nicole Lombard dives up the inside of Chris Davison, and he now drops to third place. So if he gets the 32nd on third place, it's going to drop him to the back of Class B completely, behind even Jonathan Koenig. So I think Chris has realized the error of his ways. Maybe rolled out of it and said, let me just get back into my normal pack and let's have a bit of fun there. I can't run with Class A, so let me just drop back into the pack and have some fun with Class B. Class A, though, the fun is being had at the front end, and Goose is flying.
Absolutely flying. He's doing it all over again, building the gap and making sure he maintains it all on his own out there in the front. The pay bar car of Anthony Lessing, though, doesn't quite have the answer. 12.7 for Jaden Goosen, a 13.4 for the chasing Anthony Lessing. So a massive half a second between himself and Anthony Lessing, able to just stretch his legs, open that gap. It's up to 1.1 seconds now, and I expect it to keep growing.
Yeah, a nice little aerial shot here from our drone as well, showing both sides of the track. Some cars going down the left-hand side towards 4, some of them coming out of 8 and heading towards us. Here is a shot of those cars in Class C heading towards us into Turn 1. This is an awesome shot of Adrian de Beer. As I said, when you go on board, you look at him, he's just as smooth as silk in behind there. Bryce Pillay working hard. Koenig has moved up ahead of Gossman, so a little bit of a change up there as we see Koenig and Gossman fighting hard. But De Beer, I think, is a man to watch out for here in terms of the championship and overall, because the way he's driving this car, he looks in the rearview mirror. That's the first time I've actually looked up. He's looked up. He's probably done it a few times, but while we've been on board with him, it's the first time I've ever seen him look up into the rearview mirror and worry about where Bryce Pillay is. He's got about a second on him. So that's about 3 car lengths, or 4 car lengths, I'd say, as they come out of turn 4 there, if you look at it from the car length point of view. But it's Gossman now, who's lost out to Koenig, and he drops down into what is 4th place as Chewy makes his way up. And potentially could spoil the day there for Bryce, because he seems to be slightly quicker. Koenig is doing 18 2s, we've got 18 1s, and 18 3s out of Bryce Pillay. So yeah, there is definitely a move on here from Stuart Koenig to potentially throw himself into the mix there for a second place.
Well, they're getting close now as they head down to turn 8. It looked like Arjan de Beer has pulled even more of a gap, and Bryce Pillay falling into the clutches of Stuart Koenig. So maybe Bryce Pillay just only able to switch it on in the first part of the race, and now starting to struggle for that pace. Arjan de Beer maybe just hanging on to that, maintaining that gap, and now he's putting in 18 3s, 18 deads consistently, 18-5 for Bryce Pillay. Stuart Koenig took another 2 tenths out of him. So that race is definitely on for second.
Well, you're talking about being smooth inside the cockpit. Being smooth inside the cockpit means it translates into smooth on the wheels, which means your tyre wear goes down, your engine wear goes down, and it means that you're able to put that car exactly where you want it to be every single time, because you're not going to lose traction with worn tyres because you've been fighting the car. If you're not fighting the car and you can make it work for you, which Adrian de Beer is doing right now, it's working for him, potentially going to wrap up Class C here, but he's still got, as I said, a fight for the overall class honours and the number 1 plate for 2026 with Stuart Mack, because Mack is also doing a superb job and running 4.5 seconds up the road from Nicole Lombard. So Goosen is 2.5 seconds up the road from Anthony Lessing, 4.5 seconds between Mack and Lombard, and it's a 1.5 seconds or so between Adrian de Beer and the man in second place, Bryce Pillay.
Jalen Kirsten on average now lapping 0.5 second quicker than Anthony Lessing, and easily able to just open that gap. I think the time for him spent in that Polo Cup car in that race as well has done him a lot of good. He was here 2 weeks ago.
Correct.
He's had a full weekend's testing as well as a full weekend's driving on the circuit in a car very, very similar to what he's driving. So all of that working in his favour, and he's able to just understand this track, understand the car, and get the lap times in. On board again with Arjan de Beer. Still looking like he's on a Sunday cruise, but behind him...
I was looking to see him. He was about to grab the coffee and have a sip there quickly out of the the drink compartment on that car. Pillay, reason is why. Pillay is having to battle hard here. Gossman and Koenig, Koenig and Gossman, respectively, are giving Bryce Pillay a massive run for his money. He's having to defend, and with that, he's slowing himself down. He's maybe turned his sights slightly differently there now and got in a little bit of breathing room over the third car there of Koenig. But Koenig, unfortunately, has no answer, because right on his tail comes Gossman. So, that three-way fight is almost what happens in karting. When you get into a little battle that starts to rage, you start to concentrate on the cars around you, and you fail to realize that the lead car just ekes away slowly but surely ahead of you, which is exactly what De Beer is doing with that smooth driving style he has.
Yeah, Bryce Pillay took a very wide line into turn 2 over that of Koenig. Koenig thought maybe if you just shorten the line up, he'd be able to close the gap down, but what it meant is he couldn't get the run out. But now through 5, 6, 7, and 8, he's brought that gap back down again, and he's right in within striking distance now of Pillay as they head down through 1 and 2. So Koenig gets a good run through 1. He'll be able to maybe just show a nose into 2. You don't have to get up next to him. Show a nose, maybe slow it down
set it up for 5.
And set it up for 5.
Yeah,
that's exactly what's going.
There we go. So perfectly done, Carl. Spot on in terms of your racecraft, buddy. I know that you've done a few laps around here and you know exactly what to do. But here we go. This is Francis Aldrich trying to close things down, and you can see just not able to find the pace that Nicole Lombard has found. This is a massive turnaround for Nicole Lombard. She had a bit of a tough time of it at Red Star Raceway, kind of an up and down day there for her. But here at Zwartkops, running in the 16.7s as opposed to the 16.3s and 15s that are coming out of Mac. Mac's quickest time is a 15.5, but a 16.747 on the last pass and a 16.1 is an incredible lap time from Nicole Lombard. Arguably her best outing for the season has been kept for this last round, and hats off to the young lady, doing a superb job.
It looks like Jaden might have had a little bit of a moment out of some corner somewhere, because that indicator's on, and that generally happens with the back steps out. You got to swap hands on the steering wheel quite quickly. But he's had it all his own way out in front there in Class A. Like we said earlier, it's starting to become a habit. The last time he raced here 2 weeks ago, he did the same thing in Polo Cup, and it looks like back-to-back victories.
Yeah.
And literally he's going to carry on that run of things here in the VW Challenge.
Nicely done. Jaden Gerson comes across the line there for the AA certified car, taking the victory. Wins out of Anthony Lessing for Paybar, and Ian Walker, the Stalker, coming through there in third place for the Cycles United and Velo multi-velo machine. Well done, Melavelo machine, I beg your pardon. And then it's Mighty Mfana right behind him. Elna Cruiser for ATE Brakes comes through to wrap up the top 5. Devil Teron behind her. Is it going to be Mack for the win in Class Bs? We're waiting for them to come to the line. I think it will be. So Stuart Mack will stay in the hunt for the overall championship. He wraps up Class B. So Mack will take Class B honours there. That's done. So he takes championship in Class B. Jaden Gerson with Wayne Masters not here. Scores maximum points over in Walker. Also wrapping up Class A championship for ATE Volkswagen Challenge. And Adrian de Beer, well, how far back is Bryce Pillay? Unfortunately, he's in second place, so it's not quite done yet. De Beer will still be in a fight for the championship. It's not over yet. And, of course, he's going to fight with Stuart Mack as well for the overall honours in the second race later on this afternoon. At approximately 4 o'clock is where we're looking to bring these cars back onto track. This is them down towards the final corner, Class C, with De Beer out front. And the victory still up for grabs. He takes it ahead of Bryce Pillay, Koenig and Gossman. And there we go.
I think that's the first time we've seen emotion from those eyes the entire race.
I can't believe it's quite lucky to be on board with him for a change.
There's the bag on the
roller.
He's probably got a little snack bag.
Snack bag. Went over, grabbed a little energy bar halfway through, had a bite, had a sip of Monster, and I don't know what he was. Whatever he was on, it was working well. So well done. It's not quite the championship though. That's incredible to think that Adrian de Beer still got to fight with Bryce Pillay for the last race to see if he can wrap up the overall championship. And then he's got to fight with Stuart Mack as well for the overall championship, but with Bryce Pillay for the Class C championship. We got 2 champions crowned though. Jaden Gerson will take the win and the overall championship for Class A ahead of Wayne Masters. His stablemate Walker the Stalker might just move up in a second actually, with Wayne Masters not being here this weekend. So he's not there yet, but I think after race 2 he will be into second. So Walker the Stalker will come through. Elna Cruiser will stay in the 4 spot. And then it's a good drive from Stuart Mack to wrap up the championship in Class B over Aldrich and Chris Davison, who was arguably our best starter of the day.
100%. Best start we've seen out of a car like that in a long time. Greg, I just want to confirm with you though.
Yeah.
The points tally for the wins, it's 10.
10-8, 6-5, 4-3, 2-1.
10-8. So 8, he's 47 now. He's up to 39. Another 8 takes him to 47. The best he can do is tie with Wayne Masters unless he gets the fastest lap.
Yeah, that's it. So basically we're in for a little bit of fun and games later on. That is what is still coming after the lunch break now. If we're going to have a circuit break, we're not quite sure if we're going to have one yet or not. But at this point in time, we have got SuperHatch, BMW M Performance Racing Series A, B and C, DOE Formula V's, ACD, Welkom, 111 GD Sports and Saloons, DENF of the M Performance Racing Series, Dunlop V8 Supercars, and ATE Volkswagen Challenge to wrap up the final round of the 2025 Regional Extreme Festival, proudly presented by Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. We'll be back shortly, straight after this circuit break. straight into it once again here for SuperHatch and their second heat of the day as they make their way around. It's Keith and Mike. He's looking to wrap up this championship and see what he can do to stay on track, stay out of trouble, and hopefully be in the running by the time the checkered flag comes out in a couple of laps' time. So with SuperHatch, once again, there's a possibility here that Keith and Monkeys can wrap up a championship. I think Ishmael Beloy will be looking to wrap up the overall championship, but it's going to be a bit of a tight battle between the two of them. Those two classes have had some pretty epic battles, but we saw a spectacular battle actually earlier on today, Carl, with Arthur Thorne going at it with Carl Stoltz, and then coming through was our Freckleton. He won it. Yeah, he did.
Great job from him there in that little black Golf. That Golf doing double duty, though, in two different classes, and now it's got two different drivers in it as well, if I'm not mistaken.
It is, yeah. So he's driving in the SuperHatch, and of course, hulle weet nie wat ons weet nie, Drickus du Plessis, our cage fighter, has come to play in circuit racing. Great to have him here. We saw him at the Zwartkops Annapolis. He had an absolute jaw, and he's looking to maybe change his allegiance to something with four wheels in the very near future. Lights on. And here we go for the last time in 2025. It is Keith and Mikey.
Great start from Pretoria.
Keith and Mikey's is left on the line there in the Renault to the back of the pack. That is not what Mikey's wanted. Good start, as you said, from Josh Totoy. Great start coming out of Ishmael Beloy. He goes side by side with Freckleton as they go down into turn 2. He holds the inside line, just able to hang on to that inside line and keep that first place, or the first part of that position as they came through there. But I think it's Thorne from Stoltz as they went down in towards turn 2, hanging on at the front end. Stoltz, in fact, getting through on Thorne as they came onto the back straight. So the first time that Toyota hits the front in this race day, and it is the Pretoria Toyota now who leads out over that TSI Polo of Arthur Thorne. And then behind that comes Freckleton. And by the looks of things, is that Quintus Falloon? Yeah, Falloon, I think, has moved up into the top 4. Change up for the lead, under braking. Thorne back on the inside and just squeezing through there. But hang on, here we go.
The Golf's going to go with.
Freckleton's coming.
He's deep on into the inside, into turn number 6. But we've seen this often. 7 is a left-hander, so is 8. So if you can just hang around the outside there, you can make it. Oh, big mistake! And he's just held on to that. That was some amazing driving from the car 77 of Jarl Freckleton. He almost lost it and connected that B10 or Toyota.
Well, they did touch. There was a little rub there. But Rubbing's Racing will let that go. Stoltz won't be happy about that. Carl Stoltz does not appreciate that type of driving. So stand by for a bit of maneuvering here from Carl Stoltz to come back at Freckleton for maybe a bit of retribution. But it has worked in Freckleton's advantage. He's moved to second place onto the tail now of that TSI Polo of Arthur Thorne. So it's not done yet. This championship very much up for grabs. I'm just looking to see. There is Ishmael Beloy and Keith and Mikey's. By the looks of it, I think it's got back up into the top 8. And he's into top 8. So he's up to top 8. So that's where he needs to be. Try and wrap up his championship in the SuperHatch title.
Freckleton has just driven flat out around the outside.
Have a look at this. There it is. Puts the wheels onto the dirty stuff on. And that's, once again, an indication of there are 3 left-handers. And the 2 of them are the last 2 corners on the track. And on the first lap, you still need some heat in the rubber before you can attempt a maneuver like that. Now he's got heat in the rubber. Should get through there relatively unscathed. Perfectly done this time from Freckleton. And I think it was just a case of a bit of cold tyres, a little bit of cold tyres on the rumble strip as well, which sent him left and almost into the front door of that Pretoria Toyota.
I think also that Golf 1 is pushing out a lot more horsepower than it would standard, and then you get what they call torque steer. When you stand into it and one of the other wheels spins up, and it causes that kind of moment.
You're just a passenger at that point.
And then it's off on the throttle, and you hope for the best. But it was a great catch, great recovery, and he kept himself safe, and more importantly, the car on his inside safe.
Just avoided a massive incident there, I think, with that Pretoria Toyota of Carl Stoltz. So there we go. Josh losing out. Keithan sneaks through. That's the two youngsters of this class. Keithan Monkeys, I think, is 16 or 17, maybe 18. I'm not 100% sure of the exact age, but I know Josh is only just eligible for this class, so that would be in the 14 or 15-year-old age group. But two future stars in the making here, particularly if you think about what the Du Toits have done in their racing careers, both his uncle Jonathan and his dad Mark. And in fact, once again,
And
Josh
their dad.
hanging on ahead of Mark in this race. The BMW is behind Josh in 9th place, ahead of Suman Moodley.
Well, we spoke about the throwback to what these cars, these exact brands and shapes of cars used to race in. There we saw the Opel livery. That was
Yep.
the old factory Opel livery of
Yeah, it
that
was.
they used to
Factory
run. I think
racing,
Leroy
Opel factory
Poulter
racing.
ran that as well. So Leroy Poulter running that livery and that. So we get to see how much that as he comes under pressure from the black and orange Honda. I'm sure you'll tell
Ishmael
me
Beloy.
who Ishmael Beloy. He's coming onto the back of that course now, looking for a way past. And we'll sure looking about how quick he was into turn 1 or 2. You'll be having a look. There we are now through turn 1. Car 66, Ishmael Beloy. Head
looking for
onto
a way
the brakes to turn 2.
Fenter's in the Opel. So yeah, Opel Racing colours on the side of that, as you saw with the Opel Racing stripes. I think, if I'm not mistaken, both Michael Briggs and Grant McCleary used to run those colours too.
Yes, on their SAT cars.
On their SAT cars, and before that in the Group N cadets. So it kind of is indicative of the Opel Racing brand. And if you've got an Opel and it's in racing trim, it should have that livery on the sideline. Unless your name, of course, is Chris Davison, then you put a big growling grin on the front and you get spectacular starts like he does. But here we go. Up into turn 4. The two youngsters fighting hard. Great to see that, actually. Monkeys and Du Toit could be names of the future that we'll be mentioning in maybe higher echelons of the sport in the very near future if they continue on the way that they're going so far. Keithan Monkeys coming into this class in a Renault Sandero Cup that has not really been the quickest car out there, but certainly one of the most consistent cars. And even though he just fluffed the start slightly, he's come back nicely into the top 7 and still in with a chance of wrapping up the championship. So nice little run there from Keithan.
Well, it is the great thing with a class like this. It's a car that's no longer eligible for a class that's no longer existing can come and race here, and a great thing for youngsters to come into, cut their teeth, get used to it, get used to a bit of main circuit racing, get the learning out of the way, and then move on to whatever it is they want to do, be it more.
That was the whole plan that SuperHatch was graded around, is the fact that you wanted to make it it's not checkbook racing, it was economic racing that guys were looking for. And for guys to get into saloon cars and make it as economical as possible, SuperHatch was born. It had at one point, it was one of the highlights of the day. There were 3 classes, A, B, and C, and I think the highest grid they ever had was 40 cars on the grid in its heyday. So it certainly has got potential to grow back to that. It's come back, fortunately, to a decent amount of cars that are on the track. We saw that Nissan Sabre coming in for the very first time there of Georgie Aldrich. He's potentially in the running for second place in the championship, even I think first in his class as well. So there's still a little bit of work to be done there. And yes, that's not a hatch, but of course that car, I think, just getting a little bit extra time on track for Diane Moodley for a little bit of track experience. And of course, part of Trans-Africa Racing, it's important that he gets as much time in the seat as possible, because you know just how valuable that is.
Well, they have cut the rear bumper so far on that Ballard that it could potentially definitely be classified as a hatch if it goes past. Have a look at it now.
Yeah, if you do that, that's kind of what happens. Is we're joined by the Stewarts. It's Stewart and Company that are joining us here in the commentary booth. We'll have a chat to Chloe after this as soon as this is done. But a nice little run here. Oh, Josh is through.
Yeah.
Josh has found a way through there on Keithan. So a change up there between the two youngsters. Josh Du Toit moving up now into what is 7th place. Keithan Monkeys down to 8th. So I don't know how that affects the championship overall. Unfortunately, I don't have SuperHatch's championship points because they were originally combined with the 111 TD Sports and Saloons and the 111 Sports and Saloons as well. So there's kind of like a couple of guys that are in the running. As I said, one of them is Ishmael Beloy for sure. The other one is George Aldrich. And then, as I said, Keithan Monkeys, after the spectacular season he's had, he's in the running. Running for the win, though, is this man. He is just... Ooh. Is that showboating, or is that a little bit of planned there?
I don't know.
I think that was a bit of showboating.
I got a little bit of fright there because that looked like that was going to go right. You can even see the attitude of that car. The front is so low and the back is so high. It's like they've set it up to just swap ends on him all the time.
Jar Freckleton is the
Jar
man
Freckleton.
at the wheel of this car as he goes into turn 4. Look at the gap he's pulled as well. Arthur Horn not even in sight. So he's disappeared at the front end. But I think, to be honest with you, he possibly may have broken out of the allocated lap times that you're allowed to do in Class A for SuperHatch. So this could potentially be just a run for the win and for honours on the day. He's not involved in the championship, so that's the reason why they're giving him a chance to drive this car and, of course, to share it with Drickus du Plessis today. Drickus we'll see a little bit later on in the 111 GD Sports and Saloons.
13.3 was his quickest lap time out there. The next best towards that of 15.4.
Yeah, 15's a breakout for Class A, so that's why I'm saying Yar is nowhere near the allocated lap times allowed in this one. He's just now just enjoying the fact that he's at the front and the flag is going to come out for him first again. So we are on to the final lap. Last one to go here. As they come round, it's going to be Arthur Thorne potentially for the win because he won't have broken out. And it'll be second place for Carl Stoltz. Quintus Viljoen looking for third. Hendrik Venter is in the 4th spot, and 5 will be Ishmael Beloy. Beloy with the 5th place. That might be enough for him to sort of have an opportunity of wrapping up another SuperHatch championship. Ishmael Beloy has been a season campaigner as well. The 4 times, or the 1 season and 4 times I got to race in SuperHatch for Trans-Africa Racing, Ish was my teammate, and absolutely awesome oak to race with. Lots of space gives you a lot of room to play. If you return the favour, you can have an absolutely epic dice on track if you get anywhere near Ishmael Beloy. And we did the same thing before. Unfortunately, the front of my car got destroyed in that big crash I had here at the Passion for Speed Festival when we were playing around in the Little Giants class as well in those GSM darts. So, chicken flag is out for the man who takes the victory, and guess who it is? You'll never guess. If I say Yar, you remember. Yeah, you will. It's Yar Freckleton who takes the win. Arthur Thorne, I think, is going to get the victory, though, overall, to be honest, because that breakout time will unfortunately drop Yar out of contention. So Thorne will take the win over Stoltz, and Quintus Viljoen will come through for 3rd place there, just in the background, in the 3rd polo. Just want to see what happened between Josh and Keithan as we watch the Opel of Hendrik coming down ahead of Ishmael Beloy. Josh stays ahead of Keithan. So Josh Totoy, his baptism into SuperHatch has certainly been a good one. Beats his dad 3 out of 4 times. Not a bad effort.
Are you going to mention that prize win?
I will indeed. I will mention the fact that Mark Totoy got eaten alive 3 out of 4 times by his son Josh Totoy. But there he is coming across. I'll take nothing away from Mark. He does an amazing job here with his team, and of course the owners of Zwartkops are the Totoy family. So it's great to see both Josh and, if you watch Luke, in the younger of the 2 cousins coming through in karting, also has a big potential future ahead of him as well. But that's how we wrap up SuperHatch for 2025. In a few moments' time, we'll be back with M Performance Racing classes A, B, and C.
And Josh, tell us how was that race for you?
Yo, it was amazing for me. Thank you so much. I had a good start through the first through corners, and I was able to just get through my competitor in the turn 2. I was able to just squeeze past him. It was an amazing race. Thank you so much.
And how was that for the season?
Yeah, the first season, so it's my first season ever racing. So I had a few years of karting experience, but this racing's really opened up, some new possibilities for me. It's been really, really, really fun racing these bigger cars. It's a lot more skills. You need the skills of gear changing, and of course clutch control. It's been a real learning experience, and I've enjoyed every part of it. Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah. It's it's amazing.
Always nice to catch up with Josh Pretoria after a great battle in SuperHatch there. The youngster just giving us a couple of insights as to how it all went there in the closing stages of the 2025 championship for SuperHatch. Yes, Mike Rowe, I do realize that GSI is an acronym for Chris Davison's company. I did say that. And I did say that he owns a GSI Cadet, which is why he runs the GSI logo on the side of a Volkswagen Polo. There's a bit of tongue-in-cheek there between him and you and me. That's the reason why I was mentioning it. But yeah, thanks, Mark. I do appreciate it, and I'm glad that you're listening in and enjoying all the race action. Big boss man of Volkswagen, South African motorsport, and of course, big plans for 2026 as we go into the 30th anniversary of the Astron Energy Polo Cup. That's at the national side of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport. And of course, also seeing the return of Volkswagen into an official factory team in touring cars for 2026 as well. Now, Carl has decided he's had enough of the commentaries for today. He's going upstairs to go and fetch some parcel. And he said, no, Greg, you can do the rest of the day's racing. And fortunately, my good friend Bernard de Gouveia, who is, of course, new champion, is alongside me. Congratulations, Brother Bear. That was well earned.
Thanks, but it's not over yet. I still got race
done.
2.
It's
but
done.
Yeah, look,
Don't worry.
I've seen some of my drivers that have broken out on the last lap, and I'm not going to do it.
Okay, all righty.
So I'm just going to take it chilled and enjoy my day and relax. And
You sent me the points, bud. We worked on the points you sent me, and on the points you sent me, you are crown champion according to our working.
Yes, I was
But we'll
just
see how
very
it goes.
fortunate that my dear friend Andre van Vuren, unfortunately for him, he broke out. We would have had a lack of dice, I think, today.
Yeah.
We were in practice. We were within a few points of a second of each other. So, unfortunately for him, he broke out. So last
That is
race
how-
of the year, or last event.
That's
of
how
the
it
year.
works.
Yeah.
The rules are the rules. Doesn't
Rules
matter
are
if it's
the
the last
rules.
race or the first race.
Yeah.
Now, speaking of rules, while these guys are on their warm-up lap, big changes coming for 2026, but tell me about it.
Yeah, so that's why I actually came here to tell you about it. We've decided to, because we've gone so big now, we've got now the cars, we are going to split turbos and naturally aspirated cars.
Okay.
So next year we're going to have 8 classes. It'll be turbo A, B, C, D,
Yeah.
and then naturally aspirated A, B, C, D.
That sounds like a plan.
Yeah, so that's
sounds like a
our new rules for next year.
And the split basically, I think, would almost split it half-half.
Yeah,
if you look
so
at what you've got on
I
track at the moment.
calculated it with everyone that entered. We had 68 original entries
Yeah.
for this weekend. And we worked it out. Okay, there was 2 withdrawals and it was down to 66. It was exactly 33 turbo cars and 33 NA cars.
See, that's the way to
So,
go.
Yeah,
And also, I think it just gives these guys something more to play for now. You know, you've had a very successful run over the last several seasons, running in the current format. You introduced Class F, which was, I think, is a massive win to the class as well. But with that, you've now brought in, as you said, a field of 68 cars that could have participated here today. You got 15 down in KwaZulu-Natal, you got 15 down in the Eastern Cape, and you got about 25 down in the Western Cape. So you're running at almost 100 cars strong field around
remember
the country.
those cars are totally separate to us.
No, but I'm
Obviously,
saying
like
if you had to
we-
combine them
Yeah.
when we do the regional
If
stuff
if,
and we move around the country.
The moon aligns with all the stars. Maybe
one day.
it would be lekker to do that one day. So Cape Town, come up here, and all the other guys come and visit us. Let's do it one day.
I think it's a great plan. Eh? You bring them up to Kyalami, what an amazing field that would make.
Look, this year we've had 104 drivers in our championships.
Unbelievable.
This is the first event that we haven't had any new drivers. But I know there was some cars sold this week, so there's new drivers coming ready
Alrighty.
for the start of the 2026 year.
Speaking of starts, let's go to the start of the final race of classes A, B, and C here. Leon Lopesha gifted the front end of the field, of course, with the inverted grid, but the red and yellow flash behind him. Oh! Is that a bit of rubbing his racing between the Lareros there?
Yeah, I think dinner tonight's going to be interesting.
Yo! How's that maneuver?
Yeah.
Take that, bud.
It
Rick's
doesn't look
deciding
like
I'm
they
coming
touched
through.
because the cars were quite clean, so I think they didn't touch, so hopefully not.
Gunpuff into the onboard here for us as well. Nice to see that.
Nice number plate, Lighty.
Ah, Lighty. I like it a lot.
They
Coming
also
up.
sold their Windgat car, so that car's going to come and race next year to Justin Brown. That's why he withdrew, because he sold his car on Thursday.
Archer inside of the German. On the outside, Nick Mack is coming into play there. Also some nice new livery on Nick's car. It caught me out in the first one. I didn't recognize the car.
What's that speed? What's that? The Need for Speed.
Yeah,
Was
Need
that
for
name?
Speed.
Yeah, Need for
That's
Speed.
exactly
livery.
it. Yeah, with
but
it.
it's also nice to see our Class B now growing. We were like 3-4 cars the whole year. All of a sudden we're like up to 8 cars. So it's nice to see that growing. And then next year, let's see how that goes. Look, so basically ABC and D for turbos is going to be pretty much the same breakouts.
Yes.
But now there's a couple of new guys that have committed to come next year. So yeah, we'll wait to see the likes of hopefully Jagger Robertson might come back.
I like to hear that.
Justin's already phoned me about it. So yeah, let's see if he comes back. And there's a couple of NA cars sitting around doing nothing. So
Well, there's a
if all
couple
goes well, we might
there's a
have
couple of
40
commentators
cars.
that could climb into the cars if they need to. Just letting them know. Heads up. No, but you guys have had a fantastic season. Of course, the race action has always been proper. Leon here, potentially in with a chance, but unfortunately with the growth you've just mentioned in Class B, it means that he's not going to be scoring full points in Class A, whereas Renier will be.
Yeah,
So I think Renier could potentially hang on to this.
Yeah, for overall, I think Renier will have it. Leon's next Class A. So,
We got him done. That's Class A done.
So now it's just a matter of I think the weather today and everything, the breakouts aren't there. Well, for some people, like unfortunately for Andre. Oh, Marish is farming.
Hey.
I'm sure that onboard must have.
That would have been, that would have been pretty good. I think we'll try and get that on board a little bit later on. But that is Varish Gunpuff in the Grobler Motorsport BM, getting it a bit sideways, but eventually back on track. Fortunately, didn't get stuck in there. The one thing that the rain has helped with, I don't know if you picked up on it, but the amount of cars that have gone off track into the kiddie litter, it's a little softer. It's not as gripping, and the cars are not being held in that kiddie litter as hard as normal.
I don't know. I'm Portuguese.
You haven't been, eh?
I'm Portuguese, but I haven't been farming yet.
No, you don't.
Touch wood.
No, you touch ball. Never mind wood. But anyway,
But I see first race Salvi went off quite. He
He
was
had a
very
big one.
lucky not to roll the car in the kitty litter.
yeah, he had a big one through turn 4. Here we go, on board. He's working pretty smoothly now, trying to make up the ground. And let's see whether or not he does that after that off-track excursion.
See, he's got a passenger seat, so we've got a tractor next week Sunday as well. He hasn't bothered to take his passenger seat out for this event. So yeah, if you guys want to come and try out the cars at our tractor, we had Red Star next week as well.
Sure, there we go. Heading down towards turn 1 and 2, the red versus the yellow flash there from Combined Racing. I said to them at prize giving last time at Red Star Race, I said, if you guys don't have those cartoon characters on the back of your cars by the time you get to Zwartkops, I'm going to be suitably unimpressed. I am. So we'll have to have a chat to your two Portuguese teammates
So
there. but-
banana and strawberry.
Yeah. No, fast bananas, fast strawberries there.
No,
That's
but
for
you got to
sure.
say it in Portuguese style.
Banana.
Banana.
And strawberry and mange. Hey, mange. Oh, that's mangoes for those of you who don't speak Portuguese. Anyway, it's all good. And the BMWs have been spectacular all season long. It's about to wrap up for this 2025 season. It's the final round of the championship, but of course a couple of special events still to happen, as you heard from the boss man. Next weekend at Red Star Raceway, the track day. A couple of guys that might want to get those cars on track just to test out their abilities, maybe get their new cars and get their setups done.
And take passengers, take your family for
Yeah,
laps. It's lekker to take your sponsors.
Exactly.
It's a relaxed day. It's awesome. So yeah, you're welcome to come and join us. Go check it out on our website, www.bmwcarclub.co.za. Now we've got Anton Pammersham coming to try and overtake Nectar.
He is. He's coming along rapidly, but I think Nick has got him covered though.
Lighty's actually doing quite well. His whole hub came off on his left rear yesterday. Fixed it overnight, and he started at the back of race 1 and worked his way up, and he's doing quite well here again in race 2.
Yeah, looking good in race 2 there, that's for sure. I like the fact that he's fighting with Parmesan so hard. Then tucked in behind him, Leonard Archer, of course, also had a spectacular season, particularly the latter part of the season. The first part didn't quite go according to plan there for the ACD Welkom man. Shane Krobler, a seasoned campaigner in this one too, having some fun and games, and then Nishal Singh in there as well.
Yeah, you can see those newer cars with their brake lights all flashing away because they're braking so hard.
Coming on, the ABS system kicks in as those hazards come on, and oh man, this is just such a great little battle.
This is so lekker to see again. We haven't seen these two. Okay, Rick's tires driving this, so nothing serious, but we haven't seen them for a while racing against each other. So it's awesome to see now again.
It is, and there you've got a really great set of cars that they're racing. The preparation on these cars is spectacular. We saw just how good, particularly the yellow one, was at Red Star, coming out of the pit lane and still getting up into second place.
Yeah, I spoke to him afterwards at Red Mist. He was not a happy camper, but he went through like a knife through butter there. Hot knife through butter.
The 2-litre milk bottle from the German, also still in the mix there.
I think he's still having a bit of development issues.
Yeah.
I believe he's building another car, so maybe he'll put his NA back in there and come race both categories. So German, it's up to you now.
So that's also something that could happen.
Yeah,
A couple of guys who got a turbo and a naturally aspirated car. You could have guys jumping ship from side to side.
Yes, although it can be quite daunting and tricky when you've got the two different cars. I spoke to Rick once. He's got the two cars. One's a right-hand drive manual naturally aspirated car, E30.
Yeah.
And then this one is a left-hand drive turbo sequential. So it's
You've got to just remind yourself of which car you're in. Go for the sequential box. Oh no, hold on a second. No. Maybe not, Maybe not. Just stick to the one car.
There's Hein van der Merwe, I think.
Now listen, Hein van der Merwe, with Salvi not being here, could potentially move up and take the championship because there was only 4 points in it. So Hein, all he has to do is, let's just going to have a look at it in
I
terms
think he's
of
just
how
got
they're
to
standing.
come about fifth.
Yeah,
Fifth.
so where is he sitting at the moment? He's sitting fourth. That's good enough.
Yeah, so you should
Good
be
enough.
able to take class each.
Miller, Naidu and Naidu, one with a AI and one with a double O, is the top three.
Oh, a bit sideways with Ethan Couture. I think he might have just stepped on the grass slightly.
Yeah,
and
maybe.
I think that's the other issue with being a left-hand drive car used to right-hand drive.
And front wheel drive and left and rear wheel drive too. He'll certainly enjoy being behind the wheel of that EC machine of his, the ACD Welkom car of Archer.
Yeah, it's good to see him on track. He had, like you said earlier, a lot of issues, but it looks like he's sorted the issues so well that he's actually gone to Class B with the car.
No, that's exactly what I was saying. You know, his start of his season wasn't quite there. He did, of course, when he took over the sponsorship of the 111 class, he had a little swan song in the GT category there, but wasn't classified. It was just to announce the sponsorship. No, he was way too fast. Yeah, he was way too fast, but didn't matter. He got to have a little swan song and of course launch the fact that his company had taken over the sponsorship of the 111s for the remainder of the season. Of course he got to play in that one and in your class on that day, which was really cool to see. And then at Red Star he had a really good day. Now we've got a bit of traffic which has come into play now, which potentially could fall into Paolo's advantage.
Oh, watch.
You see what I'm saying? Oh, there we go! Did I just give us the commentator's curse? I did! Oh my goodness gracious, that is exactly what I thought might be happening. Traffic became a major factor, and it was Rick defending. Paolo went for the inside, he didn't see him, and as he dived across to take his normal line, they were touching, and they've taken a third car out there. I didn't quite see who the third car was.
It's Dewald Smith.
Dewald Smith there.
How many laps have we done?
Well, we've completed 8 of the 12, so there's still 4 to go. Not quite 75%.
I think maybe if I just...
oh, there we go.
Maybe just do one more lap and then call the
Do you think there might be some Christmas cards between the two of them? I don't think that... No, look. I don't think it was intentional. Unfortunately, the cars there was a lot of traffic. And it kind of happens with classes like this when you get in. You're saying, not me. No, well, I don't know if it was you or not. But yeah. There's definitely going to be a little chat between the two of them.
Cars seem to be fine. I haven't seen if Dewald's out.
I think he is. I think he climbed out. Yeah, I saw him in the background. There he is.
Brothers are coming to each other. There's
There we go. Gloves are off. Gloves are off. Oh no, you can see from the gesticulation, the eyes. There's not happy campers there. Yeah, look, to be honest with you, I mean, we'll probably get to have a look at it again. But to be honest with you, I don't think anybody was at fault there. Traffic was the problem there.
Yeah.
and they were both going for a gap that maybe wasn't there. They'll have a little chat. And Rick seems to be a little bit more upset than Paolo is.
No,
Let's have a look at that.
Paolo's upset.
I mean, Paolo's upset. There we go. Yeah, Rick pulls out. He comes to take the line. And as he comes to take the line, I don't think he realized that Rick was there.
Paolo.
Apollo was there.
In the yellow one, yeah.
Yeah, Apollo was there. Yeah. So there we go.
Unfortunately. And because of the heavy rain yesterday, I hit that same wall a few months ago in Quali, and it was wet from the previous day. Or that you a passenger there. You just go sliding.
You just go sliding. Yeah. So, another man you can ask about that is Etienne van der Linde down at Cochabana in the touring cars. When he went off, or production cars I should say, he went off there in the BMW and just went sliding. Nicky Dix also was the problem.
Nicky Dix is in a new car. That's a late Vigen Naidu's car.
All right.
He bought it. It's his first race out with it. So he normally has the E36 M3 S54 naturally aspirated car. That's an E36 M3 Turbo with the S50 motor.
Nice.
I'm just not sure if it's a 3 litre or the 3.2.
Nice though.
So yeah, so he's now added that to his stable of cars.
So he's put that into the kitty litter at turn 4. I think there's a possibility that we're probably going to have to stop it. We won't be able to go and do the safety car, and I think the red flag is already out, if I'm not mistaken. I haven't seen any flags yet. We haven't seen any. Just saw the double yellows down at the incident. But are we under safety? I'm not sure. Let's just see if we can pick up on that if we can.
Flags either.
So if we are, that's good. That's great help there from the marshals as well to get Nicky Dix back on track.
Look at all the stones he's leaving.
It's lovely. But he's on the left-hand side, so it's not really the race line except for that big rock that just rolled right into the safety car. There we go.
Safety car, okay.
Okay, so we went under safety.
And that's,
thanks Rob Gearing once again for that incredible safety car. But you got a proper safety car here this weekend.
Yeah, that was one of the pre-production models, so we managed to save it and use it for our events. It's not road legal or anything like that. And the idea was to try and race it, but I think there's some legalities there. But so
is it drag racing legal though? Could we put it onto a straight line? Because I'd like to see that thing in a straight line. But I was chatting to JL because JL, our COC, is actually driving that car for you as your safety car driver, and he said to me on the track day when Paolo gave him a chance to drive it just to get used to the car, he got down to 108s. That's Class C times, really. That's awesome.
It did 1 or 2 races with us. I think at M Fest. Was it M Fest? Yeah.
Wasn't Leighton in the car?
No, it was Cristiano Verolini.
Oh, Verolini,
he was in the car. He's also racing today. He replaced Kent, who unfortunately got quite ill this week, so he's been out. So Cristiano stepped into the car through the Pablo Clark stable.
Also, we have to give a shout out because I know Carl's in the seat with me at the moment, but in the first race when we saw Carabo go off, we were under the impression that he'd broken his collarbone in that incident that he had in MSA4 at the National. So I was quite surprised to see him at the wheel of the car, but apparently it was just a small leg injury, but he was signed off to race, so everything was okay. So apologies there to the Pablo Clark team and to Carabo for our comments earlier on, but that was the information that was passed down to me, saying that he'd potentially hurt his collarbone and would not be racing for the rest of the season. So it was good to see him climb back in the car. Unfortunately, it didn't make it all the way through the first race. He ended up retiring right there where they are now at the exit of turn 3.
Yeah, so now, like, going back to the rules, the way we're sort of trying to structure it is like Class A naturally aspirated will be basically your M3s that are highly modified. Then Class B will probably most likely be mainly M3s, sort of like my car, Troy, a few of those cars.
Yeah.
And then your Class C most likely will be your 330s, like Carabos and those cars. And then your Class D most likely will be your 328s.
Yeah.
There will be the odd exception.
And then the boxes and those kind of things will go into that as well, unless they're running turbo engines. Yeah.
No. Remember, it's naturally aspirated.
No, I'm saying
turbos. Yeah. No turbos in
so
there.
if they're running a naturally aspirated and they're not running the turbos, they'll be in that class.
Yeah,
so
that's sort of the idea.
Rob is the example.
Well, let's rather use Davy as example.
Or Davy, I should say.
He's got an E30.
Correct.
With a 330 motor, E46 330 motor.
Yeah.
He runs in Class D with us. He most likely will be in Class B because he's quite quick with that car.
Yes, exactly.
He might not be in Class C even though it's a 330.
Okay.
So it all depends. We've got all new times coming up, so yeah. So stay
no, but
tuned.
listen,
stay tuned.
I appreciate the fact that you've gone and just shaking it up a little bit, because it does. When you run for 60 years, like for instance Formula Vee have done, and they've run it almost the same rules all the time. They've had a couple of changes here and there for sure, but you do need to have a little bit of spice in the mix, otherwise it gets stale. So what you guys have done, I think, is going to work well, and 2026 could potentially be a groundbreaking championship for you guys.
Yeah, look, we've changed it. We used to have only 4 classes, A, B, C, D, and mixed.
Yeah.
Then we brought in Class E as a feeder class. Then that got big. Then we brought in Class F as a feeder class. And now it's obviously...
And that's got big.
Yeah. So now it's got to where it is. And so now we've got the opportunity of splitting. We've been saying for years, let's split turbos in NAs. And now we've got the opportunity to go and split it. And I really think it's going to grow. And yeah, if I saw what we had just in D and F this weekend, we might have to split the NAs again.
Now, in terms of class A, B, C, D in each of those, will mean you'll still have 2 heats on the day. You'll have the turbo class and you'll have the natural. Here we go, once again having a look at it.
So Dewald was way out.
Dewald actually wasn't involved at all.
No, he was way out of the way.
It was literally...
If Rick had just stayed down straight, yeah. But anyway.
I think, you know what, Rick was coming to take his normal race line and didn't realise, I don't think he checked the mirror to see the yellow car there. That car is so fast, it came in the mirror very quickly.
I suspect he probably thought that Paul was behind him, not next to him.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
He was taking his normal race line because he got past Dewald and he was going to pitch it into turn 8, and then it just all went Paolo shaped.
It's not a banana.
They went banana shaped there, yeah. Anyways, it's part of racing, but what we're seeing here, unfortunately, is the final race is going to be potentially wrapped up under safety car because we're on the final lap. So last lap of the season, a couple of guys out there might be thanking me for that, or thanking them for that, because they're going home with cars that are not broken and have got no damage to them. But it's not the way you want to finish a championship, that is for sure. Not after the spectacular 2025 season you guys have had.
No, we've had a great year, and thank you to all our sponsors. Firstly, but many, there's quite a few to name them.
Of course.
But yeah, thank you to all our sponsors, but also a big thank you to the drivers. Without the drivers, we wouldn't have this. So a big thank you. They put a lot of time, a lot of effort, and a lot of money into their cars. So a big thank you to them. And obviously also a big thank you to the marshals, the tracks, you guys, everyone else that's involved with the motorsport. You know, without you guys, we wouldn't have this. And we're privileged to be doing this. You know, not everyone can do this.
Yeah.
You know, I remember growing up watching Tony Vian and those guys, and always wishing to go and watch them race. And we're privileged to actually be racing at tracks like Kailong.
Yeah, 100%.
So it's awesome.
Well, there's the flag for Leon Nopsha as he comes through. That is your champion for Class A.
In second and first overall in B. Who was after that? I didn't see.
Class B would be Parmesan. Class B.
Class C should be
And then
Reinhard
Class
Miller.
C will be Reinhard Miller ahead of Hein van der Merwe and Nick Knight. So van der Merwe, champ.
Yeah, he should be champ. And Smith, did he break out? No, he didn't. So, yeah, I think as things stand at the moment, I don't want to jinx anything, but yeah, it looks like Renier will have Class B.
And I think he'll have the overall as well.
Overall,
I don't think. Well, you and Leon were the closest to him,
Leon will be second, and then
and I don't think Eddie can't catch him. Yeah, so that's it.
Yeah, I just got to get 1 point in race 2.
Correct.
And I'll be fine. Yeah.
So there you have it. BMW M Performance Racing Series classes A, B, and C. Joining me was the man, of course, who's just wrapped up 2025 season championship in Class D. Congratulations again there, boss man. And I hope it all goes according to plan for next year's manoeuvring with the new classes, as you heard. We've got a naturally aspirated class A, B, C, and D, and a turbocharged class A, B, C, and D for 2026 and the M Performance Racing Series. Up next, we'll be standing by for ACD Welkom, Triple One GD Sports and Saloons. No, beg your pardon. We're going to be doing DOE Formula Vee first before we go into the Triple Ones. We'll be back shortly with commentary here from Zwartkops.
Right, I managed to grab Reynolds Miller. That is a Class C win in the second heat. You had a bit of a torrid start to the weekend yesterday.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I believe you had to start at the back of the grid for the first heat.
Correct, yeah. Right at the back, broke my hub yesterday, and then the CV2 this morning in Quali. And then, yeah, unfortunately I had to start dead last and work my way up to fourth. And that meant I started in second, managed to pass, I think, in the first 2 laps, and then just held it there. And yeah, great result. Is hoping and not making it a tradition, seeing as at Red Star basically the same thing happened, but only I was late for the first race starts. Also started back of the grid. Also, I think I came fourth and then won the second race as well. And that was my only 2 wins for the year.
Well, there's no better way to finish the season to go and get yourself a win in the second and final heat. Set the fastest lap in your class. Do you think the safety car maybe helped you a bit, or did you have enough of a gap to walk away with the win now?
Well, the competitors behind me I didn't see really in the mirrors anymore except for the back straight. So I think there was enough margin for me to take it home. The car was still running great and cool, so as long as it stays cool, the car always performs. So I think the gap would have been maybe just enough.
Well, it's a great way to go into hopefully the next season, 2026. Are you staying in Class C, maybe moving up, or?
We'll see. It's between this car and building a new one, but the new one isn't going to be ready at least for the first race. But I think we're going to stick with Class C next year. Maybe Class B, we never know.
Well, fantastic. Well done, and we look forward to seeing you in 2026.
Thank you very much, and have a lovely day.
I managed to grab the rear buzz after that second heat incident towards the end. We did see you two get very close together on the start into turn 1, so you two are obviously very close brothers. Do you want to tell me what happened in that incident coming into turn 8 that caused the safety car in that last heat?
Basically what happened, we came around turn 7 and there was a back marker, but for some reason running very slow, so I thought he was going to accelerate, but he didn't, so I moved to avoid him. As I avoided him, I went around, and by the time I came around I didn't see Paul's in between, and I think we all just kind of tapped, and then that was the end of us.
Yeah, Paulo, you looked a bit heated up as you got out the car.
Obviously, I was a bit shocked. I mean, me and Rick were having such a good race, and obviously it's just these slower guys. And I say this over and over, you got to check the flags. Guys, if there's a blue flag, the rules is stick to your line. Don't move. So Rick went out. He should have stayed where he was. I would have gone on the outside. Then he moved out and I came down the middle. But obviously it was too late for Rick to even see me. But then he pulled and Rick pulled and then I got hit by two sides. It's a racing incident. These things happen. We'll fix the cars. Yeah, small things.
Look, the nice thing is the cars don't look too damaged, so it'll be quick turnaround and get them ready for the new season.
100%, yeah. There's a few new things for us in the pipeline, but the BMs are staying, and we'll still use them. So yeah, hundreds. Thanks, guys.
Fantastic. Well, that was the Rivera brothers from Combined Racing, and look forward to seeing you guys in 2026.
Thank you. Thanks, sir.
Yeah.
So that was quite nice because Carl got a chance to catch his breath, but next time we'll give him a little bit of extra chance to catch his breath. There's some nice questions. Great to catch up there with the two Laroa boys to find out exactly what they thought. I think their comments were fair, and Bernard de Gouveia, of course the boss man, was sitting here alongside me with the commentary, and he said he would have gone with race incident there, which I have to agree with. Unfortunately though, in a big class like that, when you do get into the traffic, yes, 100% right from Paulo's point of view. The back markers should be watching the flags, but sometimes they're involved in their own little battles as well and don't see those flags. So it's a case of half a dozen of one and six of the other. Because
also, look, to be fair, he was all the way on the outside. I mean, I'm not sure where else he could have gone.
Exactly.
You know?
I'm just saying, Rick came across to take the normal racing line, and that's what cost him dearly, unfortunately.
Yeah.
You didn't see the replay, and you wouldn't have seen the incident, but the replay shows that clearly Rick was coming back to take his normal race line once he got past Dewalt and didn't realise that Paulo had snuck his nose in.
Yes, yeah.
And that's why the two of them came together. And look, it turned out to be a big one, but not a huge one.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, as you said, both cars don't look too badly damaged, and I think it's pretty much some paint and some makeup on those cars to get it all sorted out again for next season. But needless to say, it unfortunately brought that race to a conclusion that they didn't want, and that was on a safety car, but some championships crowned. And it looks like by this stage Leon has got Class A, Class B is going to go to Rainier, and it looks like Rainier might have wrapped up the overall championship as well, which is kind of what he's looking to do. We still got one race to go though, and there's still a mathematical, but the mathematical is basically that the Class D and F will sort themselves out, but there's not really an incident that's going to cause any changes to the overall position that Rainier has secured, which means back-to-back titles for his championship. The championship here though, we're about to see, has already been wrapped up at Red Star Raceway. Lendl Janssen, once again a shout out to him from everybody on the grid. That's not from me, this is just don't shoot the messenger here, Lendl, but thanks for going to the wedding and not coming to the final round of the championship in the 60th anniversary edition.
I mean, some people race on their birthdays at Red Star, others go to weddings.
You know how it goes, eh? You know how it goes. Anyway, championship stands as this. We all got nice 2:29 for Gert van den Berg, 2:05 for Theo Vermaak. That's for second. And there the front row is the 5-second board changes to 30, or 30 changes to 5. 5 changes to red lights on. And Chris Davison is not in this field, so we'll be okay. Lights out, and here we go. Down towards turn 1 we go. Everybody off the line well, though. Great start, actually, from the whole pack. And it is Van den Berg who gets the whole shot over his teammate, Theo Vermaak, on pole. So a bit of a in-house battle expected here.
Yeah, this is the first time today out of the 3 starts that Theo's had where you didn't get it out into the front. Obviously, we had those safety cars and red flag moments in the first heat, but round they go into turn 3. It's Goos on the outside of, I think that's Brandon Hill, as they go up towards turn 4. Greg gave me the heads up of the yellow helmet, so yeah, it is Brandon. They head up towards turn 4 now. He's trying to go around the outside. He's not going to make it happen. No. Brandon pulls back in, but a big move down the inside there into turn 4. Wasn't quite sure who that was.
Marcel Blickman again. He's been on about 5 times in race 1, by the way, just to remind you. He's the car that caused a couple of incidents. One of them was with Jaco Smit. Is Smit back on track? I didn't see the second orange car, just watching as they come through. They're just watching the background to see the 113. Yes, he's there. He is back on track. This is now Hills versus MD Bester. Remember, those are teammates. Unfortunately, Peter Hills, I think, has to retire his car due to the fact that he had a broken gearbox. So they didn't have another spare one available for that one. But the 2 Hills boys now with the lock-up from Goos. Good number on that car, by the way. 27's a freaking good number on a race car, that's for sure.
Just too short of a great number, though. As they head down into turn 1, Brandon Hill still trying to hang on to that position after he was trying to have a go at Vaughan. And that's lost him a little bit of time, and now he's had to look after himself ahead of Goos. They head into turn 2, nothing doing there. They still carry on. It looked like Sean van der Linde, though, looking for a move down the inside on Stewart. It looks like he's gotten it done. As we look back to car number 2, is that not a? That's
Hills.
Hill. That is Hills.
Yeah.
So Peter Hills is back on track.
They must have made a plan on that gearbox. Just see, maybe at the start a little bit further back, or maybe it's not working. Maybe he's only got the high gears that he can use. So he's limited on his amount of ability that he's given by the gearbox. And he's under attack there from Reynard van der Linde. This is the CIM car. we saw earlier on, getting a little bit out of shape, and he eventually has found a way through there as Marcel Bluff notes. He's moved up ahead, I think, of Anton van der Merwe. Yes, ahead of van der Merwe. So van der Merwe now dropping back one position in that golf racing machine. And then look at this. It's a bit of pressure from the two teammates. Now remember, the two yellow cars run as Mangaza Racing and N4 Autocraft. The two blue cars of MD and what would be Kyle Watt run as Mangaza Racing in the light blue colours, and Peter Hills also runs as Mangaza Racing in the dark blue colours. So there are three different liveries you've got as an option as part of that team.
Dark blue with a bit of yellow as well, so mixing the two together there. Maybe
exactly.
they should do a bit of the old school BAR Honda Lucky Strike 555 mix. That would look great. As they head down into turn 2, Hills was looking to go around the outside there because the inside line was blocked off. Couldn't get it done, but it looks like Stewart's gotten himself back past Sean van der Linde. But these DOE Formula V's giving us a proper race to
as they always do. They never fail to deliver, I've got to tell you. Every single time you throw Formula V's on track, you get this type of action. Here we go. Oh, for Mark, I thought he was going to have a look. Maybe waiting for a little bit later in the race. It's a bit early to make a move like that in a 10-lapper, especially when Gert van der Berg is your closest rival and your teammate. You don't want to take each other out here. If Theo takes him out, he loses second place. So he has to beat him and hope that something goes wrong on Gert's car for him to still be in the running, because it's, as I said, 229 plays 205. The pole position gives him the additional point, but they only scored 20 points. So it's pretty much done and dusted then. There's not really anything for second place. Yeah, so Theo has to try and keep Vaughan Hills behind him. That's what they're doing here.
Well, we do
Vaughan
know
Hills
that
in with a chance of third over Theo, but Theo in second right now, and Vaughan in fourth is good enough.
Did we not hear speak of a fourth place trophy being put together as well for that battle?
So yeah, they coming into this round, the championship was down to 35 points between 4 cars, and there were 42 points available, which means there was a 4-way dice for third place in the championship, and they've had a very special award made for prize giving, which we will announce when we get to prize giving later on. We won't give away too much, but it has to do with a certain position that has a number 4 in it. We'll get there. Yeah.
We have a look now. It's still Vaughan Hills looking for a way past an MD Best. He's got the run now up the hill. He had this the previous lap. He couldn't quite get it done though. So he's getting squeezed over to the inside line. He's basically side by side. So it just needs to be brave on the brakes. Is he going to open the door? Oh, he's locked the back up on the gear, on the downshift. So as he downshifted to third there, just locked the back up, but he couldn't quite get that move done. MD Bester squeezing nice and tight against him going in there. Shut the door firmly in front of him. And what was a 2-car battle for third is now a 4-car battle for third place.
Yeah, these guys here, I can tell you right now, the Hills boys are dancing like they were at Lee and Tanya's wedding in Mpumalanga a couple of weekends ago. This is the same kind of maneuvering we saw they were doing on the dance floor. But it's not working out the way they wanted it to, because what it's doing, it's allowing MD Bester now to open up a little bit of breathing room. But as I say that, under braking for turn 2, they close that gap down almost instantaneously and bring Gous into play in that party.
Yeah, Stewart's now broken well clear of Van der Linde, so Van der Linde doesn't have anything there, any answers left there for him. But just behind him, it is Marcel Bluchnoot, if he can keep it on the track this time in race 2, that might be putting a bit of pressure on the back of Sean van der Linde. Talking of pressure, Vaughan Hills is doing it all over again as they head into turn 4. He's going to go wide in, try and get the exit on the way out and get the run back up to 5. Hopefully this time he comes off the clutch a little bit slower and doesn't lose the rear end under braking and gets that move done. We head up the hill now. We're still looking at Bluchnoot. We're looking at the front 2 as well. Gert van der Berg just ahead of Theodore Vermaak.
Yeah,
down the inside is Vaughan. He's got it done. He's going to have to do it again into 6. Empty Bester turns in tight and early. You don't want to touch wheels in these cars.
Yeah, I'll shut the door there. If you touch wheels on these cars, you're going to end up on your roof and flying through the sky. I can tell you, I've seen it on numerous occasions. There's some very famous shots in those race line books of Louis in the past where you see the cars absolutely flipped upside down, 2 stories in the air at Kyle Army coming out of Clubhouse Corner. Not where you want to be in a Formula V.
Oh, spin at the back.
Somebody was spinning out in the background there.
I think I cursed him.
Could it possibly be? I'm just watching in the background. No, Dane's there. I think it might be Sean van der Linde.
It's Bluchnoot.
Is it Bluchnoot?
Sorry.
All right, no worries. I'll just tell him that was you when we get to prize him. It's not a problem. Here we go, down the back straight away. Teammates. Well, that's how they're going to finish up second and third in the championship, but first and second in the final race of the season. First overall, potentially, though, for Theo. He took the first win, remember, so if he stays with... Oh, he's going for it! He's going for the win! Get in there, you good thing. Nicely done. That's it, bud. That's what chicken breasts and egg whites do for you, bud. No juice, no protein. Protein shakes, chicken breasts and egg white. That's what it's all about.
I'm surprised after all that Jimmy can push that brake pedal without locking up the wheels.
Exactly. I mean, every time he climbs on that brake pedal, it wants to go right through the front nose cone.
Down towards turn 8, though, Vaughan Hill was looking very, very excited down the inside there into the last corner. Try not to giggle too much and get Greg's...
No, we're enjoying that one. He'll love that later on. Don't worry. You're going to see. Gert van der Berg, though, want to try and come back at him. MD Bester fending off 3 cars. I would really like to see Josie get up into that top 3.
He's had
Just
such
for that new car to get onto the podium would be such an amazing finish to the season.
Well, I think him finishing the second heat will be the first time that car has done both heats without any issue or any coming together. He's been collected by a few incidents as well. One big one at Kyle Army, one big one here. I think he was involved in that incident as well. So he's had a bit of bad luck. In fact, if he didn't have any luck, it would be better than the luck he's had. So hopefully we see that Goos Motorsport car finishing a full day of racing.
Clinton Kane and Yanni Geis at the back, also in their normal little fight, a little bit further apart than what they normally are as well. But we mentioned that when we did the walkthrough on the grid earlier on. Those are the guys that would be having some fun and games amongst themselves. Further up, that's Jaco fighting with Millet. Well, both cars that ended up in the kiddie litter, both back on track. And those 2 cars now fighting for honors as to who can own the sand here this weekend. I think in this point in time, Millet would have the advantage. But as they come down, it looks like it's going to be, is it? No, we've still got a little way to go. Remember, this is a 12 lap over the second heat, buddy.
Sorry, I must say what keeps happening there is if you're looking at it, it says 6 of 6. It looks like 6
is done, yeah.
Right. We're only halfway through and they're still racing like this is the last lap anyway.
Well, that's how they do it all the way. From literally as those lights go out, these guys give it horns until the flag comes out.
Bluchno's got himself going again and he's back.
Also, watch out for James Carter. Carter's closing there on the back end of Bluchno. Eh? He's coming along nicely there. Potentially up into what we've been...
I'm going to stop saying his name.
The exact same place he spun last time, but this time all on his own. Oh, that is some great driving. That is some spectacular stunt driving there from Marcel Bluchnout. Listen, if you want to get your name up there, don't worry, you've already paid the rights for CIM Lubricants to get the additional coverage. To do 2 spectacular spins like that, Marcel, just gives you extra browning points for us, but we like it. It means that you have to sign, Theo, you need to sign a little bit extra money there for that additional coverage we're giving him for next year, please, mate. That was proper good from Marcel Bluchnout.
Discount on this entry at least.
That is spectacular stuff. First one to avoid Jaco, we saw that one. And now all on his own to avoid himself, and then a little 3-point J turn on the circuit to get the car back up and running. Have a look at this. This is a replay. Here we go. Anybody looking for a stunt driver in Cape Town this weekend? I can definitely tell you all about the CIM Lubricants car. David Austin just missed him. Jaco goes, hang on a second, is that a car that nearly came together with me last race? Yes, it was. Mile's going, let me just keep it on the black stuff. And then he just casually rolls over, slots it back into first gear, and puts the hammer down, back on track. Thanks for coming.
So definitely making sure that those tyres don't flat spot too quickly. So obviously a great tyre from Dunlop there.
Yeah,
into turn 2, this dice is getting a little bit more heated as they go through turn 2. Great little bit of defensive driving there, still gets to exit out, so he's not under too much pressure into 3. Didn't quite get a number of those cars.
Smith, Smith and Mile. So you're watching the golf car. That is Jaco Smith, beg your pardon, Anton van der Merwe. Then you got James Carter. Then is Jaco Smith. Here's Jaco Smith now in the orange car. Remember, he's the man who ended up in turn 1. Mile ended up just on the left-hand side there. Every time he goes past, you can see his sandcastle as he put it onto his roof there. But I've got to tell you, this is a spectacular little dice between the 2 Sandmasters out there as they come down and complete another lap in anger. It's still out front.
Oh, he got a great exit.
Yeah, he did.
He got a great exit out of the turn 8, but it's not enough to get past. But while I'm watching this battle, have a look behind Sean van Linde on our list there. There's a driver coming back through the back of the pack, and that's Peter Hills all the way up to 9th already. Down into turn 2 we go. Goos is trying to go around the outside. He's trying the trailer park move.
All I'm going to say to Brandon Hills is if there was another driver in that number 27 car, you wouldn't have made that stick. I would have got you. No, I'm only kidding. So good driving there from Goosey. Looking for an outside line, trying to find a way through on Brandon.
Oh, Vaughan!
Vaughan's got a problem. Vaughan's got a problem. Pulls to the sideline. Inside the circuit, he's out. Vaughan Hills is out of this one. All right, so what does that do? And what that does is it gives Theo Vermaak second place, definitely. It potentially could bring Peter... No, it's not going to bring Peter Hills back into it. Peter Hills will still finish up in 4th. So Vaughan Hills will now have to settle for 4th in the championship with that DNF in race number 2.
I think I can see the smile through Goos's helmet there. He's just gained himself another spot without too much effort. The car's still going strong. He's got 3 laps left to go.
Make that 2 laps to go, 3 laps to go now as they come across the line. and 2 cars to catch. Oh, but it's not a smoking gun. Am I giving it the commentator's curse? Carl Lawrence, that's your fault. Carl Lawrence just gave you the commentator's curse there, Josie.
I'm going to stop saying good things about
Come on
people.
now, Johan. Get in there, boy. That is a bit further. You could see that car back on track as well. Held the Gabaya. Had some problems in the first heat, but he's managing to. Looks like he's going to finish up the second heat here.
I drove that car when we were invited for the endurance.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I couldn't fit in it, but I did do 2 sessions of practice with it. Great little car, that.
Yeah, no, I know how you feel about climbing into single seaters. There's not a lot of them that fit me either. When I did my Formula Volkswagen debut, they took the seat out. I sat on the floorboard because they couldn't find a seat that would work with me. But it worked. Still got the job done. It was quite cool. I was about 4 seconds off Wesley's time.
That's not bad.
Yeah, but let me tell you something. Those oaks were going.
Ooh, it's late!
Here we go. Brandon Hills. MD Vesta. Into turn 5. Wheel to wheel. Outside line for MD. Can he squeeze him out before they turn left? No, he can't. MD's got the ground. He's got the inside line heading towards turn 8. Here comes Ghost.
He's on the wrong side.
I'm telling you now, Jan Ghost is going to be on the podium. Come on, boy. Round the outside. As I say, that he starts smoking again.
He's still there.
Just quit smoking. Get in there. This is a fantastic battle for third place here. Brandon Hills giving it everything he can to get that final position. So Carl's going to go down to go and do some interviews with these guys. I think you need to catch up with a couple of you. You know exactly who to chat to. I'm going to leave it to you, but for sure. Yeah, and I think we need to chat to Josie about probably one of his best finishes in this one after it didn't go according to plan last time. But here we go. Down towards turn 4. The other of those Forza machines at the back of the pack doing a superb job. Looks like he might be being caught though by the leaders, or is that Helder? No, that's Helder Gabaya that he's there. So it is. No, it is. It's Theo. There he is. It was Theo. I beg your pardon. Theo from Mark up the inside. Double victory for the man who's going to finish up in third place in this championship. His teammate behind him in second, Gert van der Berg, will finish second. So it's going to be Lendl Janssen, who's unfortunately not here this weekend, but we wish him all the very best again for a spectacular season. He didn't need to be here. He wrapped up the championship at Red Star Raceway. Second win of the day moves Theo van Mark into third place in the championship. Third place on the day moves Gert van der Berg into second place in the overall championship for 2025. There is your association champion. And well done to Dane Stewart. He takes the win. And not here this weekend, but wrapping up the championship nonetheless. Oh no, he is here this weekend, I beg your pardon. Anton van der Merwe will come through and take the win for the rookie class. So that's how we wrap up our 2025 season for DOE Formula Vee. There's the unofficial results on the left-hand side for Mark van der Berg and Hills. Host, Bester and Hills, Van der Linde, Anton van der Merwe and James Carter. Championship-wise, Lendl Janssen, the champion. In second place, Gert van der Berg. In third place, Theo van Mark. And your association champion is Dane Stewart. Well done to him for wrapping up a spectacular season. And well done to Anton van der Merwe for the rookie championship for 2025. Up next, ACD Welkom, 111 GD Sports and Saloons, and SuperHatch combined.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, I don't mean to grab you from your teammates. I know it was a good race between the two of you and you really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
We must talk about today. You've put yourself on pole for the first time and then you managed to walk away with a double. That must be the first time.
It's the first time. Yeah, I'm pleased as punch. I cannot tell you the excitement inside of me. It is truly amazing, and I hope I had fastest lap as well, because then it's a clean sweep. So
I'm not entirely sure. Possibly it could be.
maybe. Let's hope so.
But are you sure that excitement inside you is not all the protein that you've been having?
No comment on that one.
Great job from you. Great race from you to see you. And I'm sure. I think we've had a look at it. I think it does also secure second in championship for you. So congratulations on that.
Championship, second? No.
No, sorry, not second.
Third, yeah. Gert will be second and I'm third. So, yeah, first overall podium for the year, so I'm also happy.
There's a couple of things I wanted to ask you about. You spoke to me about it earlier. 60 years of Formula V. You are the chairman of the Formula V Association. There's a lot of exciting things going on. One of which on the 30th of November as well. Is there something you obviously want to tell us a few things about it?
It's our 60th anniversary. So at the beginning of the year, we had an anniversary event with a Passion for Speed, where I invited international drivers to come over. And now on the 30th of November, we are having an endurance race here at Zwartkops. I've also have some international drivers joining us, so it's a team event. So I'm racing with Trevor Carmody, Gert is with an old ex-champion. So yeah, we've a bit of gees for the end of the 60th year, yeah.
Well, fantastic. Great to see the field growing over the last couple of years. So congratulations on that as well. Congratulations on your racing. And hopefully we see you more on the top step next year.
Definitely.
Well, not if I come. Right, Johan, I've managed to grab you. I've been wanting to talk to you about your entry back into Formula V, the history of it. You post a lot on social media about it. Yeah. Tell me about the family aspect involved in this car, the fact that you built it yourself and you and your old man on the R have brought yourselves back onto the grid here in Formula V.
So, yeah, it's been 10 years coming, because initially we raced up until 2013 and then we had this idea to build our own car. So my dad designed and built this thing from scratch on by himself. Last year we got into it, started racing, developing the car, and we're getting to a point where we're very competitive. Yeah, me and my old man is just something magical. It's very special.
It's amazing to see a big family vibe, especially even around the car. Your kids are standing here with you. I saw your dad. I saw one of the second cars you've built as well, that I think your dad drove as well at one stage. So you guys have really been working hard on this Ghost Motorsport V. You've had a terrible time of things over the year. Kyalami didn't go well for you. Last race here wasn't great. But finally today, you've put yourself right up into the top, into the mix. You were fighting for a podium. You must feel amazing.
Yes. It's sort of a relief, because every weekend you go in with high hopes and then you essentially take the car back on the trailer in pieces. So to bring it home like this and actually to feel you've accomplished something very special.
Fantastic, mate. Congratulations. We can't wait to see you back on the grid next year. Guys, that's Johan's Ghost from Ghost Motorsport. If you want to get in touch with them and maybe get into the V Series using this platform that he's put together with himself and his father, you can find him on social media to do so. But that brings close to Formula V South Africa for the year.
I didn't realize that. I just mentioned that because when I saw Rob and Mike, I was like, those are old cars, and old three cars, and there's a new cars coming. As soon as I started saying that, Paul shut me off. Okay, cool. We shut up. It only came out like 10 seconds later. I didn't realize it. So it's good news to Hoodley. Peace out, baby.
When I do something new,
Back on track now with 111 GD Sports and Saloons, courtesy of ACD Welkom for the last time this season. Next year, of course, a new sponsor coming in and getting involved with the ACD Welkom team. And with the 111 GD Sports and Saloons, it's going to be a really, really big turnaround for the 2026 season with a brand new sponsor coming on board. And they're looking forward, of course, getting involved in this class because of the way they get to leverage the sponsorship with this big class of cars and the action that is provided. Now, to run through how things stand at this stage, Voterus, as we mentioned in the first race, has taken the GTs. Wayne Robb has taken Class A and overall. But we've still got a fight on between Wayne Labotsky and Mike O'Sullivan. They're still on even points, having finished first and second in their respective class there for Class B. In Class C, still a battle of note with Keegan Nathan and Chris Tate. It's now 12-point difference between them. And then Tyron Pillay and Mike O'Sullivan fighting for honours in Class D. Claudio Jardim probably wrapped up Class E after that last outing. And we'll wait to see now how things go in terms of second place for the overall, because I think that's where the main fight is going to be for this championship. And that, of course, will be between Keegan Nathan and Christopher Tate. Remember, they scored 10 points for a win, 8 for second, 6 for third. And as it came into this final one, Nathan and Tate were split by 10. And after the first race, they're now split by 12. So with the ability to score 10 points and possibly still look at options, there's still a mathematical chance there. But all Keegan Nathan really has to do is finish up. And he can finish up behind Christopher Tate, actually, in this one, if he wanted to. So that's what we've been watching out for in terms of the class overall championship. But in the class championship, because they've still got to fight it out there pretty hard as well for Class C honours between the two youngsters. Wouter Russia on board with him as we go through turn 4, your Class GT champion for 2025. And that's back-to-back titles for him in the Origin Oil GTI.
Warm-up start for these ones, Greg? I mean, a rolling lap?
This is a standing start. But remember, we got caught out because they briefed a rolling start. Yeah, rolling start. So rolling start for this one. The two cars out front, though, are both Super Cup Polo GTIs. One of them, Jared Rousseau on the left, and the Axon Justice machine there is, of course, now piloted by Jared in the Super Cup class. He debuted it last 2 weeks ago at the National. After a bit of time in Triple Ones just to get used to the car. But the car on the outside comes all the way from Bulawayo, styling Auto Zimbabwe machine there of Dylan Prodigy. And Dylan will be looking to try and at least get the double win here today and wrap up his season. He had also a pretty awesome start. Vessel Mostert on the sideline again at Moscow's BMW today has just not played the game, has it? Right, we're under starters orders. The lights are about to go out and we're about to go racing for the last time in 2025 for 111 GD Sports and Saloons. Yellow flag down into turn 1. That's due to the Moscow BMW on the left-hand side. A lot of debris there on that front straightaway. As you can see, as the dust kicked up, they'll all see that BMW parked on the sideline. So they'll probably hold that stationary yellow there for 1 or 2 laps, and then they may be able to retract it because everybody would have seen that that's where the BMWs ended up. The one problem I've got there, though, is 2 incidents today have ended up exactly where that car is. So it might require a safety car. I'm not sure if they're going to go for it or keep it under yellows for a while until they deem it to be safe enough.
Well, not just today. 2 weeks ago, we saw a similar incident there, and a Toyota parked up against that tyre barrier. So,
Correct.
Not the greatest of places to park the car, but I mean, if the car can't keep moving, there's not much the driver himself can do. But great set of marshals here at Zwartkops. I'm sure they'll sort that out as we look at Rob, out in front there in his Class A.
Yeah, Wayne Robb, champion potentially of the overalls as well as we get to the final stages here of 2025. Rousseau from Pragi under attack from George Economides in that very fast turbocharged Golf 1 of his, the Wealth Avenue and Martini Racing colours that he runs.
Oh,
is that safety car? I thought it might be.
Yeah.
You can't have a car parked there. It's way too dangerous.
Especially on the exit of that particular quarter turn 1.
Hello. Someone didn't see the safety car. I think that was Murray. Yeah, he didn't see the safety car there. But fortunately he did at the last second and got out the way. So there we go. We are under safety car here due to the car on the left-hand side of our shot right now from Voti's point of view. That's Vessel Mostert's BMW that has to park it on the left-hand side. They'll probably just pull it into the alcove there to get it out of the way. But under safety car now for at least the next 2 laps or so to get it into a safer position than what it is right now. Jared Rousseau, Dylan Prodigy, George Economides, Mark Totoy, Marius Truta. That was your top 5. Fissa looking still for second overall in the Class GT Championship, but George Economides is ahead of him, so there may be a change up there between the two of them by the time we wrap up this final race of the day. So that's how things go. Overalls, as I said, Wayne Robb has wrapped it up, but Keegan Nathan and Chris Tate are fighting for honours there. And if we just flick that switch to there, go back, Keegan is ahead of Tate on the start, because we'll have to do a restart now as soon as we've cleared that car.
Yeah, well, obviously, under the safety car though, they'll be ticking the laps away, so we'll shorten the race distance. So a little bit less racing laps they'll all have to try and finalise their 2025 championship. Looking at those Golfs, you mentioned Economides there. There's another one there as well with the wider arches and the wing on the back. Does that not remind you? I bring this up as very often with you, but does that remind you of the old V8s? Yeah,
it does for sure. I mean, if you think about the old modified saloon cars. Before they went to V8s, they had Class A through to E, and there were about 9 or 10 Golf 1s that used to race in Class E. Richard Sorensen drove one. There were a whole bunch of other guys that also sort of started their race careers in Class E of modified saloons in those days. And of course, some of them had wings, some of them ran normal just without the wing as well.
Yeah.
But also, Volkswagen Challenger at one stage also was not dominated just by Polos. There used to be all forms of Volkswagens in there, and then they found other places to go and play, either in Clubman's or Silver Cup. Sometimes they even went down to Cape Town. A lot of those Golf ones ended up in Cape Town for the Volkswagen class that they run down there. So, yeah, that Golf one particularly though has had quite a spectacular history in its racing time on track. Economides has held it for a long time, and since they built it and put a turbo into it, it's been a very, very difficult car to beat, and a lot of these guys, besides the 2 Super Cup Polos out front, have battled to stay with the pace of that. You can see Truta brought one along for the ride as well, just behind him, and then I think there was another one at the front end at one stage as well, if I remember correctly. I'm just going to run through to the GTs. No, then it's not yet today. But it would have been Paul van Niekerk in the turbocharged Golf that he had. Also came and played here for a little while, but now has found a nice little genre for himself, a niche in the Silver Cup class.
Yeah, great little car, that Golf 1, and still easy to find and easy to get it out on track, and 111, a great place for it to come race in whatever form. There's quite a few of them throughout the grid. There's another one there.
That's the Bochki. He's fighting for honours in Class B, remember, for the Class B win with Marco Sullivan. And then further back, you've got the Batman and the Bat Lady. And apologies to the Bat Lady and to Henry particularly. I said that he'd stolen the Bat Lady's car and put a new livery on. She actually had a problem at the start of the first heat, which is why she dropped back and we didn't really get to see her. But both Batman and the Bat Lady are on track in their Golf 1.
Speaking of problems...
Oh, did you just give him a commentator's curse? Carl Lawrence strikes again.
I think that's the 4th one for today.
I think so. The Economides Wealth Avenue and Martini Racing Golf 1 is out. Detroit to 3rd. That is going to change things up dramatically. Wayne Robb trying to close onto the back end there of Vota. Now, I've chatted to Wayne because he actually offered me a drive to have some fun in that Lemons race 24-hour at Red Star. And they're going to pilot the other car that they've got, the little Fiesta. And he was saying to me, he's thinking seriously about doing some modifications to that ST Focus of his, and maybe bringing it into contention for a GT championship for next year. And I said to him, I think that's not a bad plan. If you think about the modifications that they did to Formato and Sean Dumini's ST Focuses, put that into place, you'll all of a sudden become a serious contender along with these type of cars at the front end.
And we'll have a VW versus Ford battle up in front of GT. I think it'll be something we definitely want to see.
No, it'll be magic. And it's, of course, there are fans in the house, there's fans watching us all around the world on our live stream that are brand aware of particular brands and have affinity to certain brands, including Pretoria No Toyota, despite that being the Lexus option that the boss man from Pretoria No Toyota decides to race in. But needless to say, it's still part of the Toyota brand. It's their luxury brand, of course.
It's the fancy Toyota.
Yeah, it's the fancy Camry. It's the fancy Camry. Oh, there we go. Another problem here as well. Now the Golf 1 going to the sideline, courtesy of Carl's comment there. Thanks for that, Carl. Such a great commentator. No, I'm only kidding. Relax, man. It happens. It's all good. The Bat Lady's still out there. So is the Batman, and so is Labochki in the Shield Golf 1. So let's see if he keeps it all together. He's staying ahead of Mike O'Sullivan. Mike O'Sullivan is the Honda with the green headlights. You'll always see some kind of green livery on Mike O'Sullivan's car, being an Irishman like myself. Always has to put something green onto the car. Mine's normally a Hulk caricature of some nature. But then just ahead of that, that's Drickus that's in there too. So Drickus du Plessis just holding his own here in a field of slightly more seasoned campaigners than what he would be in terms of his ability behind the wheel of a car. But take nothing away from him. He's in it, and he's in the mix there big time with Mike O'Sullivan, who has taken, I think, 2 South African championships in Group N at one point in his career. So it's not a bad way to run behind Mike O'Sullivan if you don't know how to race a race car.
And we saw what a handful that Golf is to go around the circuit. Christopher Tate, one of the Rookie Cup winners from this year, just coming past turn 4. But just behind that was another rookie of Sebastian Diaz making a move up of spots. It doesn't look like he's gotten it done. But this is where a lot of rookies we've seen cut their teeth in motorsport, get into it and get going. But the battle between Christopher Tate and Keegan Nathan, it hasn't started just yet, but this is how they were in race 1. There was a bit of a gap. Tate got going later on towards the race, and it became a race for Class C honours.
Well, we saw Keegan Nathan jump into this class in Class C, and Graham said this is probably the best way to learn how to drive the car, how to work out the nitty-gritty of how front-wheel drive works. They're both ahead of Mel Spur this time. Mel kept them out in the first race, so you can see there in the second of the Origin Oil Volkswagens. That's the Polo that she drives. Great to have her back on track. But just mentioning that Nathan car that's out front ahead of Chris Tate, he actually jumped into the Zwartkops Annapolis and shared the car with Thole and with Mara Deleuze, and the three of them had a pretty epic run. And I think they finished up high up in the overall standings, if I remember correctly, in that Zwartkops Annapolis race earlier in the year.
Yeah, I was assisting Jaden Gerson with the car that they were looking after as well. Unfortunately, they had an engine blow up, but they were racing for the lead of their class at that stage. But the race for the lead is still going on here, and it looks like a black BMW seems to join the party as well. Mark the Toy.
Yeah, Mark the Toy has now decided, you know what, these Super Cup Polos have had enough time at the front end. It's time to bring back the usual statesman to the front end. And Mark the Toy was a championship contender last year. Just lost out to a couple of points there in the closing stages. But this, of course, is the slightly quicker of the BMWs in that Trans-Africa Racing stable. And this time out, he's looking to try and get ahead of Rousseau and Braji.
Yeah, Mark, the brother of Jonathan, who's just walked away with a championship win at a national level in the GTs, if I'm not mistaken.
Jonathan.
Yeah.
Marky, unfortunately, he didn't do the full season. He was concentrating his efforts on business-wise as well as what he was doing in the Historic and Inland Championship. That was his main concern. And, of course, the two of them will now start, as soon as they finish up here today, will start sort of putting their heads together as to what they're going to do when we come back here in January to open up the Motorsport Championship season on the last weekend of January 2026 with the 21st version. I think is it the 21st? I've got to remember. It's 21st or 25th. It's the 25th, sorry, Passion for Speed Festival. My bad. Got to try and remember all these numbers. It's not always easy to do. 25th anniversary of the Passion for Speed Festival. And, of course, Mark and Jonathan du Toit would love to win that 45-minute endurance race that takes place there, known as the TT.
As they go through there now, Mark's a little bit more worried now about getting past that second place Super Cup Polo as they head up into turn 4. He was very close into turn 4. We look back now at the last remaining GT Golf 1 of Piet Potgieter as he heads up into turn 4 and 5. Jared Rousseau is still second place behind Dylan Prodigy, but Mark Totoy all over the back of him.
Drickus is actually leading his class, by the way, just to give you a heads up. He's ahead. He's done a 14.6. That's a rapid time for a cage fighter, buddy.
That's only a second off what was done by that car in the previous class.
So that's decent running there.
Big whip on the inside.
Rousseau looking for a chance to dive on the inside here for the lead. Totoy around the outside. Hang tight. Mark Totoy will know exactly where to place that car. But you know what?
Oh, he's locked it up.
Prodigy saw that coming and forced an error from Jared Rousseau. He went inside, hit the brakes early. Mark Totoy saw that Jared Rousseau was going to try something on the outside. Didn't quite work out. And now Trutter's got a chance to squeeze through. Can Marius Trutter maybe just get ahead? Yes, he can. He's going to squeeze out and get ahead of Jared. But Jared will probably have the legs down that back straightaway, or at least up the hill to get him back again.
One thing I wanted to ask, they've got the push to pass in the Supercars.
Yeah, they do.
Which is restricted.
It's not restricted at all in this.
That's what I was thinking.
No restriction in this.
So just hit the button
only
when you want
in
it.
the Super Cup class, yeah. Only in the Super Cup class. But I think per race there's only X amount. So if it's whatever amount of laps there are, you'll get one per lap. I think that's what they're restricted to in terms of this class. But in Super Cup they're only restricted to a couple of those, which helps out in terms of the chess game that gets played amongst those drivers. And if you're a top 3 in the championship, you get one less. 3 less than you get everybody else does.
That was a little bit kiss in the bumper.
Welcome to my world. This is my house. We're coming to Zimbabwe later, but not right now.
I just want to let you know I'm here.
Yeah, Mark Totoy will let you know very nicely that he's here. I've been in this situation before with Totoy and Mattel. It's not a nice place to be. You have to defend properly. I had to make a Golf 1 look like a Amarok, but it wasn't easy. Blocked it. Okay, so Carl's going to make his way down for some interviews on that last lap and probably heads up on the championship there. It's, of course, Wayne Robb you want to catch up on, and maybe on Vota Race as the two, and then whatever else happens here in this the last couple of laps. So Prodigy now in amongst the back markers, coming up on Malherbe, coming up on the Bat Lady, coming up on the Batman, looking to dive through and make his way through and hopefully not get hindered, because if he does, Mark Totoy is going to pounce. He goes on the inside of the Bat Lady, looking for a way through. Here's Mark Totoy late on the brakes into turn number 8. Can't quite get the nose of that Z up the inside. Checker flag is out. And, did Totoy get through? No, he didn't. Prodigy just hanging on. 0.2 of a second there between Dylan Prodigy and Mark Totoy for the win in the GT class. There is your champion, though, to the line. For 2025, the GT champion, Votarus in the Origin Oil machine takes the victory. And there's a happy man behind the wheel there is Vota. So wraps up the 2025 GT Class Championship. Drickus du Plessis on his way down. He'll be coming through for a possible win in Class X. Keegan Nathan, has he got to the line just yet? I'm not quite sure if we've seen him go across. There is Class A. Wayne Robb has taken that one. He wins out over Henning and Lindsay Kleur. Piet Potgieter behind them. Lucas Besaidenote just behind that. Here comes the battle for... This is Drickus. Drickus trying to get at the inside of Lebotsky. Take that, bud. Fights on there from the cage fighter. Lebotsky is going to wrap up the Class B championship, though, with the win over Mike O'Sullivan. And Class C, it's Keegan Nathan. He takes the win and takes the championship for Class C. And there, the first man to congratulate him right on the wall is Dad, Graham Nathan. And a well-deserved little victory there for him. Congratulations to them. So that will also make Keegan Nathan your second place. Pardon, little frog in the throat there. Keegan Nathan will take second place in the overall championships ahead of Chris Tate. But it's Prodigy for the win, Totoy for second, and Trutter for third. Down in fourth place, Eugene Coase ahead of Bernard. No, that's not right. That's changed up on the list there, unfortunately. So, yep, we will go with what I've got in front of me here. Wayne Robb, Francis Henning, and Lindsay Kleur, your top 3 in Class A. Lebotsky, O'Sullivan, and Mal, top 3 in Class B. Keegan Nathan, Tate, and Rob Clark, your top 3 in Class C. GT's taken by Dylan Prodigy ahead of Mark Totoy and Trutter, but Votarus down in 5th place is your champion. Drickus du Plessis wins out Class X and beats Arthur Horn and Jacques van der Walt. So in the championship-wise, your champion in Class A, Wayne Robb. Your championship leader and winner in Class B is Wayne Lebotsky. It is Keegan Nathan taking Class C and Dylan Votarus taking Class GT for 2025. Right, so that wraps up our GT Triple Ones and Sports and Saloons for 2025. An amazing championship year we've had from them. And heading into BMW M Performance Racing Series classes D, E, and F in a few moments' time. But as you heard, Carl is already on his way down there and potentially picked up on a couple of the drivers already. We'll go down to him and see what they've got to say about this final race of ACD Welkom's sponsorship of the Triple One GT Sports and Saloons.
You want to jump up, or are you good in the car?
No, I'm good.
How you calm? Couldn't you, brother? Bumped into Mr. Wayne Robb. I don't know how. I just drove in and I happen to be standing here. I'm kidding. I looked for you specifically because you've managed to walk away with the overall championship in Triple One. You must be absolutely ecstatic with that.
It's been unbelievable, Carl. It's been an incredible year, incredible journey, a lot of support from our team. Just being part of the club, part of this festival. These guys have put on a fantastic show. Zwartkops, hats off to them. It's always a great series, great camaraderie. I've just been a privilege to be here.
Yeah, often, always, I love my motorsport and I'm always glad to be at a race event, to speak, whether it be behind the mic or behind the wheel. A lot of people back home just see the superstar that is behind the wheel, but 9 times out of 10, we're just the nut behind the wheel. There's a whole team behind us that we have to give thanks to that get our cars to the track and get it going. I'm sure you have a long list.
So I have 2 guys back at the factory side who built the motor for me, and I have Samantha. She really looks after the car, and really it's just 4 of us, and always got a lot of support at the track. It's unbelievable. Something breaks, the guys are always in your pits. What can we help you with? What can we share? And that has really made this series fantastic for me, as well as this massive age gap. We've got the kids involved. We've got really old guys. You've got Pete at 75. I mean, goodness gracious, that guy can pedal. So, it's been an amazing series, and, we've come a long way in a year and a half,
Yeah, I was having a chat to Greg about it. A lot of the youngsters using Triple One as their stepping stone to move into other classes. But the great thing about it is that there's such great experience involved in the class for them to learn from and then move forward. Is it something that you've said you enjoy having it here? And is it something you feel like a bit of a mentor? Or?
Absolutely. So there's a couple of the karters that have come across, and especially in the practice sessions. I mean, we both come from karting backgrounds, and that obviously provides the foundation. It's the fundamentals: racing, racecraft, and car control. And so obviously when they transition, you know how well it is. It takes a while getting used to the front wheel drives as well. That's a whole different sort of ball game, a little bit more finesse. But as soon as they learn to drive the rear wheel drives, the front wheel drives, then you can see them flourish. And they learn a lot more. It's like circuit racing craft, It's I think a little bit more taxing, and overall, it's very affordable. Karting gets expensive. This is a series where you can come, you can bring what you've got, and you can race in whatever category or class you fit into, So you can build on it.
Well, what's nice is that we just spoke to our overall championship winner, Wayne Robb, and he seems to be calling people out to come and join in and see if they could beat him next year in 2026. Wayne, all the best for 2026, and we'll see you at prize giving.
Thank you, Carl. Awesome to see you again, guys.
Fantastic.
As we said, there from Triple One GT Sports and Saloons, we make our way out for the final time for the M Performance Racing Series. A couple of these cars, though, may be involved a little bit later on this month. 21st and 22nd of November, remember, is the Top of the Hill Challenge here at Zwartkops. It's a hill climb time attack format that wraps up the season for 2025. We start the season, of course, in January, and that's on the 30th and 31st of January in 2026 with the 25th anniversary of the Passion for Speed Festival. You definitely want to be here that weekend. Get those dates in your diary. It's going to be an absolutely epic weekend, and there is already huge international interest from drivers coming from all around the world, as they do every single year for the Passion for Speed Festival, but particularly for the anniversary edition. So don't forget, 21st and 22nd of November, Top of the Hill. Some of these BMWs that are on track now, they might be there as well to come and participate in that wrap-up of the season at Zwartkops International World of Motoring. But first, we got to still wrap up a championship here today, and some championships still up for grabs. ACD Welkom 111 Sports and Saloons has just been sorted out, as you saw and heard from Wayne Robb. Congratulations to him and the team for an amazing effort there. They really have worked hard to take that overall championship and Class A. Well done to Voti for taking Class GT, Wayne Labochki for Class B, and Keegan Nathan wrapping up his first national circuit racing championship. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot more of those, because if he follows anything like his dad has done, his racing career has got a long way to go. BMW M Performance Racing Series classes D, E and F. The championships that are up for grabs right now is whether or not we're going to see any change up between Eddie Rodriguez, who had a D and F in race 1, and Tian van Rooyen, who could maybe squeeze back at him after he still finished up the first heat. And then what's going to happen between Henry Platt? Is he going to wrap up Class F for the first time and be the first Class F champion in the BMW M Performance Racing Series? The champion has already been crowned in Class D. That's Bernard de Gouveia. He'll be starting, as you can see there, down in about 5th place alongside Nick Hapst, as they do an inverted grid for the start of race 2, which means we're going to see Van Heerden alongside Troy Cochrane, and then Davy Olivier and Kosi, and then Hapst and Neil Reynolds will be making up that front part of Class D. They are almost good to go now. They're just circulating up through turn 4 behind that magnificent M2 race format BMW. It's not a road-going version of the M2. It's a full race M2 that has been provided by BMW South Africa and the M Performance Racing part of that magnificent brand. There is the 88 at the back, looking for a chance to possibly be in the mix, at least for second place in the championship. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's going to work out for the win that Karen Nienaber was looking for when she arrived here this weekend for the Class F Championship. Unfortunately, with the DNF in the first one and some problems on her car, it hasn't quite worked out for her, and has allowed Henry Platt to do exactly what he did at Red Star Raceway and take 2 victories in that Z3 convertible of his. And he'll be looking to do the double here today to wrap up the Class F Championship if he can. That's what we're looking forward to in a few moments' time. You can see, as Carl's just joined me there, happy man there with Wayne Robb. Great effort there from the team, and nice to see him thanking all of the sponsors as well as Zwartkops and the Extreme Festival for the coverage that he gets to do what he does best at, and was the best for 2025. Lights out, and we're racing.
No, great to see all these BMWs on the grid. You're talking something like 60 odd cars they've had at some of the events. Awesome to see motorsport starting to grow again. Last couple of years we saw some dips in numbers, but now we're seeing them back. There's one of the youngsters, one of the champions of the future possibly, Ken Swartz.
I'm going to correct you there. Ken Swartz actually was ill. It's Verolini who's in that car.
Right.
We only found that out because Chloe and Barry came in here to tell us. So we made a small mistake on that one too. Apologies on that. I did actually get that note from Bernard, but it slipped by all the other notes I had from the championship side of things. So I forgot to tell you. So Carly, not to make you look bad, but just to correct you there, it's actually Cristiano Verolini in that car, because Kent had picked up, I think he picked up a tummy bug in the week, so he wasn't feeling up to it, and decided to rather step out and give Cristiano a chance.
Good to see them out there anyway with those Auto Trader. That Auto Trader car keeping it on the circuit. Pablo Clark doing a great job with the development side in this series. Round the outside though goes the blue BMW, the 30 there. Managed to not make it around the outside, that 31.
Craigie Herbst that's got a problem there. Yeah, so that's his son Nick going through, and the Victron Energy car with a little bit of problems. Maybe a missed gear by the looks of it, because he seems to be back on pace now and tucks in behind Neil Reynolds in the Valve Hospital BMW. Johan Miller hanging on at the front end and trying to keep out Davy Olivier in second, or in second in that battle for third, as that's 2 and 3, and then Bernard de Gouveia in the 5 spot. He literally just has to sit there and he'll finish up and definitely get the confirmation of that championship. But you missed out on the conversation. I'm going to just bring you up to speed, and maybe the people that weren't watching earlier on in Class A, B, and C, as you see Olafia around the outside of Miller trying to find a way through. The drone action that's being provided by that drone pilot above there is going to be spectacular, I can tell you that much. Anyway, next year they're going to have Class A, B, C, and D turbocharged, and Class A, B, C, and D naturally aspirated. So that's been confirmed by Bernard in his conversation during classes A, B, and C's second heat. And what they're going to try and do there, of course, is split the grid. And if you split the grid as it currently stands, if it had happened today, they literally would have had even Steven, 50% on each. 33 cars in one class and 33 cars in the other. And what they're going to do is they're going to work on the sort of power differentials in each of those cars and the ability of the drivers as to how they then split them into A, B, C, and D in each of those.
Power versus lap time sort of idea.
Pretty much, yeah.
Absolutely brilliant idea. And a cry for, not that we're not having close racing, because in those last 3 corners, I think we saw about 4 passes happening, all these cars side by side, 3 abreast. The battle between the 125 and that Auto Trader E46 going back at it again like a repeat of the previous heat. But it will bring, I think, a bit more close racing in terms of within the classes with that split from NA to turbo car.
And then also just a shout out there to the man we just seen in shot just ahead of this pack of cars that are now going through as we pick up on the 10 car, Karabo Malamela. Beg your pardon. He had some spectacular endings to his MSA4 championship 2 weeks ago here at Zwartkops, and we all thought there was big problems, but apparently not as big as what we thought, because there he is in the BMG and Liqui Moly sponsored Pablo Clark BMW. So Karabo still high flying in 10th place just behind Nick Abst. And Heinz Bazet resumes the battle, but this time not with the car he was fighting with in the first one. This time it's with Eddie Rodriguez, and Rodriguez, remember, is in the fight for the championship for Class E.
I've watched Heinz Bazet take that door with both hands and slam it firmly in the face there of that E46 behind him.
He's got 5 doors, remember, because he's got the door at the back that he can use as
Yes.
well. That's okay. He slammed all 5 doors in Eddie's face there. Not going to give him any chance to play.
Eddie's not giving up, though. He's down the inside into turn 8. Let's see if Heinz is brave to slam the door again. He gently closes it this time and shows him the station wagon back door.
So what he did is he pushed the button that time and it went down on its own.
The
auto close. Behind that, though, it's going to be a proper good one here, because they are not holding back here. I love the fact that you get this close racing. If you look at that, it's Eddie Rodriguez, Gerald Anthony has joined the party, and Mitch Kutsia is not too far behind them as well. And then just up the road from them is Tian being caught big time by Sean Dodd.
Yeah, Sean Dodd all over the back of there now. Now we've got a defensive car, that BMW Art Nick going defensive on that E46 into turn 4. Such a mix of different cars, some with aeros, some with none, some look standard, some look like the old production car versions of these vehicles.
Yeah.
So absolutely awesome to see them racing each other all the way through here.
And if you think about it, we talk about the guys that have come through this class and have gone on to different things. Big names to talk about. First and foremost, I would go top of the list would be the John Acaros. They started their career racing in BMW M Performance Racing Series. It was just a BMW car club at that stage. But they've gone on, and you can see where they're sitting right now, top of the list, and championship contenders in the Extreme Supercars. They were Extreme Supercar sponsors for a long time as well. So there are guys that have come through. When Leighton Fourie came back and needed some time in the saddle in the BMW, what did they do? They chucked that M2 onto the track, put him in it, gave him an opportunity to get some extra seat time to get him ready for the M2 Cup that he participated in. So there are a lot of guys who've come through this particular class in its history that have gone on to bigger and better things, or have stayed here and have become big contenders and the men to beat in this category.
And what's nice is that not only have they realized that that's what's happening, other companies are getting involved to create a development program for drivers to come cut their teeth here in a rear-wheel drive car and move on to whatever it is that they feel they need to, and provide enough coverage to create the sponsorships and that needed to continue into motorsport. Motorsport isn't cheap. Sponsors are needed, and series like this is what helps bring new sponsors into the sport.
Well, we're hoping that the man that cuts the grass stays on the black stuff this time, because Koos is leading. The Master Mose man out front, there is the leader of Class F. It's the 120, that Z3 coupe, cabriolet I should say, of Henry Platt. And just behind him, there goes Marion Eminis, 246 car out there as well, right at the back of the pack. I mean, they go all the way down to 32nd place on track. The 240, of course, is Miguel da Costa. Karen looks like she might have gone into the pits or had a problem somewhere. The second, and Oh yeah, sorry, I didn't see that. I forgot about that Track Taxi. There's Track Taxi Mark 2 or version 2, and he's actually leading Class F. So apologies there. Manny is actually leading. Manny Ribeiro is ahead. Oh, there goes Carabo. Hold on a second. That's turn 2. I thought it might be turn 4. I was going to say, hang on a second. Deja vu. I was about to get a bit deja vu there. He's back on track though behind Sean Dodd. So that's a good thing.
So Carabo, just a little bit of a mistake there into turn 2. He was battling hard, so maybe just a little bit late in the brakes. Ran slightly wide, gets himself going again. Now he's going to be defensive into turn 4. He's going to flick it in and close the door. He managed to make it happen.
BMG versus the G-Man there. We're on board with Nick Apps. Looking at him now. This is the man who normally sits alongside me to do all of the away events for the regional side, and has a huge amount of expertise when it comes to the BMW class. Not that you don't, please don't take me wrong there, but it's nice to have him alongside, and hopefully at some stage you'll be able to jump on with him as well. Ooh, problems there for, that's the 10 car. Yeah, that was the 10 car, I think, getting out of shape there, Budat. So, Budaya, I should say. Karen Budaya, just unfortunately with some problems.
Full send from Carabo. He didn't think twice about setting that down the inside into turn 8, but we watched that car 10. I think it's the only diesel in the class, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, the other one, the gas monkey BM, unfortunately didn't make it out of Gary. So he's the only BMW that's powered by diesel power. So his budget's a little bit higher than most because he's got to spend more money on fuel.
This battle between Carabo and 125 still going on.
Tian van Rooyen, a man I have got huge amounts of respect for. When you look at him, he does not look like a racing driver, but I promise you think to yourself, hang on a second, this guy should be behind the headsets and on the screen of a computer doing wonders as they do in the world that we live in today. And actually, Tian van Rooyen, he was one of the first guys to bring in one of those helmet-mounted cans, the visor can. And some of the stuff that he's put out on the social media pages is pretty spectacular. Oh, there's Herbsty on the side as well. The Victron Energy cars looks like it's got a bit of a problem there for him. Is that going to be in a dangerous position? Possibly. I'm not sure. That could be. It's not on the racing line, but if anybody goes,
it's
going in. Okay, don't worry about it, Greg. Shut up. It's just at the racing talk rather than you, because it sounds better. There we go. All right. Remember, this is a 12-lapper, so it's still 5 to go. And Davy Olivier on the inside of Haps, looking for a way through. Can't quite get there, maybe. But remember, Haps will have the inside line for turn 2. Then you got Verolini, and he's got Rodriguez on his tail. And a spinner. Michael Krobler spinning down. The pest control car, being a pest down in turn 2.
He was good to get out the way there, though. Let it roll back onto the inside. Doesn't want to get involved with the other racing going on, because there is a lot of racing going on all the way through this field.
I tell you what he saw. He saw a termite mound on the inside, and he went for pest control there to sort it out. Well done there, Mikey. Good job, bud. Thanks for that. Uncle Pete will be very happy with you destroying all those terrorists on the right-hand side. Here's Rodriguez on the inside, and Verolini side by side. I like it. That's the kind of racing we like to see.
Just behind him, though, you'll see 2 more cars come side by side, because I saw Carabo still not finished with that battle.
No, he's not done yet, eh? There's Eminis on the inside of Reynolds. Nice move there from Philly, diving on the inside and getting through on that Valve Hospital BMW. And then back to Rodriguez versus Verolini versus Dodd versus Carabo Montemela. And who's behind them? It's Tian. No, in fact, Tian's ahead. Tian's back ahead of Carabo. So they're chopping and changing there all the time, these 5 cars. And it could be 6 in a few moments' time, because the G-Man is about to join them there.
Unbelievable still to me that all these different cars can run this close together for this many laps. They've done 8 of the 12 laps, 4 laps left to go, and they're still running nose to tail, and they're all different variances of some sort of 3 Series from some sort of generation in throughout.
Yes, today all out of the 3 Series, couple of 2s in there as well. There is a 1 Series 2, but on the usual occasion we've also got a couple of M5s. We've got a big 540 diesel that runs in here as well. We've had a 745 as well that joined the party with Paolo Cavalieri. On a few occasions he brings out Tony's car to have some fun in. It's only on the big occasions that Winfield BMW unfortunately comes out. It would be lovely to have it out all the time, but as I said, sometimes those special cars, I like the fact that Paolo brings them out to race them and doesn't just keep them in the Pablo Clark Museum. But he's got a Tony Viana collection of note as Paolo Cavalieri. The man behind, of course, Pablo Clark Racing and the development process in this category with all the young drivers. Here comes Olivier, diving on the inside. This time he'll make it stick. And the race parts, international race parts car up the inside of the CIM Lubricants car. Here we go for Class F lead. Henry Platt, can he go around the outside of Track Taxi Mark II?
Hard on the brakes into 5. He's going to go all the way around.
Sideways. Come on, bud. Oh, is Manny going to give him a run? He is. Manny's not going to give him any room to play here.
Oh, the tail's wagging on that Z.
The
Absolutely
Z
wagging.
The Tourer. It's a Tourer. It's a Tourer.
Tourer, yes, sorry. So
remember, Charles told us the Tourer. I always thought it was called an estate or a wagon, but yeah, no. It's an Uber Bucky.
It's an Uber Bucky.
It's an Uber Bucky. All right, so he gets the lead of Class F with 3 laps to go, does Henry Platt. And that's the one Moscow's BMW that is working today. The others have had a little bit of trouble. But it worked really well at Red Star as well. So whatever they've done to that car seems to be falling into the clutches there very nicely of Henry Platt. And if he stays where he is right now, that's Class F in the bag for him for 2025.
There's Davy Olivia, though, pulling a little bit of a gap on Nick. Davy Olivia, a name that is also synonymous with Saloon Car Racing.
Yeah.
Also a production car driver. I think
production car driver. He drove for Subaru team with Peter Lindenberg and Claire Val. That's right. He was the 3rd driver in that team. So definitely knows what to do. And, of course, he's also had some time attack success in various forms of the sport in the time attack. And Olivia, of course, a really, really good saloon car driver. Speaking of saloon car drivers in boxies, there's another one coming through the field. There is the second of the Moscow's cars. That's the second of the Mostert brothers. That's the one that has stayed out on track. Unfortunately, the other one not quite working as well as what hoped. Out front, though, this is your leader. And coming to complete the second last 2 corners and 1 more lap to go after that. He's got Cochrane on his tail. So Cochrane, of course, running in some new colours there. We saw that at Red Star Raceway. Great to see him here again in those colours. But it's the Master Mo's BMW who starts the final lap and leads it out as they come across the line there. The Time Art BMW right behind him. Right, so on to the final lap. And Carl's going to go and come in. We're going to have some fun and games there, I can tell you. Here they come onto that back straight away. Herbst is back into it, but the leaders are catching the tail end now. Will this help Troy Cochrane out a little bit? I would say it might do. Although they seem to be running at a relatively good pace, so I don't think it's going to affect Eugene Gos's progress. He might have to come out of it slightly, but there's enough space between himself and Troy Cochrane to still hang on for the win in Class D. The win in Class D, but 4th place in Class D for Bernard de Gavea will secure his championship for the Class D honours for 2025 as they come through the left-right and the right-left flick down towards the final left-hander. And 2025's final victor in M Performance Racing Series Class D is Eugene Gos for Master Mowers. Troy Cochrane in 2nd. Johan Miller will be in 3rd place there for the Heijo Transport, and his team has had a spectacular season as well. Down on the brakes now, into the final turn. Sneaking through there is Mostert. But we're also looking to see in the background as Philip Eminis comes across the line, looking out for Eddie Rodriguez. He should be just up the road here, I think. Oh no, he'll be behind Nick. Nick's about to come to the line now. This is Nicholas Herbst. It will be 3rd place, I think he's got there in Class E. I should have got the classes quickly. Just flick this timing on. It's over. So Eugene Gos, Troy Cochrane, Johan Miller, top 3 there. And then we go to Claudio Jardine taking the win. Rodriguez in 2nd. And Sean Dodd comes through for 3rd in Class E. And then F, we're waiting for Henry Platt. He's already gone across the line. We saw him go through there. So Platt will take the victory in the Z. So there is your Class D champion, Bernard de Gavea. Congratulations to the boss man. Eddie Rodriguez shouldn't be too far behind that red BMW. So if we wait for him to come around, we'll pick up on that red, white, and black. There it is. The one on the right-hand side. He will take Class E honours. Unofficially, of course, I'm working on the points that are in front of me and doing the calculations manually here. And then in Class F, Henry Platt in the Z3 Cabriolet will win out that class for 2025. BMW M Performance Racing Series, what an incredible season they have had. Spectacular job by the team behind the scenes. And of course, Bernard and his team do an amazing job to bring us all this type of action. And as you heard, exciting news for 2026 with the start of an all-turbo and an all-naturally aspirated class, and 4 categories in those 2 classes for 2026. There's going to be some big times and exciting times in this class next year. Look forward to it. We look forward to the second last race of the day coming up. It's a 12-lapper. It comes from the Dunlop V8 Supercars, and they are waiting to go down in Park for May. Well, Carl's in Park for May. They're in pre-race, I beg your pardon. Let's go catch up with Carl and see who he found after this incredible finish to 2025 for BMW M Performance Racing.
Here we go, stand by.
Hi Bernard, no stranger to the microphone. You were just up there in the commentary box having a chat, but you are Class D champion for 2025.
Class D.
Class D, yeah. Class D champion for 2025. It's been a good season for you so far. I'm sure there's so many people that you want to thank behind the scenes for all the hard work and dedication that they've done this year.
Thank you very much. It was a lekker race, this last race. I just took it chill, I enjoyed it. It was lekker fun. Firstly, I'd like to obviously thank all of our sponsors that look after the series. My personal sponsors like Shield Panel Beaters and Shane Krobler for preparing such a lovely car. This car is such an awesome car. It doesn't give me the nonsense. It's awesome car.
As someone who's been involved in motorsport most of my life, or pretty much all my life, you watch series come and go, but you also get to see series grow from strength to strength, something that you guys have done over the last few years. I must congratulate and commend you on that hard work, and I'm sure there's big exciting things in the future for you guys.
Yeah, like I said earlier on in the commentary, we're going to be having 8 classes next year. So we're going to split the turbos and the NAs. As you can see, all the turbos are giving us a bit of uphill there, and then unfortunately I had old Obas Miller, as we know him, throwing fuel out the car, so I was just backing off because I was just scared to slip there. But yeah, it's so lekker. We're going to have a nice big field again next year. Hopefully we'll be in the 60s, 70s, 80s next year.
Well, the sky's the limit with you guys. It looks like it just keeps growing and growing from strength to strength, and I cannot wait for 2026.
No, thank you very much.
Class F championship winner for 2026, the only car without a roof. How does it make you feel to be 2026 champion?
It's pretty surreal, to be honest, because I only started 4 races to go. So obviously with a lot of guys breaking out, a lot of guys that would have been above me, but I guess I pulled it through at the end, so that was pretty nice.
Well, as every top F1 driver said, consistency is the key, so congratulations, well done, and big things for next year, I'm hoping.
Yeah, hopefully we can get into Class C and be competitive, so that's it. Thank you guys.
Fantastic, all the best.
Nice effort there from all of our M Performance Racing Series drivers and a couple of new drivers. But exciting times, as you heard from the commentary earlier on in classes A, B, and C, with Bernard at the microphone alongside me, and now directly to Carl as well, just to confirm that a naturally aspirated and a turbocharged class for next year. 4 categories in each of those classes, A, B, C, and D, will be running as a turbocharge, and 4 categories as naturally aspirated cars in 2026. So exciting times. Nice little shake up there for the M Performance Racing Series Championship, and it's certainly something we're going to be looking forward to bringing you here on our coverage from the Extreme Festival of Motoring. We have got 2 more races to go. Dunlop V8 Supercars, as you can see, are on track, and it looks like we're going to be in for a bit of an epic finish to this one, because remember, we are sitting on 283 points for Warren Lombard and at 276 points for Thomas Reeb. So these two have got it all to do now, And in terms of the championship, they're also the two cars starting almost right at the back of the pack. It is a 12-lapper, so there is some time to play. And, of course, with that time to play, it means that they can go out and hopefully have a little bit of fun and games getting through the pack and stay out of harm's way if they can. If they get through the pack, those 7 points between them are going to be what they're going to be fighting the hardest for. Because remember, they score 25 points for the win, and they score 1 point for the fastest lap. So there's 26 points up for grabs and only 7 points in it. Oh, of course, no, they scrapped the fastest lap. I beg your pardon. They have scrapped the fastest lap. I'm just looking at my notes now. I've got a big X next to the fastest lap, so they don't do the fastest lap anymore. It's just the 25 points up for grabs. So 25 points available, 7 points is the differential, and the top two start right at the back of the pack. So it's a bit of a chess game they've got to play here. They can't afford to go too hard too quickly. They've got to get to the front as quickly as possible. They can't do it through turn 1 and 2 because they're in the double yellows. But as soon as they get a green flag out of turn 3, it's hammer time. And that's exactly what happens in the V8 Supercars and what has happened over the last season or so in this class. Green flags, we're now flat out and racing up towards turn 4. Steve Herbst with the drop on the pack. Spicer in second. And alongside Terry Wolford was Alan Ryan. He manages to keep Wolford out as they go through turn number 4. But Wolford will have a slightly tighter line, probably the better line to be on as he heads to the top of the hill. He'll be probably looking for the last win of the season as, wow, Warren Lombard in the background had a big look to squeeze through there on Thomas Reeb. Just had enough room, and he gets through as well on Fuller. So he's ticked off 2 cars in the space of 4 corners, now looking to try and get through on the car ahead of him of Larry Wolford and then Sam Dahl. So we've got 2 Falcons ahead of that Mustang. The third Falcon is making its way down onto the brakes. In fact, the second Mustang, I should say, on its way down onto the braking points into turn 8. Oh, a touch! Alan Ryan coming together there. Warren Lombard has to try and take evasive action. Larry Wolford goes right and onto the grass. Lombard went left, probably the best option he could have gone, and fortunately it worked out for him.
Yeah,
so
it just looked like Alan maybe just got the back stepped out on him on the way out there. While he was collecting the car behind him, there was no room to go anywhere. So a little bit of unfortunate contact, but for Warren Lombard, the most important contact there again between Fuller and Alan. It happened in the first race. It looks like they all made it through there.
Of it as well.
Looks like they all made it through at least that time. But it looks like Lombard doing what he needs to do. His closest rival in terms of pace on track, he's got him past early and slowly moving himself back up into the front.
Well, he got past him and he had a little bit of breathing room with some cars between him, but those cars then came together and it's allowed him to now get ahead. But now there's 1 car difference. So make it 2 as he sneaks on the inside of Steve Herbst, and he now makes his way up into second place overall after 2 laps of the 12. Sam Dahl around the outside, and then we've got Thomas Reeb trying to find a way through, trying to thread the needle there between what is the Falcon, yes, and the second of the Corvettes. So the second of the Corvettes, they're just opening up the door. Steve Herbst will realise he hasn't got the same kind of pace as Thomas Reeb has got, and he knows this field well. He's been in this position on numerous occasions. He'll still be looking for a chance to possibly wrap up. I think it'll be 3rd place in the GT2 class there for Steve Herbst if he finishes where he is right now. But the battle, of course, is for first. And with Alki Kampan out, Wayne Spicer has got a chance of maybe catching that gap that Kampan left open. But I think it might be just too far and too little too late there for Spicer. For his first season in V8 Supercars, though, to come second in a GT2 class, that is a really bit of great driving from Wayne Spicer in the Wellness Group Corvette there, alongside Larry Wolford as they go up towards turn 5.
Yeah, Larry Wolford, the big loser in that mixed match that happened on the previous lap. He had to fall quite far back down the grid and move his way back up. But out in front, it is Terry Wolford who's trying to stay ahead of Warren Lombard. We've got a replay now, though, of that incident into turn 8.
Sam Dahl had the inside line, and Alan Ryan gave him the room, but then Dahl just, unfortunately, just kept going through for the same kind of line. He should have maybe cut the inside. There was a little tag. They managed to stay on track. Warren Lombard came out of it slightly, but then went left and dived to get on the inside of the slowing Alan Ryan, and then eventually found a way through on the Falcon of Dahl when they got to turn 2. But that could have ended up in tears big time, because if Warren Lombard was involved in that incident, his closest rival was right on his tail at that point, and Thomas Reeb would have been saying, "Thank you very much, I'll take this." Gifted to him.
Yeah, free passes for no effort. But it did look like Alan did go in. He was a little bit tight on the way out on the exit, so it was just a bit of too many cars trying to fight for the same piece of tarmac. I think, racing is racing. These cars are big.
The widest cars in South African motorsport, so not a lot of room to play for, even though we've got a nice wide track here at Zwartkops. It's a little bit less width available when you've got big V8 supercars fighting hard, and especially when they're up close and personal. Now, speaking of up close and personal, this little Corvette has not found a way through yet on the Falcon of Dahl. Sam Dahl is doing a spectacular job to maintain third place on the road. Warren Lombard in second place is trying to hunt Terry Wolford down. He'd love to wrap up his first V8 Supercar Championship with the last win of the season, and I think that's why he's pushing as hard as he is at this stage. Lombard got down to a 103.4 as his fastest. He's just done a 103.6 on the last pass, but we're getting 103.6s out of Terry Wolford as well. So they evenly match between 1 and 2 on the road. Makes it a bit more difficult for Warren to try and close that gap down, but I'm sure he's going to do that. And now we're going to see a big move here from the Chevy Corvette to find a way through. We've got Ford-powered cars, 1, 2, and 3. The first Chevy-powered machine is that incredible Corvette of Thomas Reeves as he heads to the top of the hill. Once again behind Sam Dahl. Can't find a way past on the Falcon.
Yeah, Thomas Reeves just showing the nose there on the entry into turn 4. You see him pull in, pull back, pull in, pull back. That's just to make sure that Sam Dahl can see the white of the car behind him. And I got excited there because Sam Dahl got a little bit nervous, got a little bit too early on the power, and this is where he's going to lose a pot. Down into turn 8. It looks like Thomas Reeves is going to get that move done. He's early on the power, no backslide from him. So it looks like he's going to be able to get that move done and move forward to chase the front 2.
Yeah, the traction just broke on the rear end of that Falcon, and he had no other opportunity other than to roll out and catch it. Caught it, but lost the drive down the hill, which then just gave the opportunity there to Thomas Reeves to sneak through and squeeze up into third place. So he's going to look to try and hunt down those 2 Fords out front. It's the 2 Mustangs in full flight. But right now, that man is in control of the championship, because 25 playing 21 means it's probably going to go down to a 4-point deficit, which means he will win the championship by 3 points overall over Thomas Reeb if the checkered flag had to come out right now.
I love to see the back of these cars snake around when they get on the power, and even the lines that they leave on the track, the 11s they leave behind when they get on the power a little bit too early. Another Corvette out there, that's number 90, that's Wayne Spicer.
Yep.
He's looking for a way pass on Steve Herbst. He's got the move, he's got the inside line up into turn 5. He's got the legs in the straights as well. On the brakes they go. It looks like that move is all but over early on the power on the way out, and he's definitely got that move done.
I do like the 2 different bodies on those cars as well. You see the C6 and C7 bodies on those cars as they come through there. Behind that, Alan Ryan trying to come through on Steve Herbst as well. Going to try and resume the battle there with his good friend from Superbike Racing if he can. He had a bit of a tough battle with Richard Fuller in the first one, and doesn't look like Fuller has been able to make it out here for the second heat, unfortunately there. So the pot around car not on track, and had to put Poison Ivy back into her cage, and maybe he'll be back in time for the first heat next year as V8 Supercars make their way out into the regional side of the Extreme Festival again, courtesy of Dunlop.
Yeah, unfortunately that Potteron car having some power steering issues in the first race, that's what put him out. So I think maybe some further power steering issues hampering his progress through here in Heat 2. But the progress of Warren Lombard, he's brought himself within 0.8 of a second of Terry Wolford with 6 laps still to go. We're at the halfway distance. But as the great late Murray Walker used to say, it's one thing to close.
Yeah, another thing to pass, buddy. It's not an easy thing to pass, not when these V8 Supercars are so evenly matched. If you look at the lap times, 3.6s, that's exactly what both of them are doing. We had a 3-1 earlier on. That was when Lombard came through the pack and started to open the ground up between himself when he got that open air. We had a 3 dead out of Thomas Reeb here on that last pass. So Thomas Reeb is saying, okay, hang on, there's still a chance.
It's 4 seconds.
I'm not going to give this up without a big fight. And that's exactly how Thomas Reeb has always been in his racing career. He's fought it out with some epic championship battles in the past. 2 of them were with Mackie Adlam, and Mackie Adlam won out both those chances. But needless to say, the change up in the car I think has worked well. There's still a couple of little niggles and gremlins I think that need to be sorted out in that Corvette, but once it is sorted, it might be a serious contender and could potentially be a big threat to the bigger cars around him. Because if you look at that Corvette compared to the 2 Mustangs out front, slightly smaller stature, definitely better for the shorter tracks here, like Zwartkops. Maybe not as good down at East London Grand Prix circuit. I think he might battle a little bit there with the longer straights if we do go to East London next year with the regional side. But definitely a car that has turned his luck around here big time. He's got the potential still to jump, of course, into the Lumina if he wants to. But I don't know. I think this Corvette is made for Thomas Reeb.
Well, he's brought that gap down from 4.6 on the last lap down to 4 seconds now to get onto that battle for first and second. What he needs now is Warren Lombard and Terry Wolford to start getting into a tangle. If they start fighting, it'll bring him right into the race. And in fact, there's Terry Wolford as the leader of this at the moment. If he doesn't feel like he has the pace to maintain it, the best thing to do would be to back Warren Lombard up into Thomas Reeb, let the two of them fight, and try and check out.
100%. If that's the case, I mean, remember he wants the championship battle, and he was a little bit sideways out of turn 6 there. So those Dunlops are starting to feel the effects. Remember, it's slightly cooler track conditions out there as well, despite the heat cycle that those rubber are in right now, and 3 laps to go. It means they're going to start to feel the effects of a full day's racing. Some of these guys would have banked because they only get X amount of tyres per year, so they don't have a full set of tyres or a new set of tyres every single race meeting. They get X amount of new tyres per year, so they would have taken into account and played the chess games at the tracks where they know they needed older rubber because of the tyre degradation, and maybe just taking the chance of doing the best they can with older rubber on a harder wearing surface. But on a good wearing surface, you want good rubber. And I think that's exactly what Warren Lombard might have underneath him right now as he closes yet again down to about 1 second on Terry Wolford.
Yeah, it's been hovering between 0.6 and 1 second the whole race so far. So Warren Lombard gets a little bit closer. Terry Wolford sees it happen, drops the pace a bit, and manages to just eke out a little bit of a gap. But Warren Lombard, he knows he's racing for the championship as well. So is he trying to race for the race win or just accept?
Well, he doesn't have to. If Wolford finishes in the lead and Lombard finishes second, it means he wins by 4 points. So second place is more than enough. And if I know Warren, he'll realise that. I'm sure that him and his team, Gavin Wilkins, of course, is the man who helps him prep that car in terms of the engine preparation. He would have sat down there with the whole squad and said, right, guys, what do we need to do? We're coming from the back of the pack. What do I need to do? Where I need to be by the time we get into the last couple of laps? We're in that last couple of laps now. Will second place be good enough if Terry's out front? I think if it was Reeb out front, we'd have a different story because he doesn't have to be fighting for what could potentially be a 4-point deficit. So, I think even then he would have sat behind Thomas Reeb all day for second place. So second place is good enough for Warren to wrap this championship up. And that's kind of indicative of how this class works. On numerous occasions, Mackie Adlam was consistent all year as opposed to winning everything he could. And consistency, probably the most important factor in motorsport if you want to win championships.
No, any championship needs a big haul of points, and the best way to get a big haul of points is to make sure you are consistently in the front three. Don't make any silly decisions and try and keep it on the black stuff. That's what Warren Lombard's done all year, and it looks like that's what he's doing now as they start the last lap.
Yeah, starting the last lap down in towards turn number 2, Castrol Corner. You're out of here. There's a good possibility you're going to be chatting to my good friend Warren Lombard. Remind him that 40-year-old vegans win championships, okay? That's what we're going to tell him. Right, so a 40th birthday present here for Warren Lombard's going to come a little bit later. He tried at Red Star Raceway on his birthday to wrap up this championship. It didn't quite work out, but he's now got a chance of taking his first ever Dunlop V8 Supercar Championship, and I think that's oh no, I thought Terry Wolford might give him some room. No, Terry's not going to give it up. He wants the final victory. He'll take the final victory. Warren Lombard will get the final say in the championship, though, as Terry Wolford brings the chic and N4 Autocraft Mustang down towards the final corner for the last time in 2025 in Dunlop V8 Supercars. It's Wolford for the win, but it's Warren Lombard for the championship. Wraps it up with Thomas Reeb losing out in the closing stages there to Sam Dahl. So Reeb with some problems. Did he run out of fuel? I think Thomas Reeb might have ran out of fuel there in the closing stages and finished up in 4th place behind Sam Dahl. So had that been a little bit of a championship battle right in the closing stages, that really would have put a spanner in the works for Thomas Reeb. So very lucky to have survived that one. Spicer coming down to the bottom of the track for the last time as well. He will be looking to wrap up Class GT2 ahead of Alan Ryan and his good friend. And of course Steve Herbst will come through for 3rd place in the GT2 class. So it's a good run there from Wayne Spicer to take a victory after his spin at Red Star Raceway. There is Reeb at turn 2. I think he may have run out of fuel. And that could have had some serious consequences had the championship battle been a little bit closer heading into this final round. And had he lost out that position on the last corner. There's unofficial results. Wolford, Lombard and Dahl, your top 3. Spicer, Ryan and Herbst, your top 3 in GT2. But Warren Lombard is your 2025 Dunlop V8 Supercar champion.
I'm here now with our Dunlop V8 Supercars champion for 2025, Warren Lombard. But you look pretty hot in that car, but I'm sure you're feeling pretty good about yourself right now.
Yeah, I'm so stoked. I can't even tell you. Dream come true just to race these cars and then to win a championship, just next level. Thank you to my team, my dad, Kevin Wilkins, Dunlop, all our sponsors. Yokes are awesome. Let me tell you, our V8 guys, our drivers and their teams are just as amazing. They deserve this as much as I do.
I've been chatting to Greg up there, and he told me when I come down, just to let you know that for some reason, I don't know why I'm telling you this, but 40-year-old vegans win championships.
That's from Thomas. Thomas should be the vegan from now on. Thanks, Greggy. Love you, brother.
Absolute great job from you to take the championship. I see there's a little necklace here. I don't know if you want to get a shot of that. Do you want to tell me the story behind that one?
You always got to go with God with you. Without God, no one's anything. So you always just got to have someone looking after you, and I thank God I fly with my angels all the time.
Fantastic, and well done again on your championship win.
Thank you so much.
Terry, final race for 2025. You've managed to go from a back of the grid start to take a win there, but it wasn't the back of the grid start that gave you that when you actually had the pace in the race. Was it a good race? Did you enjoy it?
Guys, listen, let me tell you, I was super lucky. The car is so sick. Going around the back end there, coming down to turn 8, it's got a misfire, and I saw the guys were catching me there, but then I just focused on the up at the top to make up a bit of ground again, because the car was handling amazing, but just didn't have the power. Misfire, but brought it home. That's the main thing, eh?
I mean, it shows your experience in these cars. You've been driving them a long time, so to have that wherewithal. I mean, I've raced you many times. Okay, I know it's go-karts, but I've raced you many times in a kart, and you can see that experience. You understand there's a problem in one section, so you've changed something up at the top. What was it out of the driving style that you changed? You looking deeper on the brakes or early on the power?
So listen, it's all about making sure that you get your brake markers right. That's the first thing. Don't do anything stupid. And just smooth driving. So where we were losing for a bit of power, made sure that we just had the car set up in the right position on the track. Warren's fighting for the championship. I know that he wasn't going to put in too much of an effort to have a go, but they caught me through turn 3 flat out, and then the rest of the field we made things happen. So I'm very chuffed. My dad's worked tirelessly on this car. I've been away from home working at the workshop, so my family, Gabs and Vanessa and that, so thank you guys. This makes it worth it, you know.
Well, the suit looks lovely on you, and a lot of sponsors there that I'm sure you want to give a quick thank you to for the 2025 season.
Yeah, listen, there's so many people that helped me out. Fuchs Lubricants, been amazing. Wellnetics, Chic, Bulldog skincare range, Fast Racing Fuels. Guys, you know what? Help the racing out. I mean, every little bit helps, you know, whether it's a product or whatever it is, and I appreciate that. These guys have supported me for a long time. Fuchs, next year is 30 years. I think that's possibly the longest sponsorship for an individual team in this country. I don't think I've ever seen somebody have a sponsorship for 30 years and over.
Well, that's absolutely amazing to hear, and as you know, without sponsors and that, we don't have racing. We look forward to seeing you in 2026 and a bit more growth in the class.
We will have growth, definitely. Cars have been sold, they're changing hands. I've got a great car. We'll sort out the few gremlins that are there, but I've got a car, we've won races, we're getting pole positions. Everything is good. A few minor things, but we'll get it sorted.
Fantastic. Hopefully we see you fighting for the championship next year.
Goed gebouwen. Nog zo. Zelf kunnen.
So there you have it, your V8 champion for 2025, Warren Lombard, chatting to Carl Lawrence as well as Terry Wilford after that incredible drive. And well done to all other V8 supercar drivers and everybody behind the scenes as well for another spectacular season.
Another thing I must say, though, we say thank you to sponsors and thank you to everybody all the time, and it is, we need them. Without that, motorsport doesn't grow. But there is the Orange Army, the COCs, the timekeepers, the organizers, everybody that gets involved behind the scenes to make this happen for everybody.
Yeah.
And they do an amazing job here at Zwartkops to get this racing going and for the Extreme Festival.
Well, you heard that from Wayne. I mean, Wayne sort of waxed lyrical about how good the staff is here and the organization of the Extreme Festival. Tanya and her team do a great job. But there are a lot of guys that put in a huge effort. There's guys downstairs that are giving us these visuals. There's, of course, the whole team that are out on track with the camera work. Our onboard guys that have just joined us as a big collaboration between the two companies and the three companies that bring us the live stream production. So there's a lot behind the scenes that goes into bringing you motorsport. Mike Rowe, if you're watching, have a look at that logo. That is definitely an Opel Superboss GSI logo. Yes, and it is his acronym for his company. But I had to have another go at you, Mark, if you are watching this one, because I'm sure you are. But loving it, bud, loving it. The GSI on the side of a Volkswagen Polo. I'm not quite sure if Mark Rowe was... I think he was probably going to be turning in his grave one day thinking about that comment from me. Right, so it's ATE Volkswagen Challenge. And just by the way, we got a late lastminute.com insert coming from our media representative for the Extreme Festival to tell us, by the way, Carl and Greg, they're doing separate starts today. Thanks, Reynard. Appreciate that, bud. It was only about 5 hours late. But yes, they are doing a separate start for Class A, Class B, and Class C today because of it being the championship rounds.
Did they tell Class B again?
Well, I hope they told Chris. That's all I'm worried about. Because, man alive, his start was spectacular. He went lights out and he went past Aldrich, past Mac, past Nicole Lombard, and onto the tailpiece of Class A. Let's see if he gets it right this time. Yeah, exactly. All right, so we're into the closing stages, the final race of 2025, ladies and gentlemen. Can you believe it? We've had such a spectacular season. 1 minute turns to 30 seconds, 30 to 5 in the space of me turning my mic off to just catch the frog in my throat.
Luckily, they've got those buttons here on the mic for us, so we can just switch them off and grab a cough. But we've got 30 seconds up now, and here we go. That was the shortest 30 seconds of your life. Was it?
Yeah, there
Green
we go.
flag,
The little warm-up lap. Get that warm-up lap right. Get the heat finally into the last bit of that Dunlop rubber that's available here for 2025. And get ready to go. Jaden Quirson has wrapped up the championship in Class A. Stuart Mack has wrapped up the Class B championship. And Adrian de Beer has wrapped up Class C's championship. But, no, he hasn't. He's got a fight. There's still a fight on between Adrian de Beer and Bryce Pillay for Class C. And Adrian and Stuart Mack and Bryce Pillay for the overall championship. So we are in for a bit of a fight here. It's all going to be dependent on where Adrian and Bryce finish as opposed to where Stuart Mack finishes. Mack has got to just finish up, I would say, probably first, second or third to stay in the hunt for the overall championship because he'll be scoring enough to make up the ground if Adrian doesn't win. Adrian has to win and Mack has to win. And then it all depends on where Bryce is, of course, if he gets into the mix there. But it's a winner piece there for Adrian and for Mack. And if they score the points that they do, they'll get an opportunity to be crowned champion. I would have to probably ask Joanne Gossman, if she's watching, to send us the updated format of the points for this. But on my calculations here, A is done, B is done, C is still up for grabs, overall is still up for grabs. That's how it stands. Because we've got two Class C competitors fighting for honours for the overall. Jaden Nicholson could have been in there had he had a couple more rounds of this championship, but he came in a little bit later into the season. Needless to say, still wrapped up an incredible Class A championship and also going to finish up 4th place overall. This man, this is the coolest cucumber you've ever seen in a race car. I've never ever seen a guy as cool, calm and collected as Adrian de Beer. Never ever got an opportunity to go on board with him before. But there you can see the little snack pack on the side. He goes there every now and again, grabs out an energy bar, has that during the race, sneaks it up on the inside of that Arai helmet. And if you look we can't really see it on the camera, but where he's going to his gear shift now to put it into first gear for going forward quickly, there's a coffee machine as well. He's got a little coffee.
A little espresso. Pops the
to chill him out for the race.
Tablet in.
Yeah, for sure. Righty. Jokes aside, let's get into the serious bit of the final race of 2025. And they all line up. Origin Oil has joined the party along with ATE as series sponsors. See, they all got those Origin Oil little splats on the back there.
ATS as well on the number plates. Yep. Tyre supplier of the Dunlops. We saw Heinz Posey. Oh, lights are off and lights are on. We're racing in Class A. Class B behave this time. They wait for their lights to come on. Lights go off and they are racing.
And Davison got a spectacular start again, even though he got the lights right this time. So here comes Koenig on the inside of Lombard. Around the outside goes Mack. Down into turn 1 it is Lessing. Lessing who leads out. Lessing leads out as Class C heads towards turn 1, and it's De Beer side by side as they head down there. We're on board with Aldrich in Class B for the lead of Class B. Mara Deleuze sneaking through there on Nicole Lombard. Deleuze having a spectacular start there. Aldrich in 4th. But it is Stuart Mack exactly where he needs to be there in 4th in the first place. So Mack leads out Class B. That's the gap he's got over Deleuze. Deleuze has got Lombard on his tail. Lombard has got, looks like That's Aldrich, and Aldrich has got on his tail the hard charge Chris Davison. He got a good start, but didn't quite capitalize on it down into turn 2. This is on board with Aldrich as we head to the top of the hill now and towards turn 5. AMG Driving Academy past the Universal Racing Stable, hard on the brakes into turn 5. Deleuze in second, looking to close that gap down on Stuart Mack. Mack doing everything to perfection right now to try and secure back-to-back titles in this championship and keep that number 1 plate on his Nathan's Motorsport prepared car. It's been an amazing season there for that AutoZone car, and Stuart Mack would love to take it, but we'll have to wait and see what's happening. That's exactly where I wanted to go. And on cue, our director takes us straight into the battle. Bryce Pillay leads over De Beer. That is not what Adrian De Beer needs. If he wants the overall championship, he has to win. If he wants Class C's championship, he has to beat Bryce Pillay. And that's exactly what's not happening right now. Bryce Pillay could potentially spoil his day here for Class C, and by that would also then move Adrian De Beer into second place for the overall championship.
Yeah, we saw the pace that Adrian De Beer had in the first heat. Let's hope he's still got it for the second heat and makes it a race that we can watch between himself and Bryce Pillay. I don't know if you're going to be as cool as a cucumber as we saw him in the first race on the onboards. I think there's a little bit of stress in those eyes now. It is a long race, and there's a lot more still to happen. But up in front, though, it's still Anthony Lessing that has managed to get the whole shot and stay ahead of the Goose Goosen. But this, as you said, is the championship battle. It's for overall and it's for Class C honours.
Yeah.
This in the final race of 2025 for the VW Challenge. Mario Deleuze doing a great job. Obviously, the time in the seat with the Rookie Cup from VW, spending some time with Micro and their coaches, Brad Lienberg and the rest, has really helped him move forward in this ATE VW Challenge as well.
Yeah, I think it wasn't actually Brad Liebenberg, it was Matt Merton that helped him out.
I'm
only joking. It doesn't matter, they all helped. Matt Merton, Jonathan Mahotzi, and Brad Liebenberg. I'm just giving Brad a bit of a ragging there. If he's listening, I hope he is. But yeah, no, they do an amazing job to teach those youngsters exactly what to do in cars, how to read data, what to take from that data to put into race tactics, and then of course how to handle themselves on the sideline in terms of their nutrition, their training, their media coverage, what they do on social media, how they handle themselves in interviews. It's a big process that they go through. And some of them, of course, have now stepped into Volkswagen Challenge for additional seat time to get themselves ready for potentially moving into, when Maro finishes up next season's Rookie Cup, into the Astron Energy Polo Cup.
Yeah, for now, though, Maro looking to maintain that position ahead of Nicole Lombard. Nicole Lombard definitely got the pace to get past him. That maybe those dimples in the door not really helping Mario's aerodynamics through up into turn 4. But through turn 4, he's managed to get a good exit. Big lock up ahead of him. I wonder if that's maybe caused some issues.
Yeah, Mac was just a little bit late on the brakes there. I think just locking up and realizing that maybe he doesn't have to go that hard. He knows he doesn't have to go that hard. If he stays where he is right now, that pit board that comes out on the sideline will be telling him that's exactly where you need to be. Don't worry, De Beer is second. If De Beer's in second right now, the championship goes to Mac.
Yeah, that's all that he needs to see from his pit board at the moment as these 3-4 cars start fighting over second place in class. Lombard all over the back of Mario Deleuze, but Mario, he's had the experience of a season full of national racing in same-A classes against a couple of rookies fresh out of karting, so he knows the racing's been pretty intense there, as we have witnessed, so he knows what to do to maintain that lead. But Nicole Lombard, she's looked into turn 4 twice already. Let's see if she does it again with 7 laps left to go, but we're going back to the battle.
Oh, that's a nice move from Walker. Mighty Mfana and Ian Walker going side by side. The Garmin machine and Melavello Cycles United car going side by side there with Mighty Mfana as they go up towards turn 5. Let's have a look and see. You'll see him in the background.
Ooh, hip and shoulder.
Wide. Here we go. Elbows out. This is not BMX or mountain biking, eh? It's not a contact sport. You got to give it a little bit of room, and he's given just enough room there. Mighty had to go wide, ran slightly wide out of turn 6, which cost him his drive onto turn 7. Allowing Elna Cruiser to come and join the party. She just comes onto the rear end there, looking for a way through there on Mighty's car. So Mighty and Fana now fighting hard there with Ian Walker, the stalker. He's done a superb job this season as well. He's going to be, of course, finishing up in third place. In fact, no, he'll finish up in second place. Wayne Masters not making it to this final round will allow him to possibly just bridge that gap and get up into second place overall for Class A, that is, in the Volkswagen Challenge.
Am I seeing a little bit of white smoke? Oh, it's body rub. So a bit of body rub there from that contact with Walker. There's 4 now heading down into turn 8 side by side. It's not going the way it should for Arjan. He's going down another spot. So down to third goes Arjan.
Gossman who snuck through there.
Yeah, so Andy Gossman's gone past with the Ferrari logo there firmly on the boot where the VW logo normally goes. Gossman getting himself up into second place. And Arjan de Beer not having it all his own way here like he did in the first heat. And he's now lost another place and even more crucial points in the championship.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough little ask here from Arjan de Beer. Fortunately, I think he's got caught out with the BMT, as we like to call it. Big match temperament comes into play in the closing stage of a championship when it's so close. De Beer needed the victory to take the championship. He needed the victory to take Class C. Bryce Pillay is going to get the victory. So in terms of the points there might just be enough for Bryce Pillay to sneak through, particularly now that Arjan's dropped down to third and maybe into fourth because Koenig is coming. Stuart Koenig is coming big time. Gossman going for the lead though. That will change things up dramatically. If Andy Gossman gets ahead of Bryce Pillay, then it brings it back a little bit more into the advantage of Arjan de Beer, but it's not happening just yet. Four-way fight here for Class C into the closing stages of this 2025 season and the final race of ATE Volkswagen Challenge.
A little bit of use of the front bumper there. Obviously, Pillay slowing it down in the apex. He didn't want to lose any drive, so he just slowed it down a little bit. And unfortunately, Gooseman wasn't quite aware of it. A little bit of a love tap, but these they call them bumpers for a reason.
Yeah.
And they see to all Mario Deleuze getting it all kinds of crossed up there. Francis Aldrich now behind him, so it looks like Nicole Lombard has got past and maintained that second place as they head through turn 3 up to turn 4, but having it all his own way out in front.
Mack attack. Yeah, Stuart Mack has done an amazing job this week and this year. He really has, looking to try and retain the number 1 plate. You get that number 1 plate, you've got an automatic target on your back. To retain a championship is a difficult thing to do. To win one is exceptionally hard. But to go back-to-back is just shows you the kind of driver that Stuart Mack is, and hats off to him if he can do this. It's not done yet, though. We've still got 4 or 3.5 to go.
No, there's a lot that can still happen in the other class as well for the overall. There's 3 cars battling it out in Class C now for the win. 2 of them are championship contenders. 1 of them a championship contender for the overall. So anything can still happen. 4 laps left to go in this race. Anthony Lessing still leading our Class A ahead of Jaden Goosen, but only 0.3 of a second between the 2 of them. There's this contact. We got contact. 3 into 1.
Gossman and Pillay side by side tagging each other. De Beer gets through. Oh, what a great bit of opportunistic driving there from Arjan de Beer. Can he hang on to it around the outside down towards turn 8? He's got a chance here, but Pillay's on the inside. He's going to shut that door. Oh, Gossman coming into play here. Didn't expect that. And Pillay now under threat big time from the championship rival Arjan de Beer.
A bit of rubbing is racing going on here in Class C. It looks like Koenig also not scared to get involved in the action. Gooseman went from a possible lead down to 4th place. They go into turn 2. It's very defensive. Arjan trying to go around all the way around the outside. It's a long way around turn 2. And the problem is if you end up there, all the way through 4 and 5. But it looks like Pillay missed a gear.
Yeah, I think he might have. I think Arjan's got through. He has. Arjan de Beer sneaking up onto the apex of the corner and has got ahead. He retakes the lead of this Class C battle. Pillay is second. Here comes inside from Koenig. Can he squeeze through into turn 4? No. Yes, he can. He puts that Northern Bolton Tool second car of the Koenig boys up into potentially second place. Didn't quite get there. He's got better drive though coming out of turn 4, and Gossman's going with him. Koenig and Gossman going to try and squeeze Pillay out here on the brakes into turn 5. One of them's got through. Can Gossman go as well at the same time?
They open up the door, give a bit of hip and shoulder. He's going to run the grass anyway. He didn't know he was there. Contact.
Wow,
they somehow keep that out of the wall.
Oh, that's Pillay's championship gone. There it is. The contact there between Koenig and Pillay has sent him to the back of the pack. That's Arjan de Beer advantage for Class C. It's not done yet in terms of the championship. Remember, both of them have to win this race. They came in with a 2-point deficit. They've both taken victories, so they're on even Stevens coming into this final race, which means it's still 2 points. So Mac has to win, Arjan has to win. One of them has to have a problem for Stuart Mack to take the overall championship. If Arjan de Beer hangs on to this victory, he will hang on to the win of the overall championship and the Class C championship now that Pillay has dropped back.
Well, it seems like the fortunes switched back towards Arjan now after all that argy-bargy. Sometimes it's better just to give up on a move, lose 1 spot rather than lose 4 or 5 by going off. But unfortunately, Pillay's gone off and now getting involved in this battle for Class A between Anthony Lessing and Jaden Goosen as they come up now into turn 4. They've got him past Pillay. Goosen's looking around the outside into 4.
Goosen just wants the double victory here. That's what he wants. He's not involved in the Class A championship. He's not involved in the overall championship.
He's got the cutback.
How was that? That was perfectly done. Can you get any better cutback than that, Carl? I don't think so, buddy.
Duck, duck, goose, baby. That was learnt in a kart.
And that is to perfection. moved it through. Yeah, the Superbike rider and the Super Sport rider, of course, unfortunately not able to carry the corner speed. He'd probably able to carry on a 600cc through that turn. But well done to a great move from Goosen to move up and potentially into the lead with a lap to go.
Yeah, one more lap to go. A lot of corners to get through still, though. So Jaden Goosen, he hasn't got it done just yet. He's got to keep his head down. He's got to keep it neat and tidy. They're matching each other in pace. So Anthony Lessing obviously making some changes to that car between 1 and 2. He didn't have the pace to Jaden. Now he does. But there's another thing coming into play here, Greg. That's the Class C battle just in front of them.
Traffic. Exactly. Traffic could come into play. Yeah, we saw what it did in the M Performance Racing Series there for the 2 Class A BMWs of the Larrera brothers. Is it going to do anything here between Goosen and Lessing as they head onto that back straightaway? They're coming up onto the 11 car, and of course the battle for Class C. That's what they're coming up on, actually. It's the battle for Class C. Sneaking through there is, that was a loss. The Jeff there coming at the back of the pack, I think coming out of Carl Peterson. Yes, it was. Carl Peterson getting up ahead of that Northern Bolton tool car of Stuart Koenig. Koenig coming back at him now on the brakes into turn 4, but Goosen's about to get there as well. The blue flags will be waving frantically for the cars ahead to warn them that the 2 Class A contenders are coming through. They got their headlights on, so they'll know that. Hopefully they see them coming and it doesn't turn into a bit of chaos here.
Oh, pick the right side here, Jaden. You don't want to go around the outside. We saw what happened with the Herrera brothers. He looks like he's setting it up for the outside. He is setting it up for the outside.
Going to thread the needle. Squeezes on the inside. Carl Peterson hangs on. He's going to get the victory courtesy of those Class A cars coming into play. Across the line, checkered flag. It's Goosen. Goosen gets it. So Jaden Goosen gets the victory. Double win for Jaden Goosen is the one interview that I'm sure we're going to try and pick up. And this is all about what's going to happen now for Class B. If Stuart Mack comes across the line in first, he takes Class B's championship. But will he take the overall? Because Adrian de Beer has to win this race to get the overall championship and maintain the 2-point advantage he had coming into this round. This is Lombard. Behind that, it's Deleuze. Deleuze has got Aldrich on his tail, looking to try and wrap up the Class B here. There comes Mack for the win. He's done everything he can. He's now got to hope that something has gone wrong in the background for Adrian de Beer, because it's Stuart Mack who'll come through and take the win and take the Class B championship. If Adrian de Beer takes the win in Class C, he will hang on for the victory in the overall championship for ATE Volkswagen Challenge 2025. It looks like he's got it. He's got some breathing room there. The 2 Class A cars behind him are following him through, but of course he was just ahead of them, and he's now going to come to the line and wrap up a spectacular finish to the season. Here they come. On the brakes into turn 8 for the final time. Checkered flag is out. Adrian de Beer wraps up the title and takes the championship. He's got it. There it is. There's the big smile in the Air Eye helmet for Adrian de Beer. He gets the win and he takes the championship. As much as Stuart Mack worked hard for it, the victory for Stuart Mack was enough to wrap up Class B. And here we go. This is something quite special. A checkered flag for Henny the Flag as well. Congratulations and thank you so much, sir, for the incredible effort that you have done in providing us the safe checkered flag every single time a race finishes here at Zwartkops International World of Motoring. That man, of course, will be around for one more race at Top of the Hill, but this is his final circuit racing national and regional championship, and we salute you, Henny de Beer. Well, as you have customarily been known over the last 30 or 40 years of motorsport, Henny the Flag is now retiring. So congratulations there to you, and thank you so much for the tireless effort that you put in to South African motorsport, particularly here at Zwartkops. And a massive thank you there. You can see from the team at Zwartkops and everybody behind the scenes definitely enjoying the fact that this is the last time Henny will be involved at a circuit racing event other than Top of the Hill. But of course Top of the Hill is not an official circuit race. It's more of a time attack and hill climb. And there's a little guard of honor for Henny the Flag as well, to say thank you for all the effort he's done throughout the year and throughout his career as arguably one of our best marshals and certainly the best flag man in the country. Well done, Henny the Flag. So there we go, ladies and gents, a nice little token there from Zwartkops International World of Motoring to say goodbye to that incredible man who's been, of course, the stalwart behind the checkered flag for as long as I can remember. Every time I've been at this track and raced here, the only man who'd whip out that checkered flag and give it to me would be Henny. And there you can see just a final thank you from everybody here at Zwartkops, and of course everybody around the world that knows Henny. He'll be a sad loss to the team, but of course he's decided to hang up that checkered flag for the last time, and we wish him all the very best on his ventures as he moves on. We will see him, of course, one more time at Top of the Hill, and remember that's on the 21st and 22nd of November. Don't forget to have in your diaries the 30th and 31st of January 2026, the 25th anniversary of the Passion for Speed Festival. Carl, from your side, a final word. I think we've had a pretty spectacular day's racing, and kind of indicative of how the regional side of the Extreme Festival has gone for 2025.
Absolute awesome racing as always. It's always an honor to be up here with you, Greg, in the commentary box, especially at a venue like Zwartkops, and to watch the kind of racing that gets thrown around here at the regional series. But the biggest thing to me has been the positivity in the pits, the vibe between all the competitors. It's definitely a great place to come and enjoy a day of racing.
Well, Carl, it's been spectacular to have you over the last couple of meetings as part of the commentary team. I know that we're looking to do this full-time, hopefully for 2026 and into the future, because it definitely adds value. The ability for you to get down there and get those post-race interviews, especially after the second heats, and all the drama has unfolded, also helps out too. A massive thanks to Dave Peterson and Paul down in the studio, of course, for the action that they've brought us from the direction point of view and production side of today. All our cameramen out there, our onboard team, Gareth and Ivan the Terrible, thank you so much for your guys' support. And also a massive thanks to the Orange Army, to Henny the Flag, to JL and his team, to, of course, my good friend Eric Schultz and the amount of work that he puts in behind the scenes in some of the categories here today. Race Control, as always, an amazing job. If you take into account that we are supposed to be starting the final race right now and we've completed all the racing, just shows you how well this team is working and how well they gel to bring a race meeting together. We certainly hope from a Extreme Festival point of view, you've enjoyed all of the regional and national championship coverage we brought you throughout 2025, and we look forward to bringing you more of the same in 2026. From our side, we wish you all the very best for the festive season if you are celebrating it, and if you are going away for the holidays, please go away safely. Come back in January, back to Zwartkops at the end of January 30 and 31 for Passion for Speed, and let's do it all again, because it has been absolutely amazing. From our side, Greg Maloney, the voice of choice. Take care then. Bye-bye now.